Hello everyone and welcome back to the Triple Crown Wargaming Studio, where you join myself, James the Lawmaster Lamin, and my esteemed colleague, Scott the Duke McHugh.
Hello.
For another instalment in our Deep Dive series. Now, the Deep Dives are a series of videos dedicated to the competitive analysis of every army book and supplement in 8th edition Warhammer. And in today's episode, we're going to be taking a look at the grudge-bearing Dwarfs.
Indeed.
Which I really emphasised the dwarfs on that, didn't I? Dwarfs. So in this video, we're going to break down the whole army book. We'll take a look at their special rules, their unique equipment, the runic items that are present, and then we'll have a look at every special character and unit choice with our competitive rating system. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking for the ultimate guide to building a competitive dwarf army, you have come to the right place.
Indeed you have.
So before we get started, I'm going to just give you a quick contents, if you like, a little breakdown of how this video will be structured. So we're going to start by outlining how our rating system works. Then we'll go through the army-wide special rules. Then we'll move on and we'll take a look at the special character and unit ratings. Before we head over to have a look at the army-specific items. So that's the general sort of generic items, like Warhammer armour in this case.
Sort of mundane.
Yeah, there you go, that's the word I was looking for. And the runic items, of which this is going to be a very large section.
Quite a few.
And then we'll discuss some sample army lists, both in a non-comp environment and using the Triple Crown Wargaming GT comp system as well.
Yes.
So without further ado, I think we're going to get cracking. So, we're going to go for a brief explanation, or if you're a regular deep diver, a recap of how our competitive rating system works. Now, I'm sure some of you that watch lots of videos will be skipping along skip, because you've seen this before. But I'll try and be as brief as I can and as thorough as I can. So, firstly, we divide every unit in the army book into its battlefield roles. Now, this creates a system that accurately kind of represents how competitive a unit is at its job. So just because a unit won't kill 50 models in a game doesn't mean it's not competitive, it just means it's not meant to kill 50 models in a game. So the battlefield roles are as follows. You have battle line units. Now these are the regiments that form the kind of fighting line of your army. You have flanking units, so those shock troops that you use for hitting enemies in the flank in support of your battle line. You have ranged units, unsurprisingly these offer shooting threat. You have chaff units, so that's those ones that you use for hitting lone targets or that you sacrifice for battlefield advantage. You have support units, so that's those kind of uniquely Warhammer units, the things you just don't get in other war games. And then special characters, which is, well, what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
Now, there are 15 different criteria for scoring. However, each of the battlefield roles is scored on the 6 criteria that's most relevant to their job.
Yeah.
So we'll outline which criteria are used for each battlefield role, and the full details of how each criteria is broken down for scoring can be found on triplecrownwargaming.com under the rating system section, is that right?
Yes, so there's a link on
I always point to the main man for this.
So there's a link on the main deep dives page that will take you to the ratings page, and it will explain in full all of the categories, the 15 categories as James said, and which 6 categories affect which battlefield role. Yeah.
Lovely. Now, it's pretty in-depth stuff, but it's worth checking out yourself because you can kind of use it for other units in the game and things like that, which we'll touch on in a minute.
If we've not got round to sort of your army yet that
your
you do,
deep dive.
Then you can sort of put your units through it and sort of get an idea of what their score will be.
Awesome. Now, each of the criteria is worth 4 points, so that gives a total for every unit in the book out of 24. The higher the number, the more competitive its job it is. So let's have a quick go over those criteria for each battlefield role. So we'll start with battle line units. They're scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, command options, survivability, and cost. Flanking units come next. They're scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, manoeuvrability, survivability, and cost. Range units are scored on threat range, the strength of their shot, their accuracy, their versatility, their survivability, and their cost. Scott's already smiling, only halfway through. Chaff units are scored on manoeuvrability, number of attacks, strength of attacks, the slot they come from, their survivability, and their cost. Support units are scored on manoeuvrability, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. And finally, characters or special characters are scored on output, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and you guessed it, cost. So a handy tip in general, guys, is if a unit scores sort of 18 or greater, it's usually very, very strong at its roll.
Yeah.
So with that out established and recapped, if you're a regular diver, then I think we'll move on now to take a look at the Dwarf Armies special rules. So now that the formalities are out of the way, let's deep dive. Now in the Dwarf book, in the special rules section, you'll find 5 traditional special rules and one of what I'm calling an overarching special rule. So I've done that. So there's 6 things there, but 5 of them are much more kind of the way you'd view a traditional special rule, and one of them is a little different, but very cool. So we're going to start by looking at Ancestral Grudge.
And I'm going to start by going into Max's empty chair and flicking through the Dwarf book. Where is he?
Where is he?
He's just
Let's be having him. Where is he?
Just no commitment there. We are going to flick through a lot of fluff.
There we are. So Ancestral Grudge, as I said. So now every unit in the army book has this one. This gives dwarf units Hatred, Skaven, and Hatred Orcs and Goblins. Now that's hatred for everything in their army books, it's worth pointing out. So sort of even the spiders and things like that. And against every other army, you roll on a chart at the start of the game. So I'm going to ask Scott if he'll read the chart out so I don't get anything wrong.
Certainly. So you roll a d6 on this chart, and on a 1 to 2, the Dwarf General has the Hatred special rule against the opposing army's General. On a 3 to 4, all friendly character models with the Ancestral Grudge special rule have the Hatred special rule against all character models from the opposing army. And on a 5 to 6, all friendly models with the Ancestral Grudge special rule have the Hatred special rule against all models in the enemy army. So
it's such a massive step up.
Yeah. So in essence, 1 to 2, your general hates their general. 3 to 4, your characters hate their characters. 5 to 6, your entire army hates their entire army.
It's just like, what? I don't get why the middle one isn't your characters hate their army.
Yeah.
Or like your... I'm not going to go into it. But so 1 in 3 games against other armies, you're going to hate the entire opposition, basically. Yeah. I find this quite a frustrating rule. Because it genuinely makes them a really good combat army. But you just can't rely on being a really good combat army. No. Because you don't know if you're going to get it.
Yeah, unless you take like a certain 700 odd point... Oh no, 600 odd point Lord.
Yeah, I mean, he all but guarantees it, doesn't he? We'll cover him later. Yeah. But I just think this will inform a big part of what we discuss across the deep dive, that dwarves really are combined arms at best. You can't rely on one element of the shooting or the combat, and part of the reason, I think, is because this rule is a little bit unreliable.
Yeah, because you've certainly paid for this rule on everything.
Have you ever? Yeah.
So when you don't roll that 5, especially if you roll a 1 or a 2 and it's just your general hates their general, it's like you feel like you've really you're at a massive disadvantage.
You've been knocked there, you feel. So yeah, I've just got here my last point. You just can't always rely on the combat potential of dwarves, unfortunately. No. So there's not really a lot else to say. When you get it, it's great, and as Scott said, we'll cover it a bit more in depth when we look at some of the special character elements. So next up is Dwarf Crafted. Now this one is basically on all of the dwarf, what I call small arms. So when you think crossbows, handguns, drake guns, pistols, and it means when making a stand and shoot reaction with the weapon, you don't suffer the -1 penalty to your hit rolls for standing and shooting. It's decent.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not incredible because you start at BS3.
Yeah.
But it does help. It does help. And to be fair, dwarf shooting units are also pretty good in combat.
Yeah, they're not bad.
They're all sort of toughness 4.
They've all
got at least a 5 up armour save.
Yeah.
You can
Some of them have probably got a great weapon.
You could give them a great weapon, yes, and other options are available. They can have a parry save, which we'll touch on again in a moment why that's so good. So again, I think we're going back to, we're already establishing that picture of what type of army dwarfs are. They like to do some shooting. They're also decent in combat. They like to kind of combine their arms a lot of the time. So yeah, I think it's all right. I mean, in the previous edition, this was just +1 to hit for dwarf weapons.
Yeah,
which is absolutely significantly better. But they decided to try and create balance.
Tone it down.
So balance. So dwarf craft is okay.
Yeah.
We're going to move on now to Resolute. That's the next one. Another rule that basically every unit in the book has. War machines and gyrocopters are the ones that miss out on this one.
Gyrocopters would be very good with this.
Do you know, for a long time I thought they had it, and I had to keep checking because I was like, oh, that'd be so good. So the unit has +1 strength on the turn it charges. Now, it's worth saying, it's not always very easy to make a successful charge with dwarves.
No, with
they are
that outstanding movement of 3.
But there are a couple of things that we'll take a little look at later that can work quite tactically well with this. And certain runes in particular, so I'll try to remind, when we get to banner runes, please try to remind me of this again, because there's ones there. And sort of redirector tactics that we talk about all the time are the ways to sort of maximise this rule. But when you do get it, it makes dwarves hit like a ton of bricks, quite frankly, particularly if you've rolled the really good Ancestral Grudge.
+1 strength and hatred. Yeah.
Strength
Spicy.
7 hammerers.
Spicy.
Stronger, 2 points of strength stronger than a war sphinx. That's what went out. Just saying. Gigantic sphinx, a small dude with hammer.
But small dude with hammer running at
you.
Yeah.
To be fair. So personally, I actually think this is why when we look at rune weapons, you'll see you can only ever get +1 strength. That's the most strength bonus you can get from any of the runic weapons in this book. The generic ones, that is. And I think that's purposely done. Because this rule exists, Otherwise, you'd have like strength 8 dwarf lords rocking about with like initiative 5 or 6 because you can do that. So
damn balance.
Balance. So situationally, this can really help an army that isn't known for devastating charging power.
Yeah.
It's got good synergy with the right Ancestral Grudge. Is my final point, which I think we've clearly touched on.
Yeah.
Anything you think we've missed there, Scott?
No, not right now. I think it obviously pairs with another of their special rules, which sort of offsets because obviously this is only when they do the charging.
Yes.
And they obviously have another special rule, which is when they are charged, which work well together.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we've pretty much covered everything there for Resolute.
So we're going to have a little look at Relentless next. That's the next one on the list, so that's a good one to look at. So this is really simple. Units with this special rule never need to test a march if they're within 8 of the enemy, so they automatically pass.
Yeah.
Now we've talked about this on the channel before. Like anything that's automatic is generally decent.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to take the chance. Now,
especially with if you're max and rolling leadership tests.
Yes. It does also help with the poor movement of the army in a way, because it means they sort of never get that reduced if they're trying to get there. This is absolutely excellent on gyrocopters. This is where it's absolutely at its best because they are going to zip around the table. Gyrocopters / bombers, other copter type options are available. Because they're always moving 20 if they want to, which is great. Now I have got here. In reality, you're probably going to pass a leadership check with dwarves. The lowest leadership in the army is 9.
Yeah. That's the thing. I think
ogre jealousy intensifies.
That's the thing. I think it's nice that it is automatic, but you're probably going to have passed it basically all of the time anyway, because you're at least leadership 9, as you're saying. You're probably in BSB range. Could well be in general range, which will be 10.
Probably. Some of the units are 10 as well. It's worth pointing out quite a few of the units are actually 10. I've got here, look, my last point on this is just generally if a rule guarantees a result, it's a good rule.
Yeah,
but
there's no downside to it.
It's not stellar, is it? This one?
Yeah, it's not standout amazing.
So we are blitzing through these faster than a dwarf army. Onto our penultimate special rule now, and this one is the sort of last of what I'm deeming the standard special rules. I got the inverted hands in there, so I was quite pleased with myself.
The rat hands.
The rat claws.
The dwarves are not
The dwarves
happy.
immediately hatred.
They hate you. They all hate you.
So this one is called Shield Wall. And it comes it comes on any unit that comes with or can take a shield, basically. Weirdly, hammerers get this even though they can't use it, which is amazing. But we'll just move on from that. So on a turn in which the unit is charged, you gain a 5+ parry save instead of the usual 6+.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good special rule.
Yeah, it's very good. It also specifies that this bonus applies even if the unit is charged whilst they're already in combat with something else.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
So I've got here, dwarves do get charged often, and when combined with Ancestral Grudge, can really help you win combats, because you don't take as many wounds, and if you have got the hatred, you're likely to dish out a few more. This also works really well with runesmiths because they give armor piercing to regiments, which we won't really cover too much in this dive, so it's worth pointing out. So you can kind of get the armor piercing as well, which helps again to just get a little bit more mileage when you're passing your saves.
Yeah, it also works really well with one of their pieces of sort of mundane equipment, which we'll go over in a second.
Touch, yeah.
That lets you parry more often.
It's going to be longer than a second, though.
Yeah, it will be. But yeah, and this is the one that sort of is the opposite of Resolute that I was saying sort of a minute ago. So you get the +1 strength if you charge, and you get +1 to parry if you are charged. So in that first round of combat, you're either killing a hell of a lot, or you're just not dying.
Not dying, yeah. Which I've got here is a massive part of what gives Dwarves that reputation of being a real grind army.
Yeah.
Because they are really hard to get through with this.
Yeah.
I've got here, consider the fact that every unit that benefits from this rule starts with at least a 4+ armor save.
Yeah.
Because they've all got at least heavy armor and a shield.
Yeah.
So they're sort of 4 up, then a 5 up. If you're strength 3, you are not killing them.
Not killing them.
There's office 4 as well.
Yeah.
So I've again, hammerers have it but can't use it. I've put there, which is just amusing.
Yeah.
But you love to see it. It's a good rule, this one.
Yes. Yeah.
I think
definitely.
it's very good because it's consistent. Because they are going to get charged.
Yes.
And then they can, and it synergises nicely with the dwarf crafted as well.
Yeah.
Get your standard shoot. Get your bump on the parry.
Yeah.
Nice. So we're going to move on now to the final part of this, which is a rule called natural resistance. Now this is the one I called the overarching rule that is not really kind of the same as
not a special rule as such.
As such, yeah, because it's just the army has this rule.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is ask Scott to read it out so that I get it right.
So natural resistance. When a dwarf army attempts to dispel, they have a +2 bonus to all dispel attempts. Note that if the dwarves are fighting alongside a wizard, either in the same army or as part of an allied force, for whatever reason, this bonus is lost. The wizard's presence disrupts the dwarf's resistance.
Yeah, I don't really get that, but that's fine.
No. But yeah, essentially they get +2 to their dispel attempts.
Yeah. Massively helpful for an army that doesn't have wizards. Not really a lot to say about it. It's a good little rule. You've definitely paid for it.
Yes.
But what's really good about it versus other armies, I guess, whilst it's only sort of +2, not +4 if you had a high level wizard of your normal army, is that it's not dependent on a model on the table.
Yeah.
Or rather, a specific model on the table.
Yeah.
As long as you have models,
model.
yeah, you are getting natural resistance. If you've got no models, you've lost.
You have.
Or you've not started your game yet.
Yeah.
Either way.
You probably don't need the +2 to dispel.
You don't. Not at that point. So that's it.
That is all of their special rules.
That's all of this army special. It's quite a big section.
Yeah.
And I'm going to touch, as we move into the next section, I'm going to touch slightly on this again, because we're going to need to score special rules.
Yes.
So I'm going to sort of briefly cover some of that, but I'm just sort of waxing lyrical for a minute there. So let's get cracking now into the special character and unit rating section of this video. So, moving into checking out the unit ratings for the Dwarves, and the special character ratings will follow this. I'm just going to take a moment to address the elephant in the room, the shard dragon in the room, if you will. It's going to be a shard dragon today. And that's generic character profiles. So, when you put together a system for rating the choices in a Warhammer Army book, it's actually really difficult to do this for generic characters. Units like Dwarf Lord, for example, have so many options. I mean, he really is ridiculous with the options that you can take for him. And those are the things that undoubtedly decide how competitive that character is, define their value to your army, if you will.
Yeah.
So during the deep dive, we won't cover generic choices. But we have devised a couple of ways that you can get a rating for them yourself. So the first thing you can do is, when you've designed your own generic character, you can head over to triplecrownwargaming.com, check out the rating system section, and just put your character, I was going to say pop your character through that rating system, and that will give you exactly the same rating as if it was one of the pre-built special characters that we've rated. Alternatively, you can head over to the competitive character series section of the website, where you'll find the Dwarf Lord has already been done.
It has.
So you can check out our recommendations for strong Dwarf Lords there.
Yep.
Or alternatively, you can always put your Lord together and the rest of your army list, if you like, and drop it over to us on any of our social media feeds or on our email address, which is thetriplecrownguys@gmail.com.
It is.
I feel that for suspense. Me and Scott have a long-running thing with this. So there's lots of ways to get it checked out, but it won't be in this video. So Dwarf Lords, Rune Lords, they're not going to get covered.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. They might get mentioned, but not covered. So Ooh, that was a lot of words, wasn't it? I think we'll get started with the units now.
Yep.
So we're going to divide this army book up now into its respective categories and give them their competitive scores. Remember, if we feel a unit could be used in multiple categories, well, we'll put it there.
Yeah.
So we're going to begin with Battle Line for Dwarves. There's 6, I think. Quite a few. I don't know what my voice would say right there.
Very
6 of
high.
it. 6. So we've got Dwarf Warriors, Longbeards, Miners, Hammerers, Ironbreakers, and Slayers. So 6, I was correct. And we're going to start with those Dwarf Warriors. Now these guys come in with a competitive rating of 12 out of 24. So right down the middle.
Yeah, not bad.
No, not bad. I mean, core units.
For a core unit, that is not bad.
Yeah,
We've seen
not
8s
really.
and
Yeah,
7s.
I think high Spearman was a 9. He was
Yeah.
quite low, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm sure every dwarf player's like, good, the high Spearman was worse. So we get there with
Settled.
we get there with 1 for the strength of attacks, 1 for the number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 2 for command options, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Now that score assumes you went with shields. Which is why the survivability is up. If you go with a great weapon instead, you lose 2 points of survivability because your armor save drops from a 4+ on a parry. But you gain 2 points of strength, though the score is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to take a moment to explain the kind of scoring for special rules. So pretty much across the board, you're going to find we give 3 to the dwarf units. And that's just a combination of all those other special rules. So because you've got Relentless, that's pretty consistent actually.
Yeah.
You've also got several situational special rules. So you've got Shield Wall, Resolute, and then you've got Ancestral Grudge. Now everything's got at least one of those.
Yeah.
Some stuff's got more than one, and then there's units that have got additional special rules on top of that. So you'll find there's a couple that get 4s, but most of the time you're looking at about a 3. It's quite hard to quantify a value on all those special rules.
Especially the Relentless, Shield Wall and Ancestral Grudge, because they're so random. It's very situational. But yeah, I think a 3 is good to have sort of army-wide, effectively. You're going to have army-wide 3s on their special
I
rules.
think so as well, because, bunched up, those rules are always offering you something as a collective, and that's great. So I've just got really a few notes here. These guys are actually a really solid core unit. They get out-muscled in a way by the sort of shooting and the Longbeards, which are slightly better.
Yes.
But they are very good for their points, I think. I think 2 for cost, they're about the right cost, and they'll
9
do
with
you
a
a
shield,
job.
10 with a great weapon.
Yeah. You can give them great weapons and shields if you want. Give them the shooting defence and then the extra punch.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't, but you could.
No. I would definitely take one of them, though. I don't think there's any choice to leave them with just a hand weapon.
No, I don't understand why you do that.
No. Yeah, solid.
Yep. And on that bombshell of solid, we'll move on to Longbeards, which are slightly better than solid.
Yes.
So these get a 16 out of 24.
Okay.
So big jump up, but they are a quality unit in fairness to
Yeah.
them. They get 2 for their strength of attacks, 1 for their number of attacks. They get 4 for their special rules. They get 4 for their command options, 3 for their survivability, and 2 for cost. So again, I'm assuming you went with shields, and I've got exactly the same point that I had on the last one, which is if you go for great weapons, swap 2 points of strength for 2 points of survivability. I usually go for great weapons.
But take one of those options.
Yeah, one of those options again is a must.
Yeah.
My little great weapon one's on the thing there. A little point out to them. So what have I got here? Is a few.
They've got the same special rules as Dwarf Warriors. They've got Ancestral Grudge, Relentless, Resolute, and Shield Wall. They also have Immune Psychology. Very good.
Consistently strong.
Slight downside that you can never flee, but probably not the end of the world.
Probably not when they've got the stat line they've got.
Yeah.
They're pretty hard.
And they also have Old Grumblers, which I'm going to quickly flick to the Longbeards page. I think I know what this is, but I want to get it right. Unless you have it written down, or were you just going to get me to read it out?
So I've just the only note I've got on it is neat but not world beating. But I know what it is. But I'll let you read it.
Yes. So provided units with this special rule are not fleeing, any friendly dwarf unit within 6 of a unit with Longbeards can reroll failed panic tests.
Yeah.
So it's like a sort of mini pseudo BSB.
Yeah, it's like a sort of soft BSB for sort of running.
Yeah.
You don't use it all that often.
Because you've probably got a
Because
BSB.
you've probably got a BSB, and because it's hard to make units dwarves run from panic, because they've got really good leadership base. But it's nice if you're max. So I've got a few other things here. They get a 50-point magic banner choice, which is huge.
Yeah.
And for a core unit as well,
Yes.
50 points on a core unit. That's not common.
No, not really.
That's very good. Their weapon skill 5 and strength 4 basic.
Yeah.
So they're basically elite infantry
From
in
your
your core slot, which is awesome. They are not cheap though. I've given them a 2 for cost, and I've given them a 2 for cost because they are core. But realistically, they are the same points when you tool them up, pretty much, as the elite choices in the special slot, which all have additional kind of bonuses over them. Yeah, I mean, if Scott checks the points of a Longbeard with great weapon, I think it's 13 or 14.
With a great weapon?
14. That's the same points as a hammerer.
Yes, it is.
And we'll discuss why a hammerer is better when we look at the hammerer.
Yeah.
But, so you could say, well, he's overcosted then. You could say that. But I think because he's core, you have to consider the fact you're going to spend those points anyway.
Yeah.
Having a unit that good at your core means they are probably worth their points.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. The access to the magic, that big 50-point magic banner in your core, very good. I think with the shield, they're quite good. The strength 4 is nice. As you say, you can put a runesmith or a rune lord in there, give them the armor piercing, help them get through a bit more armor. Really resilient with a shield. Sort of 4 up, 5 up again on that.
They're good at
They
everything.
get charged. Yeah, they're very good. They're probably not going to go anywhere. Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, I think the immune psych's particularly good with them as well, because it either benefits the resolute or the shield wall, if you like. Because if you're going to charge into terrifying monsters with your great weapons, you're getting your resolute, and you're also kind of not taking the terror check.
You don't want to be +1 strength and then hitting on a 5.
And again, with the shield wall, it's also really good because you're not going to flee from a terror causing thing. You're not going to jog on, as we would say in Essex, jog on, because you're going to then get your shield wall definitely, which is really good. So they're a solid unit, very worth considering, guys. So we'll move on now, and I think it's in slightly the wrong order for the book.
It is,
but it's miners next. And miners get a competitive rating of 12 out of 24. So it's exactly the same as those Dwarf Warriors again. And I'll tell you why it's exactly the same as those Dwarf Warriors.
You do that, James.
Because they're exactly the same as Dwarf Warriors with great weapons.
Pretty much, yeah.
They are the same points.
Yep.
They are the same weapon skill, the same strength, the same toughness, the same save, the same cost.
Yeah.
With a great weapon.
Yeah.
They're just...
Same special rules. They're one additional special rule.
Yep.
Which is Underground Advance.
Yes, so I'm going to cover that actually in more detail later if that's alright, because we're going to look at these in flanking as well. So rather than going through Underground Advance now, stick with us when we get to flanking for miners and we'll cover that there. But I've got here, they're basically just a special choice Dwarf Warrior with great weapons, which is not incredible. I've given them a 2 for cost. Really. They get a little bit extra special rulage than the regular one.
Yeah.
But... I'm still not sure it justifies the cost of taking them out of special over the other side. But
they can take blasting charges.
That's the thing I was going to discuss now, because I think that's the thing that works quite well with them as a kind of battle line unit more. So if we have a quick look at blasting charges, I realised that I sent you on a fool's errand there, Scott. You were looking and then I took it away.
Don't worry about looking. Okay, and then you said no, you need to look.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I've got a note here to discuss blasting charges.
Just vamp. No, I found it. So blasting charges, so these are a 1-use only missile weapon. Only range 4, strength 4, armor piercing, quick to fire, flaming attacks. And the entire unit must throw their blasting charges at the same time. I don't really know why that's a note there. Don't know why that was necessary. Okay for sort of stand and shoot. It's really all you're ever going to use it for.
You put them up, they get charged by something. You go with a stand and shoot on that. It's quick to fire as well, so they can always do the stand and shoot, which is quite helpful.
They don't have dwarf crafted. So you are going to suffer the -1 to stand and shoot.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you can be hitting on 5s. So,
but actually, you're going to be hitting on 6s because you're going to be at long range.
Yes.
Because no one's charging you from 2 inches away.
That's pretty dreadful, isn't it? They are useful, though, with the taking regen off if you decide to take small units and lob-eth them on something in the shooting phase, which is another option. But overall, miners are just okay.
Yeah. Oh, just okay.
Just okay, and they're a special slot choice, which hurts them big time. Yeah. So moving from just okay to pretty good again. We're going a nice little up and down wave for our duels, because we're going to take a look at hammerers now.
Found them.
And these guys come in with a competitive rating of 17 out of 24.
Ooh.
So we're getting into the real meaty territory with these. They get a 4 for their strength of attacks. They get a 2 for their number of attacks, a 4 for their special rules, a 4 for their command option, sadly only a 1 for their survivability, and a 2 for cost.
So, these guys, if I'm not wrong, have the same stat line as a Longbeard, except they have an extra attack.
And they also have stubborn.
They do also have stubborn.
But they lose immune to psych, I believe.
Yeah, they lose immune to psych, but not the end of the world.
Not really.
No. They also even have King's Guard.
Yep.
So if the general is in a unit of hammerers, then any member of that unit can accept a challenge. And this rule lasts as long as the general is in the unit.
Yeah, it's wicked.
Yeah, really good. You don't have to worry about your unit champion getting sort of killed that first turn. I mean, it's not a guarantee. He is toughness 4, and he does have 3 attacks, so he'll probably kill whatever's hitting him if it's sort of another unit champion.
Yeah.
But yeah, really sort of solid rule there.
I think the big kickback on these is just to touch back on Longbeards. They're the same price as a Longbeard as we discussed earlier, so they're way more kick out, but they are special. So you've got to find the points for them, if you like. But I've got a few things here which I think are worth pointing out. That they are painfully the correct points cost. I've got here pricey with lots of potential, but teeter on the edge of overcosted. I think they are just about the right cost. Which is really frustrating because the kind of most competitive units in Warhammer tend to be
too cheap.
Too cheap, yeah. So you will get what you pay for.
Yeah.
They don't have Gromrel armor; they only have heavy armor, which really annoys me.
Yeah, I don't really get that. Fluff-wise, I just don't get that.
No, it just annoys me.
They're literally King's Guard, hence the special rule, and they don't have the best armor the dwarves can make.
They don't have
Why not?
Yeah, I don't get it, but they don't. So here we are.
They'd be so good with a 4-up save.
Oh, they'd be way better.
Yeah.
They'd be really strong. Now they are stubborn, as we said. They do have shield wall, which is useless.
Because they don't have shields, and even if you can take them, but you can't use them in combat because you have a great weapon, which you have to use.
No. So look, that said, the shield, the buying the shield would up their survivability against shooting by 1.
Yeah.
So you could argue against shooting there an 18 if you wanted. I probably would to try and get them in.
Yeah.
Because they are pricey. But there's a couple of other little things that are nice little point outs here. The champion can take a runic weapon. Now, this is one of those weird times. Do they actually have a hand weapon on their profile? I meant to check this.
Flick through.
They should have, because otherwise you can't really take a runic weapon. One of those weird little anomalies, because you can't rune a great weapon.
They do have hand weapons.
So he runes up his hand weapon, basically. Now, there's a really good option here for just putting a rune of burning on him. He's got 3 attacks. He would then go before his hammerer buddies and strip the regen off, and we'll talk loads about stripping the regen off in this video. And that's really nice internal synergy for the hammerer unit.
Yeah.
So that's really cool, and they've got the biggest runic standard allowance. That's the word. In the book, which is a whopping 75 points. And that's really strong because of the jealous runes. When we look at rune lore later, we'll see why that's so good. It just means you can build way more combinations on hammerers. So they are a good unit. They're a really good choice.
Yeah, they are. They are very good. It's no surprise you see them quite often in Dwarf armies.
Yeah, I agree. So moving on, we're going to take a look at Iron Breakers now. And these come in with a competitive rating of 16 out of 24 again.
Okay.
So just a slight step down from the 17. But they get 2 for their strength of attacks, 1 for their number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, 4 for their command options, 3 for their survivability, and I've given them a 3 for their cost. I think these are one of the few units that could be a point or 2 dearer and still be very viable.
Okay.
I think you could get a point on these and not feel like you've paid too much. They always go the distance.
Yeah.
So I've got here that it's really the number of attacks that draw these guys back. So what stands out about them is that I've got here, for me, they're actually the best unit in the book. Because they synergise so strongly with the Oathstone and the Rune of Stoicism, which we'll talk about in a little while. But this is thanks to their special rule, which is called Shield Wall of Gromrel, which I'll let Scott read.
Yep, so models with this special rule always receive a +1 bonus to any parry save they are eligible to take, not just in turns in which they are charged.
So always getting a 5+ parry.
Yeah.
These guys come with Gromrel armour, so they're on a 3+, 5+. And they will stay there.
Yeah.
And if you give them the Rune of Stoicism, that makes them stubborn. It goes on a banner, so it's like one of the last things to die.
Yeah. The unit itself is literally 10, so you don't even need to put a character in there.
Yeah.
Or have it close by. Very, very good.
And then when we discuss the Oathstone properly later, the benefit to these guys, though, is that you get to parry in the flanks and rear with an Oathstone, which obviously with that shield wall of Glomril is incredible. So I've got here, for me, they should always have that combination going on.
Yeah.
I never take them without it. And I think if you do that, it's quite obvious that their special rules goes from a 3 to a 4. Because you're looking and saying, well, look, they have got that internal synergy in their special rules now. They always parry on a 5 and they parry in all the sides.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And they don't run, so they're always doing it until you've killed them to the man, pretty much. So I've got the score jumps by 1 for special rules, and I actually think that they're one of the few units you can really exploit for synergy, which is part of the reason their cost is a 3. They're slightly undercosted, arguably, but it's that exploitability factor that we give a 3 for.
Yeah.
So
I think that's fair.
Yeah, for me they're a 17, but they are a 16 without those combos, and that's how we put them in the standard rating. So on to our final battle line unit now, and this is Slayers. Now I've got a little. This is loads of fun. You can't see the cheat sheet at home, but it's like a mess. So their competitive rating's a bit of an odd one, okay? Because these guys have the option to use 2 hand weapons or a great weapon in every round of combat, they kind of mess up the rating system a bit. They don't work too well, and they've got a bit of a litany of special rules. So what I've got here is they get a 4 for special rules, a 4 for command options, a 1 for survivability, and a 2 for cost. And then if you go with 2 hand weapons, they get 14 overall, which gives them 2 for attacks and 1 for strength attacks. And if you go with great weapons, they're a 15 overall because they just get the 1 for attack, 2 the other way. So I think, maybe they're the same. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm getting confused. Hang on. 4, 8, 10.
No, they'd get
11.
3 for strength. You'd get 2 points extra if you gave them a great weapon. You'd get 1 point extra if you go for 2 hand weapons. Because you get 1 extra attack, but 2 extra points of strength.
That's correct, yeah. Lovely. So we are where we are. So I'm right. It's a 14 and a 15. Now, I'm going to let Scott read through their special rules, because this is really what defines them, and I'm just going to make a mess if I try and paraphrase them.
So the first one on the page is Death Blow. So if a model with this special rule is reduced to 0 wounds by close combat attacks or stomps, but not impact hits, he can immediately make a single Death Blow attack before he's removed as a casualty. A Death Blow attack can be resolved against any enemy model in base contact, and in its unusual sequencing aside, is resolved exactly like a normal close combat attack, and therefore uses any special rules that would normally apply. If a model with the Death Blow special rule is slain in a challenge, his Death Blow attack must be directed at the opposing model in the challenge. Once the Death Blow has been resolved, remove the model as a casualty, and resolve the rest of the combat, including any more Death Blows. So they hit you when they die.
Yeah, it's good.
Slayer. Slayers ignore penalties to strength, and always cause a wound on a to wound roll of a 4+, unless they would need a light result. Use the Slayer's strength characteristics after bonuses from special rules such as Resolute, or those granted by runic weapons, great weapons, etc., to determine the armour save modifier for any successful wounds. Slayer axes. So this is, as James was saying, Slayers turn up to battle with a variety of axes. At the start of each combat, a Slayer unit must choose to fight with either a great axe, which is a great weapon, or a pair of axes, which is an additional hand weapon. If a Slayer has a runic weapon, he loses the benefit of this special rule.
He certainly does.
And finally, Slayer Cult. Only models with the Slayer special rule are allowed to join units of Slayers. Furthermore, Slayer characters can never be the army's general or join any unit other than Slayers.
So, lots
I said Slayers a lot there.
A lot to unpack. The other things is they keep the army special rules we discussed. That's Resolute, Shield Wall. No, they don't have Shield Wall. They have Resolute, Relentless, and Ancestral Grudge. They also get Unbreakable.
Yeah, they do.
So you've got to kill them to the man, and when you kill them to the man, they hit you again. So yeah, they're solid. Now they're a bit odd as well because their champion, if you like, is a Giant Slayer.
Yes.
Now you can actually purchase a lot of Giant Slayers. You could have a whole unit of Giant Slayers if you want.
That's expensive.
Yes, they're 24 points each, so that's very expensive then. So I think I'd just treat them as a champion for myself and just drop one in there. Yeah. Enough for you guys that like to put a couple in there. But either way, they're...
you get sort of additional bonuses to a normal champion as well. So you get an extra attack as a Giant Slayer, an extra initiative, an extra point of strength, and an extra point of weapon skill.
Yeah, and even better, you also get the access to Runic Weapon.
You do. 25 points of Runic Weapon.
And you know what costs 10 points, Scott?
Is it the Rune of Burning?
The Rune of Fire. Yeah. So, the Rune of Burning is the canon one. The Rune of Fire is the one.
The rune that gives you flaming attack.
Yes, and again, that Initiative 3 becomes huge because the Slayer's Initiative 2 goes first. really strong, or because they choose to use their great weapons and strike last. So
Yeah.
their big drawback is they're let down by survivability.
Yeah, they have no save.
No, but they are toughness 4,
They
and
are.
they do get a 50-point magic banner.
Yeah, and there is a banner which I'm sure we'll go over later, which gives them a 5 up ward against shooting, is it?
Yeah, it gives units within 6 a 5 up ward against shooting. So there are ways to get it on there, but you'll usually put it onto your BSB and bounce it over that way. But either way, they're mixed bag Slayers for me. I actually think they're quite good. Whenever I've fought against them, I've found them really difficult to deal with. They do struggle with armour.
Yes. Yeah.
But
it helps if you go with a great weapon. Gives you 2 points to sort of cut through.
Yeah.
But because obviously a Rune Lord or Smith can't go in the unit because they're not Slayers, so you can't get the sort of armour piercing that you can on all the other Dwarf units in there that way, which is a shame.
But you can sort of rock your 2 hand weapons for extra attacks, and then throw an extra on when you die, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So there's I've got here there is potential for Slayers. They need to be looked at in the right type of list, I think.
Yeah.
But even that lack of survivability, the fact you have to get them to the man because they're unbreakable really helps them.
Yeah.
So that's it. We've gone through the battle line. So it's time to take a look at those dwarf flanking units. Now I'm sorry to say that dwarfs are a little short in this department.
Terrible.
We've just got miners and rangers, guys. So not too much to look at. And miners come up first with a competitive rating of 12 out of 24.
So a little bit less.
Exactly the same, actually.
Oh, is it the same?
Exactly the same.
Oh, okay.
We haven't actually had less than 12 yet, which is a theme. So yeah, exactly the same. 3 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 2 for manoeuvrability, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Now I know what you're thinking, 2 for manoeuvrability, they move 3. How? But what we're going to have a look at now is the underground advance that we momentarily glazed over earlier.
Yes. So underground advance. A unit with this special rule can deploy using the ambusher special rule. Additionally, in the turn in which the unit arrives as ambushers, they are counted as being in soft cover.
So these are the best ambushers in Warhammer.
Because they get to choose.
Because it says can, not must.
Yeah.
Huge. Now, there's an option here called a steam drill as well, and I've assumed that you've taken the steam drill because I assume you want them to do a job. And this is an upgrade for your champion. It is pricey, it's 25 points. But again, I'll let Scott explain what the steam drill does.
Yeah, so a minor unit equipped with a steam drill can reroll a failed arrival for its ambusher special rule. Additionally, the prospector, which is the unit champ, can use it in combat. It's +3 strength, always strikes last, requires 2 hands.
It's like a big great weapon.
Yeah.
It's quite
just
cool.
drills you.
The actual model is like a spade that's like a pneumatic spade type thing, which I just love. I just love that. But yeah, very cool. So yeah, I mean the fact that you can re-roll that arrival really helps to offset the lack of manoeuvrability for the army.
Yeah.
Which is why we've looked at them as a flanking unit. So yeah, flanking is not a Dwarf Army's forte I've got here.
Not really, no.
But you can get some movement out of these guys. Otherwise they're just special choice warriors with great weapons. That's it. But you know, it's an option for you. And actually when we look at lists, there is a list type that I think these guys work quite well in.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look at that. So we're going to move on now to Rangers.
Yes.
Now Rangers also come in with a competitive rating of 12 out of 24.
Ooh.
So we get there for 3 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 2 for manoeuvrability, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. I actually think these guys are okay.
Yeah.
The worst part about them is they're rare.
Yeah.
Which is really annoying.
Yeah, if they were special, they'd be a lot better.
They're basically, again, just a quarreller, which comes with a great weapon.
Yeah.
And they're actually the same points as a quarreller with a great weapon, to my memory. Or they might be 1 point dearer. Hang on, I've got it written down, I think.
Find it first.
Yep.
Probably not me.
Same cost as a quarreller with a great weapon I've got here.
Okay.
You don't pay for the scout special rule on them. They come with scouts.
Yeah.
Which is why we looked at them as a flanking unit, obviously. So I actually think, even though they're rare, they're probably about the right cost.
Yeah.
Because I'm not paying any points for scouts, which feels like a nice little bonus, but they are a rare slot choice, which the opportunity cost is massive.
Yeah. They also have throwing axes.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so they have a crossbow, but they do also have throwing axes.
Which is what you will use.
Yeah.
Because if you move, the crossbow can't be shot.
Yeah.
And you will move.
And you want to move.
So they can purchase shields as well, guys, for a point. I'm not sure
But
it's worth it.
bump their save against shooting, I probably wouldn't bother.
Probably wouldn't bother either. Again, I think they work in a type of list, which we'll discuss later, and that's that really, again, you won't buy the shields from in that type of list because there's so much other threat and other problems, they probably won't get shot too much.
Yeah.
So I also have put here, I think Quarrelers are arguably just a smidge overcosted. I think I've put most of the Dwarf units at about the right cost. But that's mainly because I look at other armies enviously and their stuff is cheap. And I'm like, I want it to be as cheap as that.
Yeah.
I've got... I've only given them 1 for number of attacks because they won't really use the crossbow in flanking. Although you could, because I'd missed the throwing axes completely, give them a second point of attack because if they have a shooting weapon, we generally do.
Yeah.
So you could bump them to 13.
It's quite short range though, throwing axe.
Yes.
So you're not going to use it. You're probably going to use it once.
Yeah, maybe twice on a good
Maybe.
day. They are scouts.
That's true, actually.
So that helps.
That's true. Maybe.
So, and that's it. That's flanking. I know you was already excited about that section. So we're gonna shoot straight through into the ranged units, and there's plenty to discuss in this section. Plenty to discuss.
I'm going to be backwards and forwards through this book.
So we've got Quarrelers, Thunderers, Cannons, Bolt Throwers, Grudge Throwers, Organ Guns, Flame Cannons, Rangers, and Iron Drakes. Just the 9 units.
Just 9. Just 9.
I think that's the biggest section ever. So we'll start with the Quarrelers. We're going for your core units, and these come in with an 11 out of 24. So these are actually the lowest
First one that's
score.
dropped below a 12.
Yeah, and this is really, for Dwarves, almost everything in this deep dive, spoilers, is going to come between like a 12 and a sort of 16, 17, almost everything. And it just goes to show that everything in the book is about middle of the road. It's about
it's solid.
As competitive as everything else.
Yeah.
It's all quite solid, and it's best employed in that combined arms again. A bit of column A, a bit of column B.
Yeah.
So Quarrelers, 11 out of 24. They get 1 for their threat range, 2 for their strength of shots, 2 for their accuracy, 2 for their versatility, 3 for their survivability, and 1 for their cost. They practically average 2 for everything. I've given them shields because I think you would. It's a point, and it's a huge improvement of survivability. And I've given them an extra point on accuracy as well for the Dwarf Crafted because they will stand and shoot relatively regularly. They are, for me, still at least a point overcosted. Maybe 2 if I'm honest.
Yeah.
They are expensive. I think they're... I haven't got it here, so I'll get you to look, but I've got a feeling they're about 12 points, and they might be 13 with a shield.
They are 13 with a shield.
That's a lot.
14 if you give them a grey weapon.
That's a lot. A Dwarf Warrior with a shield is 9.
9.
So I'm paying 4 points for that crossbow.
I think that's a Warhammer in general thing.
That's an 8th edition problem, isn't it?
Ranged weapons are just overcosted.
I'm just not sure that it's basically half as much again for a crossbow. It's just not worth half as much again.
No, especially when you can't even move and shoot it.
No.
Yeah.
Now you can use them in a battle line roll as well if you want, because they're basically just a Dwarf Warrior with a crossbow.
They are, yeah.
But if you move, you lose the crossbow shooting, so I just wouldn't consider them. They're counter charge basically if you want them. You can give them great weapons, as Scott said, which would do not a lot of difference actually. In fact, it would make them worse in this because they don't get anything for strength attacks. So they would lose a bit of survivability and the score would go down. But if you want to use them in that counter-chargey type, battle line-y type role, you could give them a great weapon.
Yeah, you could.
I just think they're best, really, if I'm honest, with shields, unless you're building something really specific. That's it, really. Sorry to be a bit of a bum on them. They are something that really comes up a lot, though, in Dwarf Armies.
Yeah, you do see them a lot.
And I still take them, because all of the shooting weapons are not move or fire.
Yeah.
That extra 6 inches, that 30 inches of range from the crossbow does make a difference. So I know that doesn't necessarily reflect very well in their deep dive score because the range brackets are quite broad, and so the extra 6 inches doesn't differentiate them from a handgun. So, but it does on the tabletop slightly.
Yeah.
So slight shortcoming of my brilliantly designed threat range system there.
But I mean, I think a reason you do see them a lot in Dwarf Armies is because they're core. You have to spend the points on something. You're probably not going to spend all of your points on Longbeards or Warriors, so you're going to take some shooting from your core.
You also want some chaff clearance. There's other things that do it, but I think they work as part of an ensemble. Again, everything for me with Dwarves is very ensemble.
Yeah.
And we'll look at gyros, which are good at that too. And I think together there's good combos there.
Yeah.
So I've yapped on about Quarrelers a bit. Thunderers, which are coming up next, they come in with a 12 out of 24, so 1 point higher. And that's very similar for the for the Quarrelers. 1 for threat range, 2 for strength of shots, 2 for accuracy, 3 for versatility, so an extra point, 3 for survivability, and again 1 for cost. Again, I've assumed you've taken shields.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the Quarrelers, they can't take a great weapon.
No.
So they are the more defensive choice.
Yeah.
And that's just an overhang because you used to be able to upgrade Quarrelers to Rangers, which could take. But they used to be an upgrade rather than a separate choice. So it's just a hangover thing, I think, to cover that.
Okay.
But their shooting is slightly more versatile because they have armor-piercing shots, so they just get through a little bit more.
Do have 6 inches shorter range though.
Yeah, and the unit is slightly less versatile in terms of its combat output. So, you know, the score's about the same. They are, for me, relatively interchangeable, if I'm being completely honest. I think having a bit of both is quite good because you've got a little bit of armor piercing, just help you punch through if you're fighting something that's a little more armor heavy. Warriors of Chaos, Knight heavy armies.
Yeah.
And then the 30-inch range on the Quarrelers and the options there are also good.
One thing I would actually say quickly, which I'm sure we'll talk about when we move on to the mundane equipment, I think I would if I took Thunderers, I think I'd always take the brace of Dwarf pistols on the champion.
Well, you know what I've got here, Scott?
Have you got that point as well?
Best thing about them is the champion's upgrades. Make sure to mention brace of Dwarf pistols and the synergy that it offers.
So it's a free upgrade. It's a free upgrade. You swap his handgun for a brace of Dwarf pistols, which are stat-wise exactly the same, except they're range 12
instead of 24,
and multiple shots 2. They are quick to fire as well, which is nice. But what it means is all of your stand and shoots are done at the maximum range of the shortest range weapon in the unit.
That is correct.
Which means the unit counts as being at 12 inches when you stand and shoot them, which means the rest of your Thunderers are at short range.
Yeah, which means they hit on a 4 because they don't suffer the stand and shoot penalty.
Yeah.
So that's
really good.
why I like them as well. I've got that here. He also gets 3 attacks. 2 attacks. 3
attacks.
He
gets an extra one.
3 attacks. I wasn't sure if they've got +1 attack. They are literally just a Dwarf warrior with a gun.
Yes, they don't even get +1 ballistic skill like a lot of ranged champions get. They are just a Dwarf warrior with a gun.
So I like a bit of both. I've got it's a personal choice between the two on here. Very good. So we're now going to take a look at a section that I'm calling Dwarf Artillery because it is full of Dwarf Artillery. In this part, we're going to briefly discuss some engineering runes.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to try not to go into detail. The Dwarf Deep Dive has been really interesting putting it together because there's a lot of crossover between the different sections, quite a lot more than we've had in some of our other deep dive videos. So if you're a regular diver, it might feel a little different in places. It's worth bearing in mind what we say about them in this section when we look at them in more detail later as well. We probably will cover it twice, knowing the way that I do things. But it's just worth pointing out. So I'm going to start with the cannon. And this one comes in with a competitive rating of 18 out of 24. It's a big boy score.
Yeah.
It's not a shock. In fact,
not really.
A lot of these come in very, very strongly. So
everyone knows how good a cannon is.
Yeah, it's a 3 for threat range, a 4 for the strength of its shots, a 3 for its accuracy, a 1 for its versatility, a 4 for its survivability, and a 3 for its cost.
Yeah.
It's really is one of the few things in the book, again, that you can exploit for its points. Like we had with the Iron Breakers on the 3 earlier. You can exploit these for their points. So I've got here, it's a standard cannon, lots of range, lots of threat. Not a lot to say beyond that.
No, not really.
Like all cannons, it's not very versatile.
No.
But I've gone for a 3 on its cost as the engineering runes allow you to exploit the life out of a dwarf cannon. Different runes on different cannons. Rune of Burning, Rune of Forging, both stand out.
Yeah.
And the Rune of Burning gives the cannonball flaming attacks. So you know how much regen big monsters there are in Warhammer in competitive settings. And the Rune of Forging allows you to re-roll the artillery dice if it's a misfire when you shoot a cannon.
So good. So
you're not going to be rolling on that black powder misfire chart with one of those all that often.
It means you don't need an engineer as well.
Yeah, and an engineer is 70 points, and a Rune of Forging is 25 points. So it's an absolute no-brainer.
And an engineer can only affect one artillery piece as
That
well.
is
It's
correct.
not like you're paying for that so you can affect everyone in a certain range.
And I believe they also nominate as well. They go,
They
I'll
do.
nominate that one
Before
before it
it
fires.
rolls,
So if the one next to it then goes kaboom, you're pretty upset.
Yeah.
So again, 25 points on top of the cost of the cannon to make it re-roll the artillery dice. You take a second one, add the Rune of Burning, 30 points for that combination. Now you've got 2 different sets of runes. We'll cover why you have to do that later. And you've got 2 really powerful threats.
Yeah. And if you want a third cannon, if you want to go 3 cannons, you just give the third one just a Rune of Burning.
Yeah, to be honest, you can give it a rune of... There's other runes as well.
Yeah,
they're just not standout runes.
Yeah.
But there's a couple that are really quite useful that we'll look at later. Because you can have 3 runes up to 100 points on a cannon.
Yeah.
So there's lots of versatility as well. Now, I've just got here the last point is that all of the dwarf artillery we discussed has the stubborn special rule.
Yeah, it does.
Which is nice if you can hold your opponent off of them till quite late in the game. Toughness 4, 5 up armor save. 5 up armor save, just make that clear because I sort of rolled my words there. I think they're heavy armour.
I would have thought so. Basically nothing in the dwarf armor.
Basically nothing's less than that. You know, they're not easy to kill as a cannon crew with enemy chaff. Oh, he's going to check.
No, they're light armor.
Oh, they are light armour, sorry. Okay. Still not that easy to kill though, because it's toughness 4. And being stubborn is nice, so it's an extra option. So we'll move on now to the bolt thrower next. Now this one...
You're not going in order, interesting.
Is I'm going in order, I think, from the
army list rather than
from the page, yeah. So bolt throwers next, they're 15 out of 24, so it's a bit of a step down, but it's probably not a huge surprise. So these get 3 for their threat range, 3 for their strength of shots, 1 for their accuracy, 3 for their versatility, 4 for their survivability, and 2 for their cost. I've got here, they just struggle to have a meaningful impact on the game with only 1 shot and a low ballistic skill.
Yeah.
I think what makes elf bolt throwers so attractive is that second shooting option where they can blast 6 bolts out that don't suffer the multiple shot penalty. And the fact
they're a better ballistic skill.
I was going to say, and they start with BS4.
Yeah.
Now that said, you know, multiple wounds D3 on that bolt, no armour saves, and piercing ranks really does help to threaten several unit types with it. But the single shot is obviously the thing that keeps letting it down.
Yeah.
I've given it a 2 for cost because it's quite hard to exploit these even with runes. They really are just about their points. They're not too expensive though, so they are worth considering. No. Now I've got here, I would look seriously at a rune of accuracy or Flaxen's rune of seeking, or both, on these to bump their accuracy. And if you do that, they go up to a 16 out of 24, which is a nice rating.
Yeah.
They aren't a huge points investment. I think if you give them a single rune of Flaxen's rune of seeking, they're 70 points. Single rune of accuracy on one, 75 points.
Yeah, they're 55 base.
80 points. 80 points with a rune of accuracy, and 70 points with a Flaxen's rune of seeking, which, to be honest, I think I would always have a Flaxen's rune of seeking on it and then combine it with some of the others.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, because it's really good for 15 points. We'll cover why that is. It's bolt thrower specific one.
It is.
But it is good for 15 points. So I don't want to get too bogged down because we will cover them properly later. So our final piece of special choice artillery is the Grudge Thrower. And it comes in with a 20 out of 24. It's a whopping score. So we get there with 4 for its threat range. It doesn't need line of sight.
Yeah.
4 for its strength of shots, because it's strength 9 on the whole. 2 for accuracy, 3 for its versatility, 4 for its survivability, and again, it's 3 for cost, because this one is exploitable again.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Who saw that coming, is what I've got there. The humble Grudge Thrower putting in the best score in the book so far. Now, I have to say, they are pretty great. They're 80 points basic with no runes.
Yeah.
Which makes them cheaper than any other stone thrower in the game, bar like the Orcs and Goblin ones. I think they might be cheaper.
Maybe.
But I'm not sure they are, you know. I think they're about the same sort of points. Probably should have checked that before I came on. They're exceptionally cheap, basically.
They are very cheap, yeah.
And the thing that makes them so good is they have a 100-point runic item, runic engineering rune allowance, rather. And there's so many runes that are good on them. So many, which means you can build the different combinations you have to build really, really easily.
Yeah.
I think that a rune of penetration on these are a bit of a no-brainer. Now that means that the shot under the hull is strength 10 and the burst is strength 4, and that is hideously good for threatening just about anything.
Yeah.
I've also got a couple of others here that are really good. Forging and accuracy are both very good. That allows you to reroll the artillery dice or the scatter dice respectively.
Yep.
Now you could actually take all 3 of them on one Grudge Thrower in combination, which is pretty horrible.
You can take 2 runes of penetrating and both of those others as well.
You can't, because the second rune of penetrating counts as one of the 3 runes that you're maximum allowed.
Okay.
So, but you could take 2 runes of pen and 1 of those, which I would take the artillery dice one, the rune of forging one, because that's the one that stops you killing yourself. But again, rune of burning is another great choice because it's cheap, allows you to build more combos. And the second rune of penetrating allows you to reroll 1 dice
One single
game.
failed to wound roll during the course
Which
of
is
battle.
excellent, because there's nothing worse than when you hit Scott's
Direct
great
hit.
unclean one on the head. I think it scattered off Epidemus 10 and
It
landed
did.
straight on his noggin.
It did.
And I rolled the 1 to wound, and Scott was really pleased. And I was like, I'm sorry, mate, I've got the second Rune of Penetrate, and I'll use that now. Dead great unclean one. So, yeah, it's all very good.
Yeah, they're solid, grudge those.
Yeah, and I think
solid.
that, to be honest, I think you can just grab one, stick a single Rune of Penetration on it, and for 120 points, it's just hideous. Doesn't need anything else if it doesn't want it. It's so versatile. Big fan. Really like them.
Yeah.
I know Scott's not a huge stone thrower fan, but I think these are
No,
probably the best stone throwers in Warhammer, actually.
Yeah.
Because they're so sort of, you can keep them cheap, you can make them quite pricey, you can do so much with them. So very cool.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on now to our rare artillery. We've got 2 pieces.
We do.
And the rare but not so rare organ gun is first, because you see these all the time. These come in with the 17 out of 24. So we're back up into the high stakes territory again. 2 for threat range on these guys, 2 for the strength of their shots, 2 for their accuracy, 4 for their versatility, 4 for their survivability, and again another one that is 3 for its cost, because it's super exploitable. Now I'm going to ask Scott if he'll just read out to everyone at home how the organ gun actually fires.
Yes. So to fire the organ gun, select a target according to the normal rules for shooting, then roll 2 artillery dice to find out how many shots are fired. If one of the dice rolls a misfire, the firing mechanism is not working properly, or it suffers a minor jam. All shots fired from the organ gun this turn are -1 to hit. If both dice roll a misfire, no shots are fired, and a critical fault has occurred, roll a d6 and consult the Black Powder War Machine misfire chart in the rulebook.
We don't like that.
The number of shots fired by the organ gun is equal to the total of both artillery dice. After determining the number of shots, roll that number of dice to hit the target using the Cruise Ballistic skill and applying all appropriate modifiers. However, the organ gun never suffers a hit penalty for firing multiple shots.
It certainly doesn't. So, it's got a 30-inch range.
It does, which I thought was 24, which I think I'm getting from the Hellblast.
That's the volley gun, yeah, it's better. But it does shoot 1 less barrel than the volley gun.
Yeah.
Volley gun shoots 3 artillery dice.
Yeah.
But it is strength 5 and it's armour piercing. So I've got here, it gets a 2 for accuracy because it basically has multiple shots without the penalty for multiple shots.
Yeah.
It has a 4 for versatility due to its armour piercing and its pseudo multiple shots, as I've put here. Another really strong score and another choice that really pumps up its competitive score with runes as well.
Yeah.
A single rune of accuracy for 25 points is a particular standout because it ups its ballistic skill to 4, which is huge.
Yeah, it's worth saying the organ gun and the flame cannon, so the rare artillery, can only take 50 points of runes.
They can.
And the special can take 100.
On the plus side, though, guys, a rune of forging and a rune of accuracy is 50 points.
It is.
So that's re-rolling one of those artillery dice, so it's very rarely going to bump
Actually
on
roll on the misfire chart.
misfire chart.
It's actually quite rarely going to get the -1 to hit either, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because you're really unlikely to roll 2 artillery. It's
You've
1
got
in
to roll.
36.
You've got to roll 2 misfires.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, very good, and I generally have one with that combo and one with just the +1 to hit, if I'm honest, because the accuracy. Because if it dies, it dies. But but I think it's really important that I get the most out of it. If you give it just that rune of accuracy, it bumps the score to 18 out of 24 immediately as well. So we're looking at that and saying, don't just take this on face value. You will probably want to pay for some runes, and it will pump the score quite a lot. And our last piece of artillery we've got there, which is the flame cannon. And this one comes in with a 15 out of 24, so we're back into bolt thrower territory. Now, we get 2 for threat range, 2 for strength of shots, 3 for accuracy, 3 for versatility, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. Not only is this not exploitable, really, it's really expensive.
Yeah.
So we've got 140 points, makes it the most expensive basic cost artillery in the book.
Yeah.
Now, the supercharging of its shot has a horrible drawback.
Sure, yeah.
So it's a flame cannon, basically. So you place the flamer template at the end of the barrel, and you roll an artillery dice, and that's how far it bounces forward, and then everyone touched by the template takes a strength 5 flaming hit.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yeah, with multiple wounds D3.
Oh, multiple wounds D3.
As well as
apologies.
flaming,
So that's really scary if you're an ogre.
Or a troll.
Or a troll, yeah.
Terrifying if you're a troll.
Or you can supercharge it, which allows you to place the template anywhere within 12 of the end of the barrel, and then it follows the normal shooting. But if you do, I believe if it misfires, it minuses 1 from the roll on the black powder misfire.
Yes.
Which means it explodes 50% of the time it misfires. Which I've got here means that a rune of forging is an absolute auto take.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which means it's a 165 point piece of artillery, which is very expensive. I want to point out that a magma cannon is 145 points in the Chaos Dwarf book. It's exactly the same, except it can place its shot within 24 instead of 12.
And doesn't get the -1.
I think it does.
Oh, does it?
But I think it does. But their wizards are also engineers.
Yeah.
But the crucial point is that the magma's really good because it has that huge reach.
Massive range.
Whereas this doesn't even have a great amount of reach.
Not
either.
really.
And you've invested a lot of points in it, and it's in your rare slot. It's versatile, as all fire throwers are. I've got here.
Yeah.
That's its best trait, really.
Yeah.
As
to be fair though, I think you probably do the supercharged shot like once. You do it turn 1 when the enemy's sort of 20 inches away. Hope for a big roll, and then the rest of the time you probably don't bother.
Probably, although it's only got a maximum 18-inch range at that point.
Yeah, but
And that's just touching the tip of the template.
yeah, but you deploy it 12 inches on,
Oh yeah.
and 18 inches, assuming your enemies move forward 6, assuming you're playing sort of battle line, you're going to hit something.
Yeah, fair play.
I think I'd probably only use that once if I used it at all. If they go first, you might not use it at all.
I just think there's no place for it.
I do still think it's too expensive.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So moving on, we're going to look at the rare slot, and actually the lowest score in the book is the Rangers in the shooting slot. So better as a flanking unit.
Yes.
These get a 1 for threat range, a 2 for the strength of their shots, 2 for their accuracy, 2 for versatility, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. And it just comes down to the fact that you can make quarrelers kind of more survivable, more survivable for the value, if you like, because you can't. If you take a shield on these, they don't get them in combat.
No,
so that's huge.
No, because they have to use the great weapon.
So again, I've got with great weapons, leave the shields at home,
core.
and quarrelers core. An extra point of survivability if you want to take the shield is available against ranged attacks. Giving them an extra point of accuracy again due to Dwarf crafted.
Yeah.
Scouts is useful for getting the move or fire unit into sort of range. but only in the initial positioning. Because after that, if you start moving them like you want to do with scouts, you won't be shooting those quarreler crossbows. So I'm afraid 10 out of 24 is probably about right. They're not a great dedicated shooting unit. They're better if you use them as a kind of advanced
shoot
attacking
them once.
unit. Yeah.
Probably shoot their crossbows like once, and then throw your axes, move and throw your axes.
Yeah, I think shoot once, push yourself in front of an enemy unit, and then do the stand and shoot, or the axes, whatever's better.
Yeah.
And then fight it out with your great weapons, which is good, but not really what I'd define as a role for a dedicated shooting unit.
No, not really.
And finally, we've got the last of our small arms shooting, which is the Iron Drakes. Now these come in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24.
Okay.
So again, middle of the pack.
Yeah, solid.
So we've got a 1 for their threat range. That's really their big letdown. It's only a 21-inch threat range because they're 18 and they can move 3. So 2 for the strength of their shots is nice. 2 for their accuracy, 3 for their versatility, 4 for their survivability, and 3 for their cost. And I think I've made a mistake. There should be a 16. Sorry, guys, because they are 3 for the strength of their shots. They're strength 5.
They are strength 5.
So apologies, guys. Oh no, they're not, are they? Because 3 is a 6.
Yeah.
Because it covers cannons, doesn't it? So it's a 3, a 4, a 6, and an 8.
Yeah.
Yes, apologies. They are a 2. Ignore me. They are 15. I know what I'm doing. So I've got here the best of the light shooting units available to a dwarf army.
Yeah.
So their shots are flaming, armor piercing, and strength 5 with quick to fire.
They are.
Which is very good. Their range, as we've discussed, is a bit of a letdown, and the BS3 is a real low point on these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a shame.
But they do move and shoot without penalty thanks to the quick to fire, which is a huge help because they will move.
Yeah.
Because they are short range.
Yes.
Now, we're going to cover a special character later called Grim Burlockson, and he really makes these guys sing. He really does. And at that point, they become quite a good, solid points unit for what they do. And I think being a rare choice really helps to balance them out.
Yeah.
Because if they were in special, I think you'd just see loads and loads of these.
Yeah.
So I've got here Stroller's Rune is advised. That allows you to vanguard with them at the start of the game.
Definitely.
That just means they can push up a little bit before the game begins to make sure they can get shots every turn.
Yeah.
And then if they want, they can start to pull backwards. They do have a 50-point magic banner allowance as well, which is
That's nice.
not covered in this. And the champion can take a couple of options. He can take Drake Fire Pistols, I believe.
He can take a brace of Drake Fire Pistols.
Yeah.
Or the Trollhammer Torpedo.
No, that's the one I quite like.
Yes. So I was just checking if they could take shields, and they can't.
They can't.
But yeah, so the brace of Drake Fire Pistols is similar to the brace of Dwarf Pistols, range 12. It's strength 5, and it's flaming attacks as well. But armor piercing like the Dwarf Pistols and quick to fire. But the Trollhammer Torpedo is 24-inch range, strength 8, flaming attacks, multiple wounds, D3, but it is slow to fire.
It is, yeah. So it just means that you can't stand to shoot it.
Yeah.
Which is not the end of the world.
No, not the end of the
I
world.
don't see a lot of mileage in the Drake Fire Pistols, if I'm honest, guys, other than the fact it looks really cool on the model. Because they're not letting you have the stand and shoot
Yeah,
at the
I was
lower
going to say, it
range
doesn't do the same trick.
benefit, and you just lose range on a unit that's already quite short range.
Yeah.
They do. They are very survivable. I've got a 4 for that because they have Warp Full.
Forge Proven.
Forge Proven,
Gromrel
apologies,
armor.
Gromrel, which is a 4+ armor save and a 6+ ward save,
Yeah.
which is increased to a 2+ against flaming, I believe.
It is. Yeah.
So yeah, good. Very hard
good.
to shift
Yeah.
for a shooting unit as well.
Yeah.
So overall, they're a good choice. They should be in your consideration, but like most things in the Dwarf book, for me, they're not broken. They're just their points cost, their slot really helps to balance them up.
Yeah, they're not terrible if you do get charged and they are in combat. They can't take a shield, which is a shame. But they are strength 4.
Their weapons can fight as well.
They are.
They can fight. They're an iron breaker.
They are an
with a
iron
gun.
breaker with a gun. Yeah.
So, so that's it. And I've got here just some notes because I think they're pertinent to what we've discussed. Which is there are some really good scores in this section, but generally limited to the Dwarf War Machines more than anything else. That they really stand out, which is a touch difficult as shooting is quite important to Dwarves.
Yeah.
And due to their lack of a magic phase, it becomes even more important. So the lack of the really higher scores on some of their lighter shooting units is something you need to consider and bear in mind when you're building your army, and just think maybe we're back to that combined arms being the best again, because they get some decent combat unit scores as well. So take the decent artillery
with the artillery
drives you on to the decent combat units, and you can get a nice counterplay movement going on there. So
that was it, wasn't it, for range?
That was it for range. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, we've got through.
We are. We've penetrated. So the low movement values of dwarves often mean that they feel a little bit short-handed on the chaff section. Basically, they don't have a lot here.
No.
But it isn't a total write-off, Darwy players. We've got gyrocopters, gyrobombers, and we've brought rangers back one more time.
Okay.
And we're going to start with the gyrocopter, and this comes in with a competitive rating of 19 out of 24.
Ooh.
It's another really big score. And do you know what? It deserves it.
Yeah, it's
They're
very
great. It gets a 4 for its manoeuvrability because it flies.
good.
It gets a 3 for its number of attacks because it has 2 and a shooting attack.
It does.
Which is a very good shooting attack as well, by the way. 3 for its special rules because it's got that relentless being consistent again.
Which is good on this, because it definitely is going to be away from your characters a lot of the time in your BSB.
It certainly is.
It's leadership 9, so not quite as good as it could be. Still very good, but not quite as good as it could be.
Really good for chaff though, isn't it?
Yeah, very good for chaff. But it's just nice to not have to roll those dice.
It's also got its dive bomb and its armoured copter, which are both good special rules. The armoured copter I've factored into its survivability more, but the dive bomb I've left in special rules for its score.
Okay.
So we'll cover that in a minute. And then we've got we've got 3 for its slot because it's a special choice, but it's the best chaff slot available.
Yeah.
So it gets the bump for that. And 3 for its survivability because it's tough with a good save, and it's got 3 for its cost because it's 80 points.
Nice and cheap.
Yeah, very much so. So I've got here. I've got here. Oh, okay. I've got nothing here.
It's worth saying as well, you can take 6 of these in an army.
You can.
So obviously special, normally you're restricted to 3. You can take 6 gyrocopters from your rare, which is very good. And is it half of them rounding up or rounding down?
I believe it's rounding up, but it tells you if you head to the army book section, it will tell you. I think it's half rounding up can take Vanguard.
Yeah.
20 points, quite a lot of points.
Rounding up, yeah. Half rounding up.
So I think when you take lots, it's worth doing. If you're just going to take a couple, it's not worth doing. Would be my advice.
I think if I took 3, I'd probably
If I
put it
took
on
3,
2.
I would, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Or 1.
Yeah, I suppose.
I think, to be honest, I think odd numbers, you probably take it. Or 6. Odd numbers or 6, I'd probably take it.
I'd probably take it on 4, though. I've got 2 that can push up, 2 that hold back.
Maybe.
Because they're very fast. It just means that you can alternate shooting the steam guns early.
And dive bomb.
And the dive bomb.
Yeah,
basically.
maybe. Okay, so if you take 2, probably don't bother. Any other number of gyrocopters, probably bother.
Probably bother.
Yeah.
Probably think about it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
They are toughness 5.
Sorry. It also says you can take up to 12 in a grand army.
The air fleets of
Ridiculous.
Zufar.
Absolutely
the air fleets of Zufar.
Insane.
So they are toughness 5, these guys. They've got 3 wounds and they have a 4-up armour save. Now if you start looking statistically at anti-chaff elements that your enemy is likely to have, and then think about the survivability of more traditional chaff like light cavalry or dogs, these guys way outperform that because of the toughness in particular.
They are so hard to kill.
Yeah, they really are.
And
they're on a
ridiculously hard to kill.
40mm base, which makes them so difficult to block out.
Yeah, there's so many gaps they can get into because they fly.
So good.
They're really good.
Now, there's 2 shooting options. There's a brimstone gun, I believe, and a steam gun. Now, if you look in my book, there's just 1 shooting option, which is the steam gun. I don't like the brimstone gun.
It's the one they come with. The brimstone gun is free.
Yeah.
But
they should deduct points if you take it. Reduce the points cost by 10 points for the brimstone gun. It's dreadful.
So steam gun, it shoots the teardrop, so flamer template. You place the template with its broad end over a target and its narrow end touching the muzzle of the steam gun. So, like, a flame cannon, but before you roll the artillery dice. Any models touched are hit using the profile below. Strength 3 and armor piercing.
Armor piercing.
Yeah.
Hideous.
Yeah, very good. The brimstone gun is multiple shots D3, strength 5, 18-inch range. Again, armor piercing is dwarf crafted, flaming attacks, and quick to fire.
Yeah, the problem is I take a penalty for multiple shots, which means I'm hitting on 5s.
Yeah.
The quick to fire helps because I don't suffer the penalty for moving and shooting, but hitting on 5s is a real problem. I'm lucky to get, and it's multiple shots. He's random as well. I can pay to hit on 5s and get 1.
Yeah.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
Rubbish.
And to be fair, at most you're probably going to get 1 hit.
Yeah. It's just the template. Drop it down and hit like 20 models. Well, not quite. You'll hit probably 14 or 15 models if you play in the right position.
Sort of 20mm bases.
Yeah, and that's devastating. And you can take 6 of these.
Especially against sort of elves or empire or something like that.
6 of these.
Yeah.
It's so good. They kind of double up. They're really super chaff.
Yeah.
They're really like super chaff, as I'm going to call them now.
Super chaff.
So yeah, big fan.
Yes.
Now the dive bomb's the only thing we haven't covered.
Yeah.
Probably should.
Yeah, so once per game, during the remaining move subphase, models with this special rule may drop bombs unless they are fleeing or have declared a charge. To dive bomb, select one unengaged enemy unit that the gyrocopter moved over. To determine the damage caused by the bombs, roll an artillery dice. This is the number of hits inflicted. If a misfire is rolled, the gyrocopter takes a single wound with no armor saves. And the bombs have the following profile. They are strength 3, armor piercing.
So again, it's similar to the steam gun, but you can drop these when you march.
Yeah.
Which makes them really good early doors, basically.
It also says you can't make any other shooting attacks if you dive bomb.
Yeah, which
so
is
you
why
can't dive bomb and steam gun.
No, which is why you do it when you march.
Yeah.
Because you can't make a steam gun shot anyway because it's not a breath weapon. Sad face. So that's it. I mean, the dive bomb's cool. Most of the time, it's that automatic hits. That's what makes them so strong. They can be a completely automatic hit model. They're also okay in combat. A couple of attacks, strength 4. They're probably not going to lose the combat if they charge.
No.
So as long as it's not like a ranked up unit.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about
sort of chaff
enemy
or
war machines, enemy chaff, they're okay there too. But they're better to toast the chaff with the steam gun. So we'll move on because I could talk about them all day. They're like really cool. We'll move on to their big brother.
Yes.
Which is the Gyro Bomber. Now, this one's 125 points, so 45 points more, and drops out of the rare slot. And this one, again, gets a 4 for manoeuvrability, a 3 for number of attacks, a 3 for special rules, and he gets a 1 for its slot, though. It gets a 3 for its survivability and a 2 for its cost, which gives it a 16 out of 24, which is
Still
another
solid.
respectable score.
Yeah.
And again, we're back to that classic dwarf book thing. It's not broken, it's just good.
Yeah.
But it means you can take 6 gyros and 2 of these if you want a full air fleet, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Now-
they don't have a rule that means you can take more of them.
No, they don't. No, because it would just be insane. But yes, so I've got here that it's got the bombing run rule, which
Yep.
I'm going to ask you to just read out.
Yeah, so it essentially swaps dive bomb from the gyrocopters for bombing run. So during the remaining move subphase, models with this special rule may drop a bomb unless they are fleeing or have declared a charge. To make a bombing run, select one unengaged enemy unit that the gyro bomber moved over in that turn and place the large 5-inch template anywhere over the target unit. But note that it cannot cover friendly models. And roll for scatter and damage as for a stone thrower from the Warhammer rulebook. If a misfire is rolled, use the bomb misfire chart below. Grudge Buster bombs have the following profile. They are strength 6 under the hull, strength 3 everywhere else, armor piercing, and multiple wounds D3.
So they're terrifying for blasting through big regiments of Skaven,
Yep.
goblins, elves.
Empire.
No one likes these.
No.
And even against those tougher armies like warriors and stuff, the sheer
armor piercing.
volume of hits and
Yeah.
armor piercing really does help.
Yeah. After resolving the damage caused by a Grudge Buster bomb, roll a d6 on a 4+. The bomb scatters d6 from where it first landed. A hit result remains in place. Then place the small round 3-inch template on the new location and resolve the damage using the profile above. It cannot bounce a third time.
So it stays the same. It still does that strength 6 under the hull, strength
Yeah.
3 under the rest of the template, and
yeah.
it can it's like a bouncing bomb. It's very
Yeah.
cool.
Especially if you get that hit or it scatters like an inch.
Yeah.
And you just hit the same unit again.
It's dropping potentially 2 templates on the same unit.
Big.
It is pretty good. Now it's got a brimstone gun as well.
It's got a clatter gun.
Clatter gun,
actually.
sorry, yeah, apologies. It's a brimstone gun, but better.
Yeah, essentially. So it's more range, 24-inch range, only strength 4 though. It's multiple shots 4, armor piercing, dwarf crafted, quick to fire.
Struggles with the same problems that the brimstone gun does, basically.
Yeah, at least you've got a guaranteed number of shots.
You do, but I'm swapping my bombing run for it, and we just discussed how good the bombing run is. Or do I not?
No.
Oh, okay, I can shoot
No,
that
you
as
can
well.
bombing run and shoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Doesn't have the same caveat
Yeah,
that
no.
dive bomb does.
So better, but still not great, because you're
Yeah.
probably still only going to hit once,
Yeah.
maybe twice.
The bomb, just quickly, the bomb misfire chart, it does have its own chart.
Ah, it does, yes.
So if you roll a misfire on that scatter, the first scatter, on a 1, the gyro bomber suffers a strength 6 hit with the multiple wounds D3 as a premature detonation.
Now, to be honest, that's not a foregone conclusion that your bomber's dead.
No,
Because
it's
it's
3
it's
to
a 3 to wound.
and you then need a 5 or a 6 to kill it.
Get it? Yes.
Yeah.
Not a foregone.
No. 2 to 3, jammed release, centre the 3-inch template over the gyro bomber before scattering it and resolving damage as normal. This bomb does not bounce, so not bad.
Well, it
Could
scatters
still
like
hit
a stone
something.
thrower. It could hit, or it could just scatter miles off and not take any damage.
Yeah. 4 to 6, dud. Only the model under the template central hole is hit, suffering a single strength 4 hit. I loved it. They essentially just struck like a rock.
Yeah,
It
just
becomes
doesn't
like a
explode.
rock.
It just
No,
lands on his head.
Hits on the guy's head. But it's only strength 4. Oh, no.
So I've got a few things here. It's okay, but less reliable than a steam gun. In general,
The clatter gun.
the
yeah.
clatter gun. And to be honest, that the large template also is, because it slides around. It's got that
Yeah.
scatter element, whereas the steam gun is a boop.
And the bombing, right? The dive bomb as well. From
Yeah.
the gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're both very accurate. Otherwise, it's not massively dissimilar to a gyrocopter. It's not really in the way you would use it. All that dissimilar.
No.
It's around 50% more expensive. And a rare slot choice. So
Exactly the same stats.
it's good, but not so good in comparison to the gyrocopter.
Yeah.
Is what I've got here.
Yeah.
So I think you'd take copters. It's an and, not an or.
Yeah, if you'd taken 6 copters and still wanted more things that flew, take a gyro bomber or 2.
You might also be thinking about comp, because they generally skip
Yeah.
comp on a lot of
Yeah.
events, but copters don't. And you might also think about.
If you have spent all of your special choice.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but
But you're more
it's-
likely to have spent all of the rare.
You certainly are. So, but not a write-off by any means. Highlander's the other one I was thinking about. If you're doing
Yes.
a one of everything list,
Yeah,
then one of these
never
becomes
comes around
really
a
strong. I think it becomes an auto include in a Highlander list actually.
Yeah.
So cool. We'll move on to our final chaff unit, and that's our Rangers.
Yeah, back to Rangers.
Yeah, and they've got 11 out of 24. So it's very much the same sort of value every time. They get a 2 for manoeuvrability, 2 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 1 for slot again, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. I've got on paper these guys look flexible, but often in practice fall a bit short. Better here than in the flanking role, as you get some crossbows too, but overall a distant third choice for Dwarf Chaff.
Yes, definitely.
But they're there. We just tried to sort of give you options because it's quite hard for dwarves.
It's, to be honest, that's probably the role I'd use them in. I'd take a minimum unit. Like if I was to take Rangers, that's the role I would use them in. I'd spend 100 and... No, I wouldn't. I'd spend 70 points. I'd take 5. And I'd scout them up, put them in, out of arc sight so they can't get charged turn 1. Shoot their crossbows, maybe, or just move them and throw their axes. And just try and get in the way, hunt some war machines. They're good enough to kill war machines.
Yeah, they're good for that element. If I was going to use them as throwaway, I'd probably put them quite mid-board and be like, well, you need maybe 15 away or 14 away, and you need a big charge to get me. I'm going to get a shot, probably get a standard shoot. You probably won't make it. Yeah. So that's all helpful. I actually think I'd use them in the flanking role.
Okay.
And I'll talk about that later, but that's probably where I see them I'd just treat them as a unit that scouts with great weapons.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. But again, I think it does show that we're right to include them in different slots because they can do those jobs.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've just got one battlefield role left now before we hit the special character section of our video, and that's support units. And they've just the one for dwarves.
Yep.
And it is a dedicated mount as well. We've had this in a few of the other deep dives, and it's the Anvil of Doom. So the Anvil of Doom comes in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24, which I've got to be completely honest, on the Runesmith page.
Thanks.
Is a lot better than I thought it was going to get.
Yeah.
But I think we'll unpack how we get there and why.
Actually, how dare you? It's not on the Runesmith page. It has a page all to itself next to the Runesmith page.
Sorry. So it gets a 0 for manoeuvrability. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Because it can't move.
Can it not?
I think it's immobile, yeah. 3 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 4 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. So it doesn't have to risk itself, and it is very hard to kill. But it is super stupidly expensive.
So I'm just quickly seeing if it can't move. It doesn't have
It's a war machine. So I think it follows the restrictions for movement of war machines. And
you can move war machines, though.
Yeah, I think they have to have a number of crew, or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong edition. I'm not going to get...
I think it moves. I think it can move 3.
It might be able to grind 3. Yeah. Still a 0 for manoeuvrability.
Doesn't change it.
Because it can't march and he's very slow. So I said I could have gone a 4 on special rules due to the locus of power and unbreakable, meaning that you've got internal synergy on the special rules. Never runs, and it always does locus to power.
Yeah.
But I added 1 to the synergy score for locus to power instead. And really, if I'm honest, it's only the dispel element of that rule that's meaningful the whole time it's on the table.
Yeah.
So that gives it a free power or dispel dice. The Anvil allows you to cast spells in a dwarf army. It gives you
3 bound spells.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was 3 or 4.
And yes, it definitely can move because the Strike the Runes rule is even better. A model mounted on an Anvil of Doom can use each of the following bound spells once per friendly magic phase, as long as he has not moved this turn.
Do you know what's really annoying? My 4th bullet point is it's also a war machine, so it cannot march. So obviously it can move.
It can move. It can move, but you would never move it because then you can't cast its spells.
No. To be honest, his spells are also not great.
Yeah, so Rune of Hearth and Home, an 8 bound power level 3. Augment spell targets every friendly dwarf unit within 24. They gain immune to psych. If you've got Longbeards, they've already got it.
Yeah,
and your entire army is at least leadership 9.
Yeah, and there's other ways to get immune to psych as well in the book, which we'll look at later.
Rune of Oath and Steel, power level 4. Augment spell that targets a single friendly dwarf unit anywhere on the battlefield. The target unit increases their armor save by 1 to a maximum of 1 up until the start of the next friendly magic phase.
That's the best one.
Yeah. And Rune of Wrath and Ruin, an 8 bound power level 5. Direct damage with a range of 24 that causes 2d6 strength 4 hits, distributed as per shooting. Okay.
So there's a few things to unpack with that that I've got here. I've got here the biggest issue with this, and it gets a good score because it 15 is a reasonable score. It gets that because you don't have to commit it to kind of get anything out of it, which is where it gets that big 4 on risk. It's quite hard to kill because it has 5 wounds with a 5 up ward save and the armor save of the Rune Lord, which will be 1+ because you're not an idiot. Or it'll be toughness 10 because you took a Master into the Adamant, which we'll talk about later. It does offer synergy unlike anything else in the book, so it gets a 3 for that. But the quality of the synergy is the issue. The quality of its bound spells. 2d6 strength 4 hits that are direct damage. I'd rather have a magic missile.
Yeah.
Because it's a war machine, it's got 360 arc of sight. So I'd rather be able to kind of pin out with the magic. Well, maybe I'm being an idiot. Is there a particular difference there? You can see in every direction with the magic missile.
Yeah.
I don't really know how the arc's going to work.
No, just me. He could do it in combat. He could do it out
He
of
could do
combat.
it if he's in combat. Yeah,
so
I
it's
suppose.
arguably better being direct damage.
Yeah, maybe then.
It's just okay, but they are all innate bound, so
Can't lose them.
I would just throw 6 dice at them.
The problem is that the 2d6 strength 4 I'll let you have.
Yeah.
It's not that great.
No.
I'm probably going to stop 2 of these, by the way, because I'm adding 4 to my dispel attempts. You're adding nothing to your casting attempts.
Yeah.
So that's dreadful. I'm going to stop these. The first one, make you immune to sight. Go large, mate.
Yeah.
I'll let you have that every turn.
Yeah.
The one I care about is probably +1 armor
+1
save. And maybe 2d6 strength 4 if I'm like a wood elf or something.
Yeah. That is terrifying.
But you know, to be frank,
but it's only 24-inch range, so
it's not that
not
great.
that bad.
I can outmuscle you on range.
Yeah. But you do probably just throw 6 dice at Rune of Oath and Steel for the +1 armor save every turn and just hope you double 6
That's it. You paid 150 points for that mount.
That is a lot.
Which is insane.
Yeah, it doesn't give you any sort of bonuses for like units close by or anything like that, really, or at all, actually.
And again,
all about its spells.
the Rune Lord gives magic resistance to and armor piercing to any unit he joins, which he doesn't join because he's on the War Machine. So the War Machine's quite survivable against spells. Great.
It's not throughout ward against spells.
Yeah, do you know it's not survivable against characteristic tests because War Machine it fails all of them on toughness and leadership. Yeah, well, you know the ones that kill you.
Yeah.
That go. Those ones like Purple Sun, like Pit of Shades.
It is initiative 2 anyway.
Yeah, probably going to fail. But you can make the
Rune Lord is initiative 3 actually.
Yeah, and you can bump his initiative with Runes of Speed for 5 points. So he can get quite a good initiative if he wants it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't bother on a Rune Lord.
It's the fact that
anvil.
things like Dwellers, it fouls Dwellers and dies.
Yeah.
It fouls like it's got a ward save 5+ against Honest Will's Black Horror.
Yeah.
But I mean,
third of the time.
Third of the time it's dead every time. Sorry, 2/3 of the time it's dead every time.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. I've got here. It is close to being decent. It just falls short. I've really bagged on it, but I feel like I should bag on it because I feel like it's rubbish.
Yeah. The +1 dispel dice is okay.
Think about the investment of
It's
points.
the points, yeah, it is the points.
270 before I've put any equipment on the Rune Lord.
Yeah, he does have 5 wounds.
Does.
With a 5-up ward save and unbreakable. But it's just too many points. Too many points.
If he's general as well, he's also not.
Which at that points level, he probably is going to be. You can fit another one in.
You could put a Thane in who's leadership 10, to be honest, and I probably would.
Yeah,
but
fair.
Otherwise, you got to take 2 then if you want to be SP. But yeah, so sorry to finish on a bit of a low point. 15 is not a terrible score, but unfortunately it's right up.
The anvil is.
it's right up is not as bright as that 15.
No.
And that's it for our units section. So we are going to now take 5 and move on to the special characters in the Dwarf Army book. So we're going to go into that special character section of the Dwarf Deep Dive now. And a bit like I sort of waxed very lyrical and look up to the sky at the beginning of the this section for the Empire Deep Dive, if you've watched that. I really like the fact with the Dwarf special characters, again, that really strong feel of world building. There's a real rich tapestry through them that shows the different elements of dwarf society through these characters as well. I just think that's really cool when they do that, and I think they do it really well with Empire, and I think they do it quite well with dwarves as well. And there's 6 characters that we're gonna chew the fat of in this section, without Max. Loser. That's
not committed.
Thorgrim Grudgebearer, the High King of the Dwarves. Thoric Ironbrow. Ungrim Iron Fist. Belagar Ironhammer, Joseph Bugman, and Grim Burlockson.
couldn't have been less in order.
I said to you, I think they're in the order in the back of the book, not in the
That
bit
doesn't
you're in.
help me.
So we're going to begin with High King of the Dwarves, Thorgrim Grudgebearer, who comes in with a rating of 15 out of 24. So we're back in the middle of the pack, and we're going to stay here.
I'm relatively surprised. I thought it'd be sort of 16, 17, because I've played against him. He's very good.
He is good. He is.
He's very good.
And again, he's one of these where he's kind of a disproportionate score. So he's got 2 for his output, because he actually doesn't output a great deal more than a Dwarf Lord will. He's got 4 for his special rules, which is where he sings.
Yeah.
3 for his synergy, another slot that he really sings in. Yeah. But he's a 1 for risk, because to get the most out of him, I've got to put him in. 4 for survivability, very tough.
Yeah.
1 for cost, exceptionally expensive.
He is very expensive.
So that's it. And again, I've got, we've got 2 for output because he treats his throne as a mount. Otherwise, he's literally just a Dwarf Lord. So I've got a few notes. What's good? Book of Grudges is the first thing on my what's good list.
Yes.
So I'll let you.
I think you find it's the Great Book of Grudges. It's an enchanted item. If Thorgrim is on the battlefield, when you roll on the Ancestral Grudge table, your army receives a +3 modifier. If the total is 7 or more, Thorgrim and any unit he joins may reroll failed to hit rolls in every round of combat, not just the first.
So basically, on a 2+,
your entire army
has hatred, and that's huge. That is what really makes this guy a contender. If he didn't have this, you wouldn't take him.
No,
I'm afraid that's it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
He makes a combat army really strong, and as Scott says, if he rolls a 4+,
4+, gets 7 or more, and you get +3.
He gets to reroll failed to win rolls of his unit as well.
No, he rerolls failed to hit rolls every round of combat.
Oh, in every round of combat.
Yeah.
Sorry,
him and his unit.
Getting it confused with the battle. So it's sort of super hatred.
Yeah.
Which is very good. His second thing that's really good, he's stubborn.
He is.
So that's great. He's a ship 10.
Yeah. And immune psychology.
Yes, he is. And I believe, does his throne increase his inspiring presence?
It does, yes. Increases it to 18 inches.
Very good.
And grants him a 4+ wall save.
It certainly does. He's very hard to kill.
Very, very hard to kill. He has got 7 wounds. With that 4+ wall save, he's got a 2+ armor save?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's got 4+ armor, which is combined with his Throne of Power is a 2+. And he has a 2+ ward against anything that with Killing Blow, Heroic Killing Blow, or multiple wounds.
And that's very helpful because he doesn't get a lookout, sir.
No, he does not.
So that's super helpful. He gets that 2+ ward against enemy cannon strikes.
Yeah.
And I actually think that's almost as good as him being... It basically makes him immune because people aren't going to shoot him.
Yeah.
They're going to say, does he get a lookout, sir? And you're going to go, no, but he does have a 2+ ward save against multiple wound weapons. And he'll go, nah, I'll shoot a cannon at something else. And that's really, really the best element there.
And the fact he's got 7 wounds, you can't even one-shot him with a cannon.
No, even if you fail that 2+, it's very hard to kill.
Yeah. Really good.
My last point is he's a decent fighter. He's not a great fighter, but he's a decent fighter.
Yeah. So he's got the Axe of Grimnir, which gives him Aura Strikes first, and he's initially 4. That's not terrible.
Dwarf Lord Initiative.
Yeah. And he wounds any model that's not in magic armor on a wind roll of a 2+, and any model that is in magic armor on a wind roll of a 3+.
So not bad.
Yeah, and he's got multiple wounds D6 if directed against a giant or chaos giant.
Those meta-defining monsters, the giant. I think the problem with him on that front is he's strength 4.
Yeah.
There's just no penetration on those attacks, really. He's got to have a charge to get to strength 5. He's got to sort of combine with runesmiths to get armor piercing onto it all.
Yeah.
Just to get some real penetration. So whilst he does wound regularly, he also will probably pass a lot of saves. He's likely best employed just swinging his axe mercilessly through rank and file troops, if I'm honest.
Yeah. I'd agree.
Or giants. He likes a giant.
Or giants.
No armour, 2+ the wound.
Yeah.
D6 wounds. That is a dead giant.
He's a very, very dead giant.
So then I've got his drawback really is his cost. That's his biggest drawback by a country mile.
Yeah.
He's 650 points, this guy.
Just too many to use in 2,500.
Now, I'm just going to say this. He is double the points cost of a 6 wound, 1+ armour save, 4+ ward save Dwarf Lord that does get a lookout, sir. Double.
Yeah.
So, and that low strength that we just covered is his other big drawback. Buffs he confers to his units are very good. But for me, Thorgrim is a no competitively because his huge price cost.
Yeah, and it's like, what do you put him in? Probably Longbeards. Longbeards with great weapons is probably where you put him.
Hammerers.
But they're already stubborn.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
So it's like you're gaining
nothing.
Benefit, yeah.
But Hammerers is where I'd put
But then
him.
equally, if you put him in Longbeards, you're not getting anything from him in psychology, because the Longbeards are in psychology.
No.
You
don't want to put him in any of those units of like strength 4 infantry either, really, if I'm being honest. Even if you look at 3,000 points, he's 650 of them. So 20% of your army over is already spent. So you're actually just plonking this guy into 2,300 points of dwarves, which it's just that's so problematic. He does have potential, but competitively he is a no for me.
Yeah,
and that's why he gets a 15.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Next up, we have Thoric Ironbrow. The best runesmith in all of Dwarvendom comes in with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24.
Well, I think if he's a rune lord.
Yeah, he is, yeah. I don't know why I put runesmith. Sorry. Sorry, Thoric fans.
That is going
straight in the book. So he gets a 2 for output, a 3 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 4 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. Basically he's an Anvil of Doom, but the character Anvil of Doom, effectively.
Yeah.
Now he does get a bit less because for something, but output. That's why, because output's not scored on that, and his output's low. I've given him +1. He gets +1 to cast his bound spells, which is why I've upped his output to 2. Otherwise, he's literally no better output than any Rune Lord. He's got a good magic weapon. I'll say that. So we'll start there. Try and start with the positives.
Clad Brakak. So no armor saves are allowed against close combat attacks made with this weapon. Additionally, if the victim suffers 1 or more unsafe wounds, any magic armour, magic helmets, and magic shields they were equipped with are destroyed and cannot be used for the remainder of the game.
No rolling of dice, just destroyed.
It's not even counts as mundane equipment.
No.
Just destroyed, you don't have a save.
You're in the pants.
You are in the pants.
Yeah, so...
That's very good.
It is, but I've then got here...
But he's an Anvil of Doom,
but he's on a war machine, so when are you using it?
Yeah.
And he only has 2 attacks. What's going on?
if you could take him off of the Anvil of Doom,
I mean, you'd see him a bit
every
more
army. I think he's so good because he's leadership 10 as well.
Yeah.
But still means he doesn't have to be your general. Could still be a thing because it's the same leadership.
Yeah.
And you go in, you go, you've got no save.
He's got a 5+ ward save himself, I think. Talking of saves,
he has a 1-up armor save.
Gets a 5+ ward save from
the
the anvil. Yeah, so 1-up armor save is very good. Like you say, if he could be off the anvil, he'd be a much better choice.
Yeah, he's also got MR3, not MR2.
Yeah, so slightly better again if he could be off that anvil. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
He's hard to get off the table. That's his biggest thing.
Yeah, he is.
But he is really expensive. Really expensive. So a basic.
Do you know how many points he is?
I think he's 435.
You are correct.
And a basic Rune Lord on Anvil is 270.
Woo!
So he's basically
165 points.
Yeah, and again, when you start looking at the breakdown of what he's got for that, he's got that axe, which synergetically doesn't bring very much to the table. Great weapon, doesn't bring a lot to the table. He's got an extra point of magic resistance, which is nice, but on an anvil, not screaming.
Useless.
He's 1-up armor save's good, but you can take a 30-point item on a Rune Lord that gives him 1-up armor save. So the 135 points are for +1 to cast, basically. Yeah. And the axe and stuff that just isn't that useful, and that's really his big problem.
Yeah, he has a craggy assistant at the forge.
He does.
Which is represented on the tabletop by a separate miniature that always remains as close as possible to Thoric's Anvil of Doom. The model itself plays no part in the game if it gets in the way you move it. If Thoric is slain, Craggy is also removed. It basically means Thoric can reroll a single dice on a failed attempt to cast one of his innate bound spells of the Anvil of Doom per turn. If the reroll is a 1, Craggy has done something wrong, and Thoric takes a strength 10 hit and Craggy is removed and you can't use the rule.
Well, I've got here, he's better at casting the mediocre spells the Anvil of Doom has to offer.
Firm but fair.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it's just not worth it. I've got he doesn't deserve 14 for me. Then I've put hopefully he doesn't hold a grudge. Very pleased with myself, but not great, guys. It's another leave at home job.
Yeah, it's a shame. Because in Total War is really good.
On to Ungrim Iron Fist now, the Slayer King. And he is up with a dismal 13 out of 24.
Yeah,
I was surprised actually because I've seen him in a few competitive armies. I think he's okay.
He's End Times version, he's Incarnate of Fire.
Yeah, very dirty.
Good.
Yeah, very silly.
Good.
You're silly. So what I've done to work out his score, I've compared him to a standard Demon Slayer, which is basically the sort of
closest,
the highest level of Slayer.
Yeah.
So output of 2 he gets, and that comes from the fact that although he's a Demon Slayer, he can choose Demon Slayer can choose to have the same strength as Ungrim by picking the Great Weapon. Ungrim doesn't have ASL.
Yeah,
so
at Initiative 5.
At Initiative 5, so that's pretty good, yeah. So
good.
he gets 2 for output, 4 for special rules, 1 for synergy, 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. He's just all these dwarf special characters in the Lord slot. I mean, dwarf lords in general, we'll cover that later, but the dwarf lord special characters, all of them are expensive.
Yeah.
Like I say, compared him to the Demon Slayer, but he's Initiative 5 and Strength 6, very good. His weapon skill is 9 as well, something silly, which is great.
Killing Blow as well.
Yeah, nice.
On 4 attacks.
Not bad.
Attacks. Toughness 6. Doesn't have a save, an armor save. He has
does.
a 4-up ward save.
He does have an armor save.
Does he have an armor save?
Yeah, he does. He's the only Slayer with an armor save, and it's not a bad one as well. I think it's like a 3-up or a 2-up. He's got Cromwell. If you check the back section, I'm pretty sure he's got Cromwell armor, yeah.
He's a Slayer!
Might be wrong.
Flex
and then I think his coat gives him some more of a save as well.
His coat.
Yeah, one more page back. We were ready for this.
Has Gromrel armor.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So he's
And
got a 4-up save.
Yep.
Dragon Cloak of Friskar. No, so his coat just gives him a 4-up ward save and a 2-up ward against flaming attacks.
Okay, has he got the Slayer crown?
He has the Slayer crown, which... Oh, +1 to his armor save, yeah.
Yeah. 3-up armor save as well.
He's got 3-up, 4-up.
He's solid.
Yeah, he's not bad.
He's toughness 6 as well.
He is, yeah. 3 wounds.
That's a letdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can make such wound-heavy dwarf characters. It's really tough.
What are the Demon Slayer and Dragon Slayer special rules?
So the Demon Slayer, it's worth checking off the top of my head. I believe Dragon Slayers have multiple wounds D3 against monsters.
Correct.
And Demon Slayers make you reroll successful ward saves, I believe.
Correct.
So that's pretty good. He's a pretty scary machine.
Yeah, he is. Especially with that killing blow, re-rolling successful ward saves.
And I think if you compare him to a Dwarf Lord, he looks a lot more favourable. But because we've gone with a Slayer, he's kind of a bit, you know, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, he's got Death Blow as well.
Yeah. I put here, one of his biggest drawbacks is he's a bit prescriptive. So he's the only Slayer that can be your general.
Correct. Yeah.
But he can only join units of Slayers. Yeah, you have to take Slayers basically and build around that. He lets one unit of Slayers have a 100-point magic banner, which we will discuss later.
Yeah.
As helpful, and all of that stuff is helpful, but you're gonna need to look at him seriously in a Slayer build, probably with Strollers. And doing those types of things.
Yeah, it's a shame he doesn't make Slayer's Core. That would be nice.
Yeah, he did in one edition, I think, but not anymore.
That'd be nice.
I've just put here, I think he's 350 points. I haven't written that down, so Scott can just do me a quick double check. But I see, he just feels like a 300-point lord to me.
He is 350.
Yeah, and that's the problem. At those points, he'd be really good, I think.
That's sort of 300.
Yeah, he'd be decent, but at 350, I just think he's too much. You invest way too much to not get enough for him.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
He still struggles to be, he's still only in one place at the end of the day as well. Like all combat lords, that's such a drawback for combat lords.
Generally, isn't it?
So when you start investing the big points in them, it's really hard to justify it out. So
I think he's the best of the 3 we've seen so far, though, by a considerable margin, I would say. Despite his score, he's the closest one to being takeable, I think.
I think because he's not as many as the others in terms of points, you can see him in a list, can't you? I think that helps him.
Yeah.
And then the last one, our final lord, is Belagar Ironhammer, nemesis of Skaven and goblins alike. And this is just to touch back on that world building. You know, we've got the High King of the Dwarves and all of his grudge kind of related items.
Yep.
We've got Thoric, this great rune lord with his assistant. Again, Ungrim, he's the Slayer King, and it kind of covers that whole Slayer cult element.
Yeah, and it covers lots of different like dwarf holes, or Karaks as they're called. So obviously Thorgrim is Karazakarak,
which is the daddy's
the big one. Ungrim is Karak Kadrin,
which
Thoric,
is destroyed now, I think.
He was the last Slayer King of Karak Kadrin. Thoric is Karak Azul,
which
is super far south, I think.
Caracazul is that the one? That's the one near the Wood Elves, I think. Caracazul. That's where King Cazador is from. King
he's right.
Cazador,
It's
Caracazul.
sort of Athel Loren way, isn't it?
One there for you guys that enjoyed our campaign.
And then Belagar is from Carrick Eight Peaks.
He certainly is, and Eight Peaks is one of those really cool, strong story elements of Warhammer,
which we have done a Warzone.
We did a Warzone,
yeah.
So yeah, very cool. So he comes in at 14 out of 24. So again, we're right in the middle of the pack again.
Yeah.
So he gets 2 for output, 4 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. So I've got he's another tricky one to rate. Every so often we get a tricky character to do the rating system on, or a tricky model. Normally it's Skaven. So he's tricky because once per game he can double his attacks. Which gives him 8 that turn, which is massive. But obviously that would give him an output of 4, which is quite hot. So I've bumped his output by 1 for that. So I've given him an output of 2 overall. A dwarf, he does have always strikes first from his hammer.
He does. He also has +1 to wound from
his hammer.
Yeah.
Both very good, but he's only strength 4 basic.
Yeah, again, you really need to combine him with a runesmith.
Yeah, as a minimum. And to be honest, he really wants to be charging. He just he struggles to get through, the stuff that matters for you.
Yeah, he's immune to Killing Blow and Heroic Killing Blow.
He
not
is.
Not War Save, actually immune.
I'm actually immune, which is great. He's got 4+ ward save from that shield as well.
Yeah, so he's on 3 up, 4 up. He's a Gromril armour.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Solid.
The immunity to the Killing Blow helps him.
Yeah.
I've used him quite a lot.
Yeah, he's also stubborn.
That's why I use him quite a lot.
Stubborn.
I've got here, Stubborn makes this character who hits pretty consistently. A dwarf who always strikes first is certainly fun, and actually Stubborn, with this, makes for a character that hits pretty consistently, that's why.
Okay.
Stubborn at the same time, because he's getting lots of dice every turn, basically.
Yeah,
He gets his dice every
he's
turn.
also an extra weapon skill over a Dwarf Lord, he's web skill 8.
8, yeah. Thanks to his shield, he's tricky to shift, I've got here as well.
Yeah.
So the Oathstone makes a very tanky unit.
Was he on an Oathstone?
He comes on an Oathstone, and ensures that the unit's shield wall is always active when charged from any facing, as we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
And that's where he gets that second point of synergy from, because it removes that weakness of being charged in the sides.
That's a tricky one though for me, because he's only strength 4. I'd want him in a unit with great weapons.
That's my issue. But don't forget the secondary value of the Oathstone is that you never disrupted.
Yeah.
Now that is good because it keeps your combat bonus for your ranks.
Yeah, but you are stubborn, so you don't really care.
It's about winning the combats though, isn't it?
No,
and making your opponent take the test.
Yeah.
And dwarf units do like to be ranked up.
Yeah.
So Scott has seen me use him many times in Longbeards with great weapons.
Yeah.
Because he makes them stubborn, as we discussed. He also gives them the attacks that they so sorely lack in terms of the raw numbers of dice that they throw.
And they give him the strength that he lacks.
It's a really nice little symbiosis.
Yeah. I do also think he could work well in Ironbreakers though, to be fair.
He'd be alright though.
Yeah.
Be a unit and never run away.
Yeah. Stubborn, always parry on a 5.
Just grinds, doesn't it? So he's got mileage in all those locations.
Yeah.
I've just got here, as with all of the Lords we've discussed, he's just a little bit expensive for what he does.
305.
305 is a lot. And again, if we look back at that Dwarf Lord with 6 wounds, 1+ armour save, he's about 305, 310 as well.
Yeah.
Hard to look past.
And it's, to be fair, it's like all Dwarf Lords. He's quite survivable, which is good. Maybe the turn he doubles his attacks, but other than that, he's probably not really killing a lot.
No.
The +1 bonus to wound is nice, but he's only strength 4.
No, his best option is a bit like we talked about with Thorgrim, is just to wail on line infantry, basically,
Which feels like you're then missing out on the fact that he could just tank a challenge.
Oh, and this is the thing. He does have flexibility. But the problem I have with him is he doesn't feel survivable for a Dwarf Lord. He's survivable for like everyone else, but not for a Dwarf Lord.
Yeah,
so
because he's only got that 3-up save.
Look, he's a plus in the Triple Crown Wargaming comp, and I've got to be completely honest. That's why I take him.
Yeah.
But yeah, beyond that, I think we'll move on. So we've got 2 heroes to discuss.
We do,
and we are going to begin by raising a glass to the Master Brewmaster. The Master Brewmaster? The Master Brewer. The Master Brewmaster now.
The mysterious Master Brewer.
Yeah, there you go. Joseph Bugman, who comes in with a really healthy 17 out of 24.
Okay.
It's a great score.
Yeah,
he's a good choice. And actually, this is something that really carries over well. I'm going to skip my own notes for a second. This carries over really well into the main bulk of the Dwarf book as well, if you're looking at the generic lords and the generic heroes, is that in general, heroes are a much better choice in this army book than the lords.
Yeah.
They're much more effective for their points.
Yeah.
And that's just, sounds really harsh, but because they can have 75 points of runic items, the heroes, that's often more than enough to do a lot with them.
Yeah.
And they start so cheap. A Dwarf Lord, 145 points. A Thane, 65 points. It's a huge
less
drop.
Than half the
less
points.
than half.
Yeah.
And I can tell you now, he is in no way less than half the character.
No.
He's very good.
No.
So, and you'll see that both the heroes get great scores.
Yeah.
And it does really mirror the way that, in general, I think we all feel about the book on the channel. So, like I say, we'll start with Bugman. Now, he gets a 4 for output. A 3 for his special rules, a 3 for his synergy, a 1 for his risk, because you are going to have to put him in to really get the most out of him. A 4 for his survivability, and a 2 for his cost. Because he isn't a lot of points, this guy. He's one of the rare dwarf times where you look and go, he's not too many. I think he's 165.
Yeah.
That's very reasonable.
Not bad. Yeah.
So for 100 points more than a Thane. And we compared him to a Thane for this. So I've got here, he's really decent. He actually a good choice for the general of your army. Because he maintains leadership 10.
He does, yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
He has really strong output. He keeps the weapon skill 6 of the Thane, and his axe, old trustworthy, is it?
Old, no D.
No
old.
D. Old trustworthy.
Trustworthy.
I'll let you get that right first.
Yeah, so he has the armor piercing special rule with his axe, and he adds 1 to his attacks and strength. So he's strength 5 with 4 attacks with armor piercing.
Yeah, and if he charges, he's strength 6 with 4 attacks and armor piercing.
Yes.
Spicy.
Yeah,
A
very
spicy output, that is.
Very good. He doesn't have shield wall, which is a shame, which is odd considering he does have a shield.
Yeah.
But so he comes in Gromril and with a shield, so he's got a 3 up save.
Yep.
He doesn't have a ward save from what I can see.
I've got no ward save,
No.
and liquid fortification are his small drawbacks, but they are, in my opinion, quite small. Because he's on a 20 mil, he goes on the corner of the regiment. He's toughness 5 still.
Yep.
And he's tankard.
Yeah.
Which really helps to offset that lack of a ward save.
Yeah, so Bugman or a single model in the same unit can drink from his tankard at the start of any friendly turn. The Imbiber immediately recovers D3 wounds, but cannot surpass their wounds characteristics.
So he's sort of restoring lost wounds.
As long as you don't kill him in a turn.
And he still parries.
Yeah, he does still parry.
Oh, and maybe he doesn't parry, he's got a magic weapon. Trustworthy.
Which would be why he doesn't have shield wall,
because he can't parry. Yeah, makes sense now suddenly, doesn't it?
Yeah, and liquid fortification. So as long as he is alive, roll 2d6 at the start of each friendly turn and consult the following chart to see what effects his drafts have upon himself and any unit he is currently joined. So 2, Bad Brew. Each member of the unit gains the flammable special rule until the start of the next friendly turn.
Yeah, you've got to roll 2 1s.
Hilarious. And even then, it probably won't make a difference most of the time anyway.
Because
it'll only really affect him.
Or if they've got the black hammer of a shirt.
Hilarious. On a 3 to 9, belligerent, the unit gains stubborn.
And that's almost all the time, by the way, guys.
And 10 to 12, leathered. Each member of the unit gains +1 toughness until the start of the next turn.
Yeah. So that combination, see, this is the thing, people get really hung up on like having a ward save, having like a 2-up armor save and a ward save, like they've got to. This guy with good toughness, restoring his lost wounds, the ability to be stubborn or additionally tough from his tankard, and on a small base on the corner of a regiment, and quite frankly, he's decent in a challenge too.
Yeah, he's decent. He's the fact he's a hero. He's only got 2 wounds is a bit of a letdown because it means he is more likely to just get killed in one round of combat.
Yes, but he's not that slow. I seem to recall him being
initiative
4.
4. Yeah,
So
he's probably getting his attacks in. You can also, any army that includes Bugman can upgrade a single unit of Rangers to Bugman's Rangers.
Yes.
So if you do this, Bugman must join the unit and cannot leave it. Bugman's Rangers have weapon skill 5 and ballistic skill 4 and strength 4.
Yeah.
And they cost an additional 3 points a model.
I've got to be honest, they're really good.
Yeah, really good.
Weapon skill 5, strength 6 because they're great weapons. And then Bugman's sitting in the corner of the regiment. Run them 7 wide so that there's very few guys that can attack Bugman as well. Good choice.
They killed 4 plague drones. So like 14 of them or something, and 13 on Bugman, killed 4 plague drones.
That's spicy.
Yeah.
They get the good
and-
ancestral grudge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes all the difference, guys.
Obviously. And then went into the flank
Strength
of...
7 on the charge.
Yeah, then went into the flank of the plague bearers and killed like 12. I was
being,
like, what?
Being scout, they can start like, you know, right behind enemies. You know, you get them right up there, 12 inches away. Turn 1, march them 6. They're looking for 3 on the dice, and you're going to turn round. And we'll talk
like
about. We're going to
14,
talk about
15
this more again
Yeah.
later. So yeah, we think he's good. We think he's a good choice. And moving on.
Sorry, quickly. He also has stout courage. Him and any unit he joins are immune to fear and terror.
Yeah, which is great because they can still flee.
Yeah, it's not
It's
fully immune
all
sight,
the good
they
stuff,
can just still
and none of
flee.
the bad stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, very good. He's solid.
He is.
And we're going to move on to the final special character, which you do see very regularly in competitive builds, which is Grim Burlockson.
The upstart master engineer.
He certainly is, and
Little
that covers
tagline
that last kind of portion of Dual Society that we've not covered very much so
That sort of
far.
engineer
We've got
skill.
the kind of rangers and the drinking culture.
Yeah.
We've got the kings. We've got the
Rune
sort
lords
of,
and smiths.
their sort of deep seated grudges. Very cool. Now we've got Grim. 17 out of 24 again. Another healthy score.
Yeah, good.
So both of those heroes scoring the same. He gets a 3 for output, a 3 for special rules, a 2 for synergy, a 4 for risk, a 2 for survivability, and a 3 for cost. Because he is really exploitable for his cost.
Yeah, he's same cost as Bugman, 165.
He certainly is, and he's just over twice a regular engineer. But he is, he really is so much more to your army because he does everything a regular engineer does.
Yeah.
Plus, he has Master of Accuracy.
He does. So as long as he is not fleeing, at the start of each friendly shooting phase, roll a dice. On a 2+, Grim can bestow one of the following rules on a special friendly unit within 3 for the duration of that shooting phase. So it doesn't have to be in the unit.
Nope.
He can never benefit from the effect of these rules, but may still fire his own weapon.
Yes.
On a 1, Grim cannot bestow any of these rules, although he may still fire his own weapon. So, artillery...
No drawback.
No drawback
beyond,
at all.
like for him personally, just beyond you not getting the bump.
So you just choose. You don't have to roll for these. You choose which one you want. So artillery adjustment. A war machine can use Grim's ballistic skill and re-roll 1 artillery dice.
Yes.
Ballistic skill 5.
Yes.
This can be the dice that determines the distance of a cannonball. The distance a cannonball bounces, or a flame cannon's burst of flame moves. Increased range. The unit's dwarf crossbows and dwarf handguns increase their maximum range by 2d6.
Yeah.
Very good. Although won't affect things like iron drakes, because they are not either of those weapons.
Don't worry, mate.
But thunderers and quarrelers.
Don't worry. Keep going.
Yeah. Superior volley. Models in the unit can re-roll any missed to hit rolls.
That affects Iron Drakes.
That does affect iron
Yeah,
drakes.
that does. It's quite good.
Also affects, I don't know, an organ gun.
Yeah. Yeah. He, can he join a? Oh, his
You don't
unit
have to
been
join.
free.
His unit been free.
So good.
So good. Yeah. So good.
And unlike engineers and stuff can't fire their own weapons when they do these things. He can.
Yeah.
He loves it.
And he's got a decent weapon as well.
Weapon snapper is it called?
Grudge raker.
Grudge
Not
raker.
even
Oh
grudge.
no, that's no.
Weapon snapper is one of his rules.
Is one of his rules.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So grudge raker is range 18, strength 4, armor piercing, dwarf crafted, multiple shots 2d3.
Yeah.
Solid.
Shoots a lot. He's BS5.
Yeah.
With that, so it shoots a lot of shots as well. And then
his sort of combat weapon, he's Cogax. So it's his strength, which is 6.
Yeah.
Why is he strength 6?
He's got like a mechanical arm on. He's got like a mechanical suit on. It's really cool, mate. Honestly, great model.
It's armor piercing, and it has the weapon snapper special rule. If Grim scores 1 or more hits in close combat against a model using a magic weapon, roll a d6. On 5+, that weapon is immediately destroyed and cannot be used further in this game.
It's alright.
Solid. Yeah, it's not per attack. Per
No.
hit. He does only have 2 attacks, but it's not bad. He's weapon skill 4.
Okay.
Probably hitting on 4s means you'll probably hit once.
Most of the time, 4's enough.
4's enough
That's
to
the
hit
thing.
on 4s.
Yeah.
So you'll probably hit once. So you get a third of the time you'll destroy their magic weapon. It's spicy.
He's good. He's really good. Again, another one that's not bad. General comes with a Gromrel armor.
Yeah.
Goes in a shooting unit.
Yeah.
At the back.
Yeah.
Or around.
He's only leadership 9, so he can't be your general if you've got a Thane.
No, he can't be. No, that's fair. But
Unless the Thane's the BSB.
yes, yeah, which is also a choice.
Definitely, probably going to be there.
So I've just got
He's very good.
he just offers incredible shooting synergy with he offers incredible synergy with every shooting unit in the book. And that's the beauty of him. On the early turns, when he's got in his Iron Drake, say, next to a big unit of Thunderers, he goes, I'll increase their their range by 2d6, and suddenly you've got like 30-inch range or more, probably more, 35-inch range.
Possibly.
Thunder is very scary, lots of extra damage. It also means they're more likely to hit because their short range goes up.
Yes.
As well, which is very strong. Again, you can do that with the artillery. You can do with the artillery pieces, re-rolling or lending his BS.
Yeah.
Really good. Excellent with Iron Drakes, as we discussed. Re-rolling failed to hits of a unit that's quick to fire with strength 5 flaming shooting weapons. It's incredible.
And you might think, but the Iron Drake's, short range, so he's going to have to be at risk. Well, no, because he still doesn't have to be in that unit.
He can stand behind him if he wants. Yeah.
Because they're probably not going to run. Unless it's like a huge unit that's coming
they're
into them.
leadership 10, by the way, Iron Drakes, so very good. Yeah. To be honest, I'd put him on the end. Because most units shooting units are wide. They're flat and wide. How many guys are actually going to get on him?
Unless they're running like a horde.
How many guys are going to actually get on him?
Yeah.
And he can shoot as well then and drop in a few attacks. I think he's decent.
Yeah.
I've got his own shooting's good. He's a great engineer. Yeah. You'll have to see it. He's a great choice.
He can also entrench a war machine like normal engineers can.
Yeah, he can. Put it just in case.
Hard cover or soft cover?
Hard cover. So yeah, all very good from him. The only sort of drawback is that once you build the combo, I've said he's exploitable for his points. He is because he can affect so much stuff. Yeah. But once you build the combo, you do spend points. Him and Iron Drakes will cost you probably over 400 points without too much trouble. Yeah. Because they're quite expensive too. Yeah. But I mean, that's not a massive drawback.
And you probably want some artillery with him as well.
Yeah.
But you are probably going to have that anyway. So you're not really that's not an opportunity cost of him.
Great in a shooting army.
Yes, he is.
So we'll leave it there.
Yes, we will. That's it.
Special characters. So normally we would have done this earlier, but because I know how long the rest of this video is, I've held this back. So you've born with us this far. You've come this deep into the mines, and it's now time for you to get that well-earned break. So grab yourself a Coke.
Other beverages are available.
And make sure you head back. For the next section of this video, where we're going to take a look at the army unique equipment and the ancestral heirlooms of the Dwarves. So, on to that army unique equipment and ancestral heirlooms section now. And the Dwarves have quite a collection of mundane equipment.
They do, actually. Yeah, there's a few bits.
That's unique to them, and that's where we're going to begin this section. So, all in all, we've got 6 items to cover here. Have a little count, and two mounts. Basically.
6 is that 6 plus 2 mounts?
6 items, 2 are mounts.
2 are, yeah.
Is what I've got here.
Yep. Where are the other 2? Where are the other 2?
And then we'll move on to look at the 6 ancestral heirlooms afterwards. But now they are just to touch base here. They are sort of pre-built magic items for the dwarves. So everything else you'll build with your runes, but these are sort of 6 pre-built ones that cover all the different categories. And I've just put here, please note, ancestral heirlooms don't grant the dwarves access to rulebook magic items, and they can't be improved by adding more runes to them either, which would be quite dirty. Now, the mundane items in this part of the video generally represent the crafting and engineering expertise of the dwarves. Generally. So we're going to start up with Gromrel armour. Yes. It's really simple. It gives you a 4+ armor save. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like Chaos armor. It's like full plate armor.
Full plate armor. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now it can be combined with other equipment as usual, as you might expect. And to be honest, I've got here only Warriors of Chaos and Empire can boast this type of equipment widely available to its troops. It's one of the best things about this entire army.
Yeah.
It comes standard on every non-Slayer character and some of the units in the book too.
Yeah, I think it's only 2 units, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that it comes with
Iron Breakers and Iron Drakes get the sort of slightly pumped version. Yeah. But all your characters get it, even your runesmiths and your engineers and stuff like that, which makes them all kind of pretty
decently survivable.
Yeah. It's a really good place to start. It makes it very easy to get 2+ armor saves on all your characters.
Yeah.
And the units that do have it are the standout anvils in this book as well.
Yeah, they really are.
Which is great. So we'll move on, and we'll look at the first of our shooting options in this section now, and that's the dwarf crossbow. So it's basically the same as a regular crossbow.
Yeah.
It has a 30-inch range, it's move or fire, it is a strength 4 weapon. But it has the dwarf crafted rule that we discussed earlier.
Yep. So for those of you that don't remember, that is you don't suffer the -1 to hit for standing and shooting.
That's it.
Solid.
It's got good range. It's a decent strength. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and we'll just keep pushing forward. I think onto the dwarf handgun now. So this is essentially a handgun, which has the dwarf crafted special rule again.
Yeah.
So range of 24, move or fire, strength 4, and armor piercing. The dwarf crafted is a helpful special rule, but like the crossbow, it's decent. And like the crossbow, it's decent against a variety of targets.
Yeah.
Again, it's okay.
Yeah, strength 4 is decent. You can have a unit of them, so you can have a fair few shots.
It's difficult to talk long periods about this equipment. It's a good shooting weapon on an average ballistic skill guy.
See Thunderers / Quarrelers for what we think.
That's it. Dwarf pistols are next.
Yes.
And I think you'll start to see the pattern. So these are available in a brace of pistols, like a standard pistol. And in both versions, it is the same as a standard pistol / brace of pistols. So it is strength 4, it is a range of 12, it has armor piercing and quick to fire, and the brace has multiple shots 2 in addition.
Yep.
And of course, they have the dwarf crafted special rule.
Yes, they do.
So very good with standard shoot shenanigans, like we discussed earlier.
Yeah, with the Thunderers.
Although you probably won't get a lot of other uses out of them in your dwarf army, if I'm honest.
No, and obviously as like a normal brace of pistols, you can use them in combat as effectively an additional hand weapon.
Oh, you can, yeah. Good quality beatdown as well.
Yeah.
Why not? A good old-fashioned dwarf beatdown. So on to mounts now. And first up we have the Oath Stone. Now I'm going to turn to the Duke. Because, like many things in the dwarf book, I don't want to get the wording wrong.
So, Oath Stones. A unit that contains one or more models with an Oath Stone can never choose to flee as a charge reaction, cannot be disrupted, and if any of its models are armed with hand weapon and shield, they can make parry saves against attacks made to their flanks and rear. Furthermore, a character with an Oath Stone must always accept a challenge. If your unit contains more than one character with an Oath Stone, you can choose which of them accepts the challenge.
Okay.
So they don't have to issue, they just have to accept.
Yeah. So, good in a tanky unit.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to flee anyway.
Yeah.
Good in Longbeards, because they can't flee anyway.
Yeah.
Generally psychology. So I've got here, like with a lot of things in this book, I feel like there's a lot of balance with this item. Not being able to flee and having to accept challenges are drawbacks of an Oath Stone.
Yes.
Although runes can mitigate the latter, you can build some decent challenge sort of orientated dwarves.
Yeah.
Not being able to be disrupted and making parry saves in the flank and rear is quite frankly amazing, especially when you combine it with shield wall or with iron breakers in particular.
Yeah.
These also cost 25 points. And they're the same cost on a Lord and a Hero. The same cost on a Thane and a Lord.
Okay.
So that's nice, because you don't often pay the same price for mounts on both.
No.
Overall, I rate them. I do. I very often take them. And certainly, I think if you're going to build an anvil unit, it seems odd that you wouldn't want one.
Yeah.
They're very solid.
Yeah. Big fan.
Yep. And finally, we have Shield Bearers. Which, once again, I'm going to look at the main man to my left.
You're not going to get these 3 paragraphs right.
I am definitely not to read through.
So, a Dwarf Lord with Shield Bearers adds +2 to his wounds characteristics and +2 to his armour save to a maximum of 1+. A Lord and his Shield Bearers are treated in all respects as a single model, even in challenges. The Lord cannot dismount and still benefits from the Lookout Sir rule. It does, however, have 2 sets of characteristics, one for the Lord and one for the Bearers. The Dwarf Lord and Shield Bearers use their own weapon skill, strength, initiative and attacks characteristics when they attack. Each can attack any opponent in base contact. The Shield Bearers' attacks do not benefit from any weapon, runic or otherwise, carried by the Dwarf Lord. The Shield Bearers have no wounds or toughness values and therefore can never be attacked separately. However, if the Dwarf Lord is removed as a casualty, we assume that the Shield Bearers were slain alongside their master and the whole model is removed from play. If the model is attacked in close combat, it is the Dwarf Lord's weapon skill that is used for the purposes of the enemy rolling to hit. And we're there.
We are there. There is... Oh, I've banged the cabinet again. There he is. Thangar Broadaxe, my Dwarf Lord on shields. Just, because we love that.
We do.
So, 2 extra wounds, 2 extra points of armour save, additional attacks, keeping the Lookout Sir. Shield Bearers are great. In fact, they are iconic.
They are, yeah.
There's some great art on so many of the book covers and things over the years of Dwarf on the shields.
Yeah,
it's just awesome.
Combine... so his Dwarf Lord, he comes with Gromril, with his Shield Bearers, combine it with a shield, you've got a dude with a 1-up armour save, you haven't spent any runic items.
Yeah, or you can spend 5 points for a Rune of Stone and give him a great weapon.
Yeah.
Strength 6 with a 1-up armor save. Beast.
Yeah,
very good. Taking up 2 infantry space in the front rank of a unit is actually also quite good, because Dwarf Lord will take a lot of punishment if you rune him up right.
Yeah.
So you get him in there and you're like, oh no, you're attacking my lord.
Oh no.
Oh no, you don't care.
No.
You don't care. In fact, he's doing you a favour, because the dwarves around him are probably more squishy than he is.
Yeah, push a runesmith to the second rank if you're only 5 wide as well.
Yeah. Just, I mean, I stick him front and centre. He goes in the middle if I take one of the unit. I want them to be like, oh, I can get like 5 guys on him, or 4 guys on him. I'm like, oh no. So, very good.
Yeah.
And yeah, it can take the heat off your regular infantry I've got there, which is a good tactical option. They're really good. They're 40 points. So they're not nothing.
Yeah, that's...
But when you consider like 35 points is generally the cost of an additional wound, generally, not in this army book actually, but generally, and you get the attacks of the bearers. I believe the shield bearers are weapon skill 5,
Yeah.
And they're strength 4 with 1 attack, 2 attacks because they're treated as a pair. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, good.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, very good for 40 points when you look at it like that. So
absolutely.
good choice if you're going to take the Dwarf Lord. I know we just said that in general the Lords aren't the best choices.
If you're going to take one, probably put him
should be on shields.
shields.
Yeah, unless there's a really good reason for him not to be on shields.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's the generic kind of items and mounts out of the way. So we're going to have a look now at those ancestral heirlooms. And there are 6 for you to choose from. So let's have a look at the Throng's treasures I've got here. First up is the Hammer of Karak Draz.
Draz. Karak Draz.
It's got like a H on the end though.
Yeah, Draz.
Drazza. This is a magic weapon and costs 65 points. The various attacks are made at +3 initiative. Furthermore, enemy models that suffer 1 or more unsaved wounds from the hammer have their initiative reduced to 1 until the end of the close combat phase. So a lord with it is initiative 7, which is decent, but in a meta where always strikes first and high initiative characters are prevalent, it's not that great.
No.
Factor in the cost of the item and the fact that bearer is only strength 4 unless they're charged. It quite frankly is pretty terrible.
Yeah. I mean, it just screams way too many points.
Yeah.
Because you go first, but do you kill anything?
But you only go first if they're not always strikes first on their initiative. So if they're a chaos character, they'll be the same initiative, so they won't suffer the penalty.
Yeah.
If they're an elf, they go before you anyway, so they've attacked. If they're a vampire, they don't care again, same things we just talked about.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. It's like, you can go first and if drop their initiative, but then why do you care? You've already attacked.
It's meant to let like your other guys in your unit, I guess, go before him then, or before the enemy.
But they're only going to be strength 4, unless they have great weapons, in which case he'll go first.
He still goes before them. Yeah, it's just you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Leave it at home.
Don't waste
It's a dreadful choice.
Points. Karak Draz, what the hell were you thinking?
Well, it's probably not a Karak anymore, I imagine, judging by that. If that's the quality of the word.
I mean, the 6th word in the description is wrought, past tense, so I would assume not so good.
Our second magic weapon is really thematic.
Yes.
It's a nice way of starting.
Yeah.
The Red Axe of Karak 8 Peaks. That's such a cool sounding item. I want you to be cool. This one is 50 points, and its bearer re-rolls to hit and to win rolls against units from Warhammer Armies, Orcs and Goblins, and Warhammer Armies Skaven. In addition, the bearer also causes terror against all units from those army books. It's just too army specific to be considered a competitive choice, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
But it's very good against those 2 armies.
It is very good. It feels like if it had something against, like, that it had all the time, something against everyone else, it would be quite good, depending on what that something was. It's a bit like the Orcs and Goblins Basher's Axe.
I was just about to say, if it was Basher's Axe of Stunty Smashing, which gets kind of +1 strength, +1 attack, armor piercing. Oh, and if you fight dwarves, I also get this.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you do those thematic items. Otherwise, you get a Cloak of Beards, which is like, if you fight dwarves, I just didn't stop you there, mate.
Helm of the Skaven Slayer.
Well, at least that gives you +1 armor save.
Yeah. Orcbane Shield gives you 4th 1-up armor. Character.
Scum.
It's not a shield. But it's too specific.
Yeah, I've got an interesting point about this is it does say all to hit and wound rolls, not missed or failed. So he can if for some reason he wants to not hit or not wound because he wants that thing not to die.
Yeah.
There are very rare tactical occasions where that is the case.
I mean it just says re-roll to hit and to wound rolls. It doesn't say all, but it also does not say failed.
Failed, which is the crucial one. So you can kind of use it to not hit if you wanted.
Sure.
So
niche scenarios.
Niche scenario, but look, I think if you're playing that thematic game with your friends, it probably is something I'd take.
Yeah.
Not because it's particularly dirty against those things, just because that's quite cool, isn't
yeah,
it?
because if you are sort of doing that again, like we said, we did do a Warzone on 8 piece.
Yeah.
And you can play a really cool battle, almost like a Triumph and Treachery type game. Between the three of them, because it's not like the Orcs and Goblins and Skaven teamed up against the Dwarfs. No, they all hate each other.
Yeah, that's good.
So that'd be really cool. And then the Dwarves would send like the heirlooms that are known to be particularly good against the Greenskins and the Skaven to Carrack 8 peaks to try and reclaim it. So and like James was saying, it's not broken against those armies.
It's just good.
It's just good.
So on to our only magic armour now, the magnificent armour of Borek Beetlebrow, which is a great name. Now this one is 60 points, and it gives the bearer a 2+ armour save and a 3+ ward save against attacks with a strength of 6 or higher. This is really good. This is a really good item.
Yeah.
So something that's particularly stand out about it compared to all other items I can think of in Warhammer like it, is that nowhere in that description does it say I cannot improve that armour save further.
Yeah.
So grab a shield and he's got a 1-up.
Yep.
Put him on shield bearers, he's got a 1-up because that's the most you can have.
Yeah.
So really good.
And you can't combine it with armour runes.
No.
However, you can combine it with talismanic runes.
You can.
To give him like a bit of a ward save against stuff that's less than strength 6.
Yeah, or flaming is a good choice there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, really only fears killing blow at this point. Because you're not going to get through
the armour save.
That really high armour save with a low strength weapon in
if
general.
you're strength 5, you're going to go down to a 3-up armour save. Unless you've got a bit of armour piercing, it might be a 4-up. Like, oh no.
That's it, yeah. So it's not such a big deal. It's just very good like that. I've got shield bearers and a great weapon is stand out. Can go on a Thane or a Lord because it's 60 points as well.
Yeah, and Thanes, the heroes get more allowance, don't they?
75.
Yeah.
So this looks very attractive on your BSB again. Because it makes them quite hard to sort of axe their way through.
Particularly so, yeah. Actually, that's a very good choice for a BSB.
So it's a good choice from this section, finally.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the standout choice in this section for me. I'm spoilers. But I say that all of the next ones are good. I just think this one's the best. You're going to pull face at the next one.
Yeah.
I think the next one's alright. So we've got 2 enchanted items now, and the first one is the Silver Horn of Vengeance, which Scott pulled a face at.
I did.
It's 45 points, which is a decent chunk of cost. It's used at the start of a friendly turn, and any friendly units within 6 inches of the bearer gain devastating charge until the start of the following turn. In addition, for the rest of the game, the bearer and any unit that are joined cause fear in High Dark or Wood Elves. That's all units from those army books again. The fear element is fun and thematic, but ultimately not very good. The devastating charge is good, but the army does have low movement. So you'll need to work quite hard to get the most out of this.
Yeah, and really, you need to guarantee that you're going to get those charges, because you have to use the horn before you've rolled any of those charges.
Yeah.
And that for me is what lets you down for 45 points.
You do have runes of slowness, which we'll discuss later, that can help you do that. You do have the strong redirector tactics, particularly with those with double fleeing and things like that. Double fleeing with the gyros, which again we'll discuss later. That's where I see it. I'm not saying I think it's super amazing, but I do think it's okay. I think this one's decent.
I just don't think it's worth its points.
Yeah, maybe.
Even if you get in with 2 units, which is probably the most you're going to be able to do it with. You might get 3, but probably 2. You're gaining 10 attacks, maybe.
Yeah, I
Sort
suppose.
of 14
Maybe I've oversold it to myself. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, so I've got here actually the short range of it is a real drawback. So yeah, I mean I think it's okay, this one.
Yeah.
I think Beetlebrow's still the best. I think it's okay.
Absolutely.
The next 2 I think are both very good too.
Yeah.
So our second enchanted item now is the Fiery Ring of Thori. Now this one confers the bearer a strength 4 breath weapon with flaming attacks. It's a great item, especially for a character in a unit with great weapons.
Yes.
For that classic stripping of regeneration again. It also doesn't prevent the bearer from taking other runes, because it's an enchanted item and there are no enchanted runes.
Oh, okay.
There are weapons, armour, talismans,
engineering
and banners. That's it. So
okay.
it doesn't have any effect on what you can take beyond its 35 point cost, which is very good.
Yeah.
35 points is a very good cost for it.
Yeah.
And we'll look at when we look at the Rune of Fire later, you'll see another reason why I think that's such a good cost. I love to see this item. I really struggle not to try and fit it in all the time when I look at Dwarf lists. I think it's got a lot of mileage.
Yeah.
So finally, we have delved both greedily and deeply into the Ancestral Heirlooms and made it to the last choice.
We have.
Which is the only magic standard, and it's the Banner of the Lost Holds. Now, at a whopping 100 points, this one really is a pricey boy. But you do get a lot of banner for your buck.
You do, yeah.
So, all models in the unit with this banner can reroll failed to wound rolls in close combat. Now, with that cost, you're going to want to make sure the unit you put this on is large. I've got here. But if you think about it, if the unit is like 30 models, you're paying about 3 points a model for it. Which is not bad.
Yeah.
If the unit's 40 models, you're paying like 2.5 points a model for it, which is really spicy.
Yeah.
And I think there's a way to make it go even further.
Do you know what unit I would put this on?
Go on.
Slayers.
That's exactly what I've got here.
Ungrim Slayers.
Explain how good it is with Slayers and Ungrim Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So I think this is an auto-include if you take
Yeah.
Ungrim, because he gives the Slayers a 100-point magic banner allowance. He's made for this, I think.
Yeah.
And why it's so good is because you start talking about the points you paid on a per attack you make basis. So they always wound on 4. With a reroll means they're wounded 75% of the time. So you basically...
4 at worst as well.
Yeah, worst, yeah. So you go 2 hand weapons probably.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Which means that if you like, say you hoarded them because you went really big on this 40 and you hoarded them, you'd be looking at 40 attacks at the front, which now you're talking about 2.5 points per attack in just that one round. Then everyone that dies makes an attack, and because that's a combat attack, you reroll the wounds.
Yes, they do.
Everyone that dies, you get more value out of the banner, not less.
Yeah. Even better, the Slayers are unbreakable.
So you don't lose the banner to run.
Equally better, or equally as good, this banner's going to be the last Slayer to die.
Yes.
Insane. You have to kill every single Slayer before you get rid of the effects of the banner.
It's really good.
So good. Obviously, it affects Ungrim as well in the unit, because he's obviously going to be in the unit.
It's also good with Thorgrim, as is worth saying, because you reroll all the hits and all the wounds then.
Yeah.
You're witch elves.
You are witch elves in armour.
But yeah, no, that's it. Slayers, absolutely the way to go with that one.
Yeah.
So there we go. We're going to take another short break, guys, because the next section is really long.
Really long.
So I'm just preparing you all. You might want to pause and come back at points. But as we're going to take a look at the Dwarf Runic Items, and there are 53 different parts in this next part.
Oh my.
And some of them have multiple runes under the headings. The 53. Scott's so scared. I'm scared.
Oh my.
So make sure you are ready and refreshed for what is going to be the probably longest and most epic section of this video. So, as I said earlier, in this section we're going to take a look at all of the runes available to Dwarf armies.
All of them?
Yes. Now, this is going to be a very extensive section of this video, and will be structured quite uniquely, if I'm honest, as the Dwarves are the only army that have got this type of sort of like combined build mechanic. This took a lot of thinking about for us, didn't
how
it?
to do it.
How to do this section to offer actual value for the video. So, we'll explain what each rune does. And then we'll make some suggestions on sort of runic combinations that we think are quite strong with it.
Yep.
And then we'll try and see if we can sort of point out how that fits into a dwarf army as well.
Yep.
And we'll just be a bit brutal and probably say competitive or not competitive in general. There's a generalisation that when we say that, because there's always going to be someone that says, oh, but if you do this, it can be really competitive. We're giving you generalisations, trying to make it easy. Now I'm going to begin by asking the Duke to read out the rules of the runes section to establish how you build runic items, and you've got it, so I was going to give you the page to make it easier to find. I wrote it down. So we're going to start with that.
Yep, so the rules of the runes. You may inscribe up to 3 runes onto an item, which will henceforth be considered magical. Runic magic items are subject to the following restrictions. Number 1. No single item can have more than 3 runes. It is virtually impossible to forge items able to bear the strain of carrying so much power. Runesmiths call this the rule of 3. Number 2. Weapon runes can only be inscribed on weapons, always hand weapons. Armour runes can only be inscribed on Gromril armour. Banner runes can only be inscribed on standards. Engineering runes can only be inscribed on war machines, and talismanic runes can only be described on talismans, brackets of which more later, close brackets. This is called the Rule of Form by runesmiths. Don't laugh at me, I'm reading it out. Number 3. No more than one item may carry the same combination of runes. You could not have 2 runic weapons both engraved with a rune of speed and a rune of fire, for example, or more than one standard bearing 2 runes of battle. This restriction also applies to the use of single runes, so you could not have 2 characters in your army wearing armour engraved with only a single rule of iron, for example. Creating runic items takes a great deal of effort, and runesmiths don't like repeating themselves, nor do they copy other runesmiths' work, except during their apprenticeship. This is known among runesmiths as the Rule of Pride. Number 4. No master rune may be used more than once per army, and no more than one master rune can be inscribed on an item. Master runes are so powerful that they cannot be combined together on the same item, or used together on the same battlefield. For this reason, runesmiths describe these runes as jealous runes. Number 5, and we're at the final point. Apart from master runes, which can only be used once, other runes can be combined as you wish, to produce varied or cumulative effects. For example, you might inscribe a weapon with a master rune of swiftness, or a strikes first special rule, the rune of striking, +1 weapon skill, and the rune of fury, +1 attack. With the exception of master runes, most runes can be used in multiples, although whether their effect are simply added together or combined into a new power will be stated within the rune's rules. To reflect this, the points cost for multiples of the same rune do not necessarily increase in a uniform manner. For example, a weapon engraved with 1 rune of cleaving costs 10 points, a weapon engraved with 2 runes of cleaving costs 35 points, whereas a weapon engraved with 3 runes of cleaving costs 65 points. That's a lot of words.
It is.
That is a lot of words. And that is all of my rules of the runes section.
So, to be really thorough, to keep being really thorough, because we want to get... look, we don't know the level of knowledge that you guys have of the Dwarf book at home.
Yes.
So some of you will know the book inside out, and you'll just be looking at this to see if there's some cool tactical pointers, or just because you like to hear me and Scott talk about it. Some of you will be looking at this for the first time, so we don't want to lead you down the garden path. So we're going to move on to start by looking at weapon runes.
Mm-hmm.
And under the top heading there's a small sentence before we get into the runes.
I'm
just going to read all of these so we're really clear.
Yes. Weapon runes are inscribed onto hammers or axes to turn them into runic weapons. If a model is permitted to take a runic weapon, he may choose weapon runes from the following list and apply them to his hand weapon. Goes into runes.
That's it. We're done. Good. So we're going to start by looking at the master rune of Scalf Blackhammer, and the way we're going to do this is I will shout out what the rune is, Scott's going to read what the rune does, and then we're going to chat about it. Mm-hmm. That's probably going to be the way to go.
Sure.
So master rune of Scalf Blackhammer, 75 points.
Yep. A weapon engraved with the master rune of Scalf Blackhammer will wound any model not in magic armour on a to-win roll of a 2+, regardless of the target's toughness. Against models in magic armour, it's a 3+.
Cool.
So you may remember from Thorgrim, this is one of the effects from his hammer.
It basically is, yeah. So I've got... The way I'm going to do my bit now is I'm going to start by talking about what its big drawback is.
Yep.
So I don't miss it, and I've done that first on everyone, okay? So struggles with armour.
Yeah.
And potentially with hitting your opponent as well, because it doesn't improve your hitting or your penetration, this rune.
Yeah.
So I've got here, well combined with Rune of Cleaving or Rune of Striking. They're probably going to be your top 2 choices. Rune of Cleaving applies armour piercing on the first level, and the Rune of Striking increases your weapon skill by 1. So it helps you hit on a 3 more regularly. Now, the first rune I mentioned, will mention any of these bits, will likely be what we think is the best runic combo. There might be others, but we quite like that one. Now, this for me is cost prohibitive in general. The combo will cost you up to 110 points.
Yeah.
Realistically, to get something really meaningful on it, if you look at 2 runes of cleaving.
Yeah. Or 2 runes of striking,
or
which
2
is
runes
+1
of
weapon skill and reroll to hits.
Yeah.
It's good.
2 for cleaving is +1 strength, armour piercing.
Yeah.
So again, that solves the problems that Scalf Blackhammer's rune has.
Yeah.
But it costs a fortune.
Yeah.
At its best against low armour, high toughness targets, looking at Kemrian War Sphinxes.
Yeah. Army wise though, like ogres.
Yeah. I've got not bad without other runes. Especially at its cost, because it's quite expensive, so you probably just would take it on its own.
Yeah.
For me, it's too specifically focused to be considered to be a choice for a competitive army.
Yeah, okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's really competitive against like Tomb Kings, and ogres and the like.
Yeah,
But I think it's
maybe lizards, because they don't have the best armor on their units.
demons.
Yeah, very
It's
good.
got a lot of
against
character,
demons.
but it's going to be pretty poor in general against warriors.
Yeah.
Not going to be great, even if they go down the troll end, just they're going to have regen unless you can strip that. Maybe Rune of Fire helps there.
Yeah.
But certainly warriors, Empire generally will have really good armor save units
on their knights.
on their knights. And to be honest,
and if it's not a knight, you're not struggling to kill it anyway.
no.
So you don't need to win the honour to.
So mixed bag, but very expensive.
To be fair though, actually, not terrible against elves.
No, not bad, but poor against their characters, and that's the
Yeah.
thing that the Dwarf Lord's got to be scared of.
Yeah.
And to be honest, things like executions are still a big issue, aren't they? I mean, he'll kill lots of them, but if they kill him below him, he's in a lot of trouble.
He is in a lot of
and
trouble,
he's a lot of points. I mean, you
With
only got
the-
50 points to spend if you take that on a Lord.
Yeah.
Hero, that's all they're allowed.
All of it, yeah.
So, moving on, we'll take a look at the Master Rune of Smiting. This one is 60 points.
Yep, so weapon engraved with this has the multiple wounds d6 special roll.
So again, making wounds stick in the first place is the key issue for this one.
Yeah.
Now the Grudge Rune is my top choice for this, and or a Rune of Might.
Okay.
Again, up to 110 point combo, but pricey. But I'll let Scott just quickly touch on. So this is how it's going to happen. Each one will get shorter because we'll have covered what the other runes do as well.
So the Grudge Rune is for each Grudge Rune in your army, nominate one enemy character or monster at the beginning of the game. The wielder of a weapon engraved with the Grudge Rune gains +1 to hit and can reroll failed to wound rolls in combat against that model. Multiples have no effect. And what's the other? Where is the other one?
Rune of Might
is a weapon engraved with a Rune of Might, doubles its wielder strength against foes of toughness 5 or higher in close combat, and 2 of them maintains the previous effect and grants multiple wounds d3.
So you wouldn't
just take
combine
one.
that. You just take one. But both of those runes are 25 points. Now you could go the whole hog. With that, and really it's a monster and character mashup in that combination, if I'm honest. But probably too far to go. I'd probably pick one. I quite like Grudge Rune as my top choice there because I can sort of make sure I kill a monster. As long as I get through its save, which I probably will with the number of wounds I'll inflict.
Yeah, because monsters generally don't have the best.
And even an enemy character, because I'm going to throw all my attacks with +1 to hit and re-rolling the wounds. It's pretty good, that.
Yeah.
So not bad. At its best against multi-wound targets. Obviously not bad on a challenge heavy lord I've got here.
Yeah.
Competitive, 60 points puts me off.
Probably not.
Probably not. Probably too specific again.
Yeah.
Good, but too specific. Again, these generalisations when we say competitive at the end. Master Rune of Alaric the Mad, 50 points this one.
Yep, and armour saves can't be taken against wounds caused by weapons engraved with this rune.
So the bearer only being strength 4 is the biggest probably the biggest drawback of this again. And again, it still has the same problems as the last two, hitting, making it stick, basically.
Yeah, I don't think it's too many points because it's Obsidian Blade basically from the rulebook. But it's just you wouldn't take an Obsidian Blade on a Dwarf Lord.
No.
So you probably won't take this.
Two runes of cleaving is where I'd go if I was going to do it.
Armor piercing,
it's a shame I've paid for the armor piercing, but I'm looking just to get the extra strength.
Yeah.
If I'm honest.
It's a shame the first one doesn't do that.
Yeah. Or again, the magic of the Grudge Rune once again.
Yeah.
Because you can use that against character. It's very strong there as well. And it's good for character killing at that point. Best against enemy knights or characters I've got. It's quite good there. And very good if you take the Rune of Slowness, which is a magic banner. Now that means, we won't go into the specifics for a second, but it means your opponent is likely to foul charges against you, which gives you the chance to counter-charge and get the +1 strength.
Yeah.
So we've tried our best to think of all options here. Competitive for you, Scott, that one?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think it's massively competitive for me either because of the cost. I just don't know why it's not 85 points on a rune thing. Because that literally is the rune on the rune thing.
He is the guy. He's also the guy that made the rune fangs.
That's the rune as
Alaric
well.
the Mad is the guy that made.
If you look at the rune fang model, the rune on it is the one that's on the page there.
Though some say he wrought rune weapons for the Khan Queens of Kislev.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
Cheeky Kislev reference. Why not? Master Rune of Breaking is next. This one's 50 points.
So, if a dwarf with a weapon engraved with this rune scores 1 or more successful hits against a model with a magic weapon, the foe's magic weapon is destroyed on a d6 roll of a 2+, roll once, regardless of the number of successful hits. A foe with a destroyed magic weapon counts as being armed with a hand weapon. If the foe has more than one, please note that paired weapons count as one, then roll a d6 to randomly determine which one is destroyed.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that's got 2 magic weapons that aren't paired.
Modifier.
No, hers are paired, I think.
Are they?
Yeah, I think they are, yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. A demon prince, something like that, from a demon's book, can take multiple magic weapons, can't it? By swapping its gifts for multiples.
Yeah,
so yeah, I suppose that'd be it. So I've got here, biggest drawback is it only affects magic weapons.
Yeah.
But it combos really well again with that magical grudge rune we talked about.
It'd be good I think for me it'd be really good if it was a bit cheaper.
Yeah, 50.
50
a lot.
Is a lot.
It's too specific again for me. Again, I've got a grudge rune or 2 runes of striking is very good.
Yeah.
That's +1 weapon skill and reroll
Reroll
fail to
hit.
hit, and you've only got to hit to trigger the effect.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just looking at my notes. Best employed to fight enemy characters, obviously.
Yeah.
Starting at 50 points is the real issue for this one.
Yeah.
But could be a good choice on an Oathstone model because he has to accept challenges.
Yeah, good point.
So that helps. Competitive for you, Scott?
Again, I think it's too many points.
I think it's too specific. I think both of those.
I think if it
are
was
the same.
If it was maybe 25, 30 points, I'd
probably
probably
think
find
about
the
it.
space for it.
Yeah, I would too.
On like an Oathstone character. But yeah, 50 points. I just think it's too much for what it does.
I think I'll leave it.
Yeah.
So Master Rune of Dragon Slaying next, 50 points.
Again, yeah, against the dragon or Chaos Dragon, a weapon engraved with the Master Rune of Dragon Slaying will always wound on a twin roll of a 2 and has the multiple wounds 2 special roll.
So only works against dragons. He's the biggest drawback.
Yes, again, too specific.
So I've got here, making sure you hit them is probably the most vital part at that point.
Yeah.
So does it reroll wounds, doesn't it?
No, wounds on a 2+.
Wounds on a 2+, sorry, yeah, that's right. And is it multiple wounds as well?
2.
2, so yeah, so making sure you hit them is clearly the most important part there. So 2 runes of striking again, probably the best combination for that one.
How many attacks does a Dwarf Lord have?
4.
Oh, okay.
And I've got a Rune of Striking and a Rune of Fury to maximise the number of attacks. Now, Rune of Fury, the first level, gives you +1 attack.
Yeah.
So you'd have 5 attacks, weapon skill 8, which means you'd hit most dragons on 3.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
Again, the combo is very expensive. It's north of 85 points I've got here.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even that though, like if you don't go with the Rune of Fury, if you go say 2 runes of striking, you're on 4 attacks, hitting on 3s with a reroll.
Wounded on 2s.
Probably 3 hits.
Yeah,
you're probably going to miss one.
Yeah.
And then you could probably do 3 wounds. They've got 3 up armor safe.
Yeah. It's a 2 round of combat problem, I'd suggest.
And that dragon's very possibly just killed that Dwarf Lord.
Yeah, probably not. They're quite hard, but
Thunderstomp as well.
yeah, maybe. But you're not in a challenge, are you? In a unit, I'd have thought.
True.
So,
True.
but you know, crucially, the hammerers will probably do a better job of killing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, or even the Longbeards, to be fair. So yeah, again, I've just got it's one for the narrative game for me. You know, when you're sort of he's dragon slaying Dwarf Lord and you're bringing dragons, that's cool. You know, I'd have one. I'd probably, if I was playing narrative, I'd possibly even think about taking a Master Rune element off that. You know what I mean, and being like you can have more than one or something like, for fun. But I mean, certainly in competitive play, I think dragons are not seen in competitive play either. That's a huge drawback as well. So yeah, leave it at home.
And you've got better things for killing dragons. You've got cannons. You've got grudge throws. You've got even organ guns.
Even organ guns.
Yeah.
So yeah, leave that one at home, guys. Master Rune of Flight next, 30 points.
A weapon engraved with the Master Rune of Flight can be thrown like a throwing weapon with a range of up to 12 inches, which always hits on the roll of a 2+. Roll to wound as if the target had suffered a hit from the weapon in close combat. Any additional runes on the weapon will also take effect. After this, the weapon flies back to its wielder. A weapon with the Master Rune of Flight can also be used in combat as normal. It's Mjolnir.
It's Thor.
It's Thor.
Yeah. Other Disney princesses are available. I don't know.
Marvel,
Disney Marvel, isn't it? Do they not own it?
maybe.
I feel like they own it.
I don't think they do.
I feel like they own Marvel
I feel
Studios.
like you said Disney and made yourself a fool.
No, I'm pretty sure they own Marvel Studios, mate. They own everything. Disney own
They
literally
do own
everything.
a lot. They do own a lot.
Does it owned by Disney? No, it's owned by Amazon. I'll say it. Other companies are available, guys. Other companies are available.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it turns your Dwarf Lord into Thor.
Yeah, biggest
Or
drawback
hero.
on this one is only 1 hit and short range.
Yeah.
12-inch range, only 1 hit. Best rune combos, probably Rune of Fire, Rune of Cleaving, if I'm honest. Rune of Cleaving gives you armor piercing, and Rune of Fire gives you flaming attacks. Keeps the price down to 50 points, I think, or, for the 2. and Rune of Flight.
10 in... What was the other one?
Fire and Cleaving.
Cleaving. Yeah, they're both 10, so yeah, 50 points.
Again, it makes a strength 4 armor piercing flaming hit. Now that can actually help the rest of the shooting in your army.
Yeah.
Because you can do that regen stripping again, which you keep talking about, but it's not the be all and end all. That, if I'm honest, it's just trying to find good options. The model is best employed in a unit of Quarrelers or Thunderers for stand and shoot shenanigans again. I'd probably just take a Rune of Fire or just take a Rune of Cleaving. Now I'd probably just pick one of the two and just lob it that way and keep it cheap. Probably still not worth it to me.
No.
So
no.
is that one competitive for you? Is that floating your boat?
No, because I think it could be good in a unit of Quarrelers for the stand and shoot. But why is your Dwarf Lording or Thane? I suppose it could be a Thane.
Thane. Oh, yeah. Runesmith. Always hits on a 2+, so you just lob it.
That's true.
Lob it from the Runesmith. Maybe
with the right build. Maybe, because I would go Master Rune of Flight and Rune of Fire.
Yeah.
For a flaming short range shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of our two best combos on there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I think the other thing with all these Master Runes we've discussed so far is they're Master Runes, so you can't take another Master Rune on them.
Yeah.
And when we get to the next one, which in my opinion is the best Master Rune in the Weapon Rune slot, that's a big question, because this is probably the one I want first if I'm going to take...
Yeah, and it'd be really good if you could combine it with, like, 2 of the other ones.
Yes, it really would. So the next one is the Master Rune of Snorri Spangle Helm.
Great name.
This one's 25 points.
And a weapon engraved with this Master Rune always hits on a hit roll of a 2+.
Wicked. Look at the metagame.
Your Nurgle Demons. That's great. I hit you on a 2.
Nurgle Warriors.
Yeah.
High weapon skill enemies like vampires, high elves, dark elves, wood elves.
Elves.
I still got committed. I said high elves and meant to say elves. I was like, I'm going to have to do it up. But I mean, hitting on a 2 is really, really not a common thing. The biggest drawback for this one is the Bearer's Strength.
Yeah.
But this makes the Bearer so consistent. And for me, when I take this, I do tend to take it with 2 Runes of Cleaving.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Or a Rune of Might. 2 Runes of Cleaving makes him Strength 5, Armour Piercing, always hits on a 2. Or a Rune of Might, obviously we've talked about that already, doubles his Strength against, and that keeps it sort of 50 points, which is not a bad price.
Yeah.
Always hitting on a 2 and double your Strength if they're Toughness 5.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, there's a lot of Toughness 5 out there.
A lot of characters are Toughness 5.
Yeah, a lot of monsters. There are monstrous sort of infantry type units that also get up to those lofty Toughness heights. Not
Plus,
too often.
you know, buff magic, you can increase the toughness of a lot of your units
and people
up to 5.
do.
Yeah.
And again, if they're not Toughness 5, he's probably going to deck a load of them anyway.
He's probably strong enough. Because he's Strength 4, 5 if he charged.
Yeah, which is fine. So, yeah, I think that particularly in the tournament meta, it's really good for 25 points.
Yeah.
So for me, this is a competitive one. If you want to build a choppy dwarf character, I'm not sure that's the best use of your points. But if you are going to go down that road, and I do, upon occasions, I think that's the one I'd take.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's the first one that is definitely competitive. The rune itself is definitely competitive.
And then the last Master Rune is the Master Rune of Swiftness, another 25.1.
Yep, and this gives the bearer always strikes first.
Yeah. So the low initiative of the bearer stops you scoring the reroll to hit rolls, basically.
Yeah.
Because your initiative 4 if you're a Lord and 3 if you're a Thane.
Yeah.
So again, the obvious choice then is to look at Runes of Speed.
Couple of Runes of Speed.
5 points plus 1 initiative. Now for a Dwarf Lord, one of those is the way I'd look at for keeping. Yeah, his initiative 5 then. It's probably enough to get a reroll against most things. He's still only strength 4, isn't he, at the end of the day? And I can't make him strength 5 if I take the initiative buff because I can only get 1 Rune of Cleaving.
Yeah.
So I might as well just keep him cheap and try and use him to wreck units.
Okay. Yeah.
The other thing I've got here is I think it's a toss up between keeping it low cost and going for just the Runes of Speed or just 1 even. Or going for a Rune of Fire or Rune of Might again. So the Rune of Fire...
They're very solid choices.
Rune of Fire is good because it means that the character goes before the kind of line infantry in your unit, even if they're not rolling great weapons. Now my big issue is that in general, that's one I'd look at on a Runesmith because they're initiative 2. A Thane's initiative 3 already, so he goes first anyway. So, you know, it's not a big bonus there. The Rune of Might is obviously excellent. We've just discussed it. Doubles the bearer's strength for what strikes first. You could go 1 Rune of Might and a Rune of Speed. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, you're looking at sort of 55 points.
Yeah.
With the Mastering of Swiftness. Yeah, not bad.
I've just put here, overall, due to the survivability of dwarf characters, the going first is not sort of the be-all and end-all.
No.
And I think for 25 points, Snorri's just a better choice for making that Lord hit regularly.
Yeah, I would agree.
But I think this one still can be competitive, personally.
Yes. Yeah.
Always strikes first is always a good rule.
Mm.
So we move on now to the not master runes.
Yes.
With less restrictions on combinations and more.
Oh, joy.
And more to talk about. And we're going to start with the rune of demon slaying. So you'll have to, I'm afraid, go through all of the points values and all of the effects this time.
So there are 3 different effects for the rune of demon slaying. So the first, for one rune, is 25. The second rune is 50. And the third is 125.
So that
for 3
is
runes.
the big potato. That's just a dwarf lord and a rune lord, I think, that can take that.
Yeah.
But I don't think even the demon slayer can take that much.
Hilariously.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need it. He gets half the rules from it. He gets already. It's silly.
So, for one rune, against any model from Warhammer Demons of Chaos, a weapon engraved with a rune of demon slaying receives a +1 bonus to hit and to wound. Solid. 2 runes, against any model from Warhammer Demons of Chaos, a weapon engraved with 2 runes of demon slaying receives, again, +1 bonus to hit and to wound, and gains multiple wounds d3. 3 runes, against any model from Warhammer Demons of Chaos, a weapon engraved with 3 runes, hits and wounds on a 2+, has the multiple wounds d3 special rule, and no ward saves can be taken against it.
Yeah, boy. Trouble is, the Bloodthirst has already cut his head off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need to be on shields.
Yeah.
With the 1-up armor save.
Yeah.
To really make that worth considering.
And even then, the Bloodthirster still very possibly just cut his head off.
Just cut his head off. He's just got 5 wounds though. So. Bloodthirst's going to struggle. He's only got 5 attacks.
Oh, yeah, it's better. Yeah.
But I've got here the army book specific element of this item is its biggest drawback.
Oh,
it only works against demons.
Yeah.
So when we talk about best combinations of other runes, I have just politely put against demons. Just take more of this rune.
Yeah.
Just take as many of the rune as you can pack in.
100%.
For an all-rounder list, don't take any of this rune. Is probably my advice on it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So for me, from building competitive lists, it isn't a competitive
for
choice.
For me as a demons player though, 3 runes of this absolutely terrify me.
Oh,
hello, Demus, you're dead.
It's very fun. Very fun.
Hello, Great Unclean One, you're dead.
And that's when the dude next to him is a runesmith with the master rune of swiftness and a rune of flaming and maybe even a rune of fury, so he's got all the attacks as well. He rocks that out, strips the regen, and your beast and Nurgle are like, oh no.
Oh dear.
But yes, seriously, I'm afraid it's one for the narrative again.
Yeah.
Again, make a very cool narrative character.
Yeah.
Bane of Demons or whatever type fluff feel, but not so good. Rune of Fire now.
Yep. We've talked about it a lot already. Again, there's 3 different effects for the 3 different levels. So 1 rune is 10 points and gives you flaming attacks. 2 runes, 50 points and gives you flaming attacks and a strength 4 breath weapon with the flaming attack special rule. And 3 runes is 125 points. You have flaming attacks, the same breath weapon, except it now does multiple wounds d3.
As I like to call it, the ogre crier. It makes ogres cry.
It does make ogres cry.
And trolls. Trolls don't like it.
Trolls do not like it, no.
So let's have a little look.
I already know what you're going to say about this one.
Yeah.
Can I just be prophetic? You're going to say take 1, maybe 3, but probably not. Don't take 2. If we're going to take 2, take 1 and the rune of Thori.
That is on here, yeah. The ring of Thori saves you 5 points if you take 1 and the fire ring of Thori and you get the same effect.
Same breath weapon. Yeah.
And to be honest, you're not going to look to strip regen a lot of the time either, so the fiery breath is probably enough, so you don't need it that way.
Yeah.
But I've got here 1 rune of fire is a good combo on a lot of runic weapons.
Yeah.
We've talked about it already, and we'll probably keep talking about it.
Yeah.
It's useful. I've got here, it's great for smashing monsters like Hellpits or Treemen with a Rune of Might as well. Single 1 and a Rune of Might together, double your strength, very good. Great with Rune of Speed or on a model in a unit with great weapons for the same reasons we've already discussed earlier. 2 Runes of Fire makes a strong weapon, although it's cheaper to take the combination that you just mentioned, which I've got here. And 3 runes are amazing against trolls and ogres, but rubbish against elves. Now, and I've said that specifically because elves are really common in the competitive meta.
Yeah.
Again, it's not so great against demons. It's alright against some of the multiple wound stuff, but but
Okay.
you know the core blocks not so good.
Yeah.
Warriors of Chaos is really just the trolls.
Yeah. Chimera.
Maybe juggers or chimeras. Yeah, maybe, but you'll kill them with the cannons.
Yeah, you will.
You know, I just you know, for me overall, it makes it's too specific for a space in a competitive army. 3 runes.
3 runes, yeah.
Yeah, 125 points is incredibly pricey.
Yeah, it really is as well.
But expect to use runes of fire. His big concern is just Dragonbane. So just don't take it on everything.
Don't put it on everything, yeah.
But yeah, every great weapon unit I take has a
character
guy that can
goes
do this
first,
just in case.
with a rune of fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
So
rule.
is competitive in lower numbers.
Yeah.
In lower numbers of duplication and lower numbers of the rune choice.
Yeah.
Rune of Fury next.
Yep. So 1 rune of Fury, 25 points, gives you +1 attack. 2 runes of Fury, 60 points, +1 attack and frenzy. 3 runes of Fury, 100 points, +1 attack, frenzy, and after each successful to hit, it grants each user another attack. Roll to hit and to wound as normal. Attacks generated in this way do not generate further attacks.
So it's Red Fury. If you're a
yeah.
Vampire Counts player, you get to make additional attacks. Or if you've played Vampire Counts, I'm sure you have. You get to make additional attacks for every sort of successful hit. Is it on that one or wound?
On Rune of Fury, it's hit.
Hit. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's slightly closer to the
Virtuous
Bretonian
Mighty
one,
Temper.
Temper.
Yeah.
So I've got here 1 rune combines well with a Rune of Might again, or a Grudge rune again, to get mileage out of those 2 runes by giving them additional attacks.
Yep.
It's also quite good with Rune of Fire.
Yep.
Because you can
More likely to do that wound to make the flame.
yeah,
stick.
and just to touch back on Rune of Fire, the Rune of Luck we'll talk about later. Will remind me of that again. But yeah, so it's good there. I've got 3 runes. 2 runes of Fury is just too many points for me.
Yeah.
60 points for +2 attacks. That's 20 points more than you pay for it in the main rulebook.
And it gives you frenzy.
And one of those is generated by Frenzy,
Yeah.
which has huge drawbacks
Yeah.
too. Particularly with the terrible movement value of Dwarfs. You're just taking tests to not make charges anyway. 3 runes of Fury give 2 extra attacks and a Red Fury effect, which is really curtailed in impact due to the low strength of the bearer.
Yeah.
So you're getting that, but you're still only strength 4, and there's no way of improving that. And there's also no way of improving your to hit rolls there. So again, like I've got to actually make the hits to generate the attacks,
Yeah.
which in a meta with plenty of -1 to hit,
Isn't that easy?
isn't that easy?
Yeah.
So I've just got here, it would be really strong if it wasn't the 3rd tier of the rune.
Yeah.
So you could still combine it with other things, but for 100 points as well, no.
No. So basically, take 1.
Take 1. We like 1.
Yeah.
1
One's good.
strong. Rune of Dismay.
Yep. So 1 rune, 20 points. It grants the Wield of Fear. 2 runes, 45 points. Grants the Wield of Terror. 3 runes, 80 points. Grants the wielder terror, and in addition, enemy units that are in base contact with the wielder suffer a -1 penalty to their leadership.
Yes. So I've got a couple of points here that the drawbacks again, because it's easier to do them with the Master Runes, so don't stack up. But this one's quite easy. Fear and terror aren't really an issue for Dwarf armies.
No.
So one of the things that's good about causing fear and terror is that you don't yourself take
Have
fear
to
and terror
take the
tests,
checks, yeah.
which Dwarves don't care about because they've got plenty of immune to sight and plenty of good leadership, right? That's the first thing. 2 runes is a good price for terror, 45 points.
Yeah.
Normally you pay 50 for that, but not being manoeuvrable, not being a very manoeuvrable army, means it's actually hard to get the most out of that causing terror. And, you know, doesn't really have other runes that it combines very well with. There's no obvious synergy across
I
there.
don't really get why it's a weapon rune either, to be honest.
No, not really.
I could see it being a talismanic rune.
Feels like it was probably meant to be an enchanted rune, but they didn't do enchanted runes.
Yeah. It does. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, the best combo I could come up with for you guys is Runes of Slowness on the banner, which means your opponent's likely to fail their charges, and then you can counter-charge and make them take the terror check.
Yeah.
But for me, 3 wounds is just not worth the points at all.
No, I don't think
I don't think any of them are worth the points, to be honest. They also take up a precious slot on the weapon, of which I only have 3.
Yeah.
So for me, not a competitive choice, I'm afraid.
No, I would agree.
Rune of Cleaving now.
Yep. So 1 rune is 10 points and gives you armor piercing, as we've said. 2 runes, 35 points, gives you armor piercing and +1 strength. 3 runes is 65 points, gives you armor piercing, +1 strength and killing blow.
yeah, all good.
Yeah, such a
good,
shame
fair
that the
one.
first rune isn't just +1 strength.
Yeah, so I've just said here, we've discussed the combos for Master Runes with this one.
Yeah.
Snorri, Alaric, Scalf, just
Yeah.
rewind a few seconds to see those. Biggest drawback is the first rune gives armor piercing, which is the same effect as
But
putting a
runesmith
runesmith in
or
my
rune
unit
lord
does.
Yeah.
So I'm paying 35 points for a +1 strength instead of the 20 I should pay.
Yeah.
But it is the only way to get that. So 2 runes I think is the value. Outside of Master Runes, where does it combine best? Well, to be honest, probably just with 3 of it.
Yeah.
If you're not going to pair it with one of
Yeah.
those Master Runes we talked about, then just take 3 of it and get the Killing Blow. I think.
Yeah, or 2 and a Rune of Might.
Yeah,
I could see that. Strength 5, double your strength against toughness 5 or greater.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because you're wounding on 3s or 2s probably at that point.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. For me, 2 is the value with a Master Rune. Probably Snorri. But any of the others are good too. I think it's reasonably competitive, this one. I think if you're going to do that choppy character, you should be looking at Runes of Cleaving.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't bother just taking one though.
Yeah, no. As an option, not as a definite, as an option, because the next one is also very, very good on a choppy character, and that's the Rune of Might.
Yep, so 2 options for this one. One is 25 points, and it doubles the order strength against toughness foes of toughness 5 or higher, as we have said. 2 is 60 points, and it has the same effect, except it grants multiple wounds D3 against foes of toughness 5 or higher as well. A third rune has no effect.
So again, we've spoken a lot about it with the other runes.
Yeah.
These will get shorter, I imagine, as we go.
Yeah.
It's such a good choice because just one Rune of Might has such a large effect, and it's pretty much the only rune out there that has such a huge effect on just the base tier. The first tier. So very good. Outside Master Runes, which I'm a massive fan of, combining it with Snorri. Again, it's 2 of them. He's very good with Snorri. Actually, you're investing the points, but you hit on a 2+, you multiple wounds D3, and you double your strength if you find the right targets. Yeah, scary. But yeah, outside of that, I like Grudge Rune and Rune of Striking, which we haven't covered quite as much. So the Rune of Striking, 1 Rune of Striking means the bearer's weapon skill 8 if they're a Dwarf Lord, or 7 if they're a Thane. And the Grudge Rune allows you, as Scott mentioned earlier, to reroll failed to wound rolls against a target, a monster or character of your choice, and gives you +1 to hit.
Yeah.
Which means that essentially you're probably hitting that on a 2.
Probably.
With the weapon skill 8.
Yeah.
Or a 3 if they're better weapon skill than you. And then you're rerolling the wound rolls at that very high strength of 8 or 10 if you charged.
Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's it really.
Good rune.
Yeah, great for killing something big in any scenario. Almost any army you fight will have something that's a good choice against.
Yeah.
So I've got to be completely honest with you. This one is a very competitive one for me.
Yeah.
I like this one a lot.
Big fan.
Yeah.
I think I'd always try and include 1.
Yeah, I think 1's good. And I like I say, Grudge Rune, excellent.
Yeah.
Rune of Striking next.
Back to 3 tiers, so 1 is 10 points and gives you +1 weapon skill, as we've said.
Very
2
good value for that.
It is actually, yeah. 2 is 35 points, gives you +1 weapon skill and allows you to reroll failed to hit rolls. Again, very good value.
Like the value for that.
60 points is the third one. It grants the Wielder weapon skill 10 and allows him to reroll failed to hits in combat.
So I think for me, the third level is probably just a touch too expensive.
Yeah, I don't see why I'd ever take the third level, if I'm honest with you.
And that's what I mean. I think if it was...
honestly, not even for the points. It could be 50 points and I wouldn't take it. Because you're already weapon skill 7.
If you're a Thane. If you're
a Dwarf
Lord, yeah.
So you're becoming weapon skill 8 with 2 runes. So at worst, at that point, you're hitting on a 3.
Yeah.
Assuming you've got no negatives hit from modifiers. Well, if you go up to weapon skill 10, and you're rerolling anyway, if you go up to weapon skill 10, the worst you're hitting on is a 4. It makes you worse.
You get nothing offensively for it, yeah. So I've got most of what you said actually here. 10 points for the additional point of weapon skill is really good. Outside of Master Runes, this one with the rune of this one is really good with the rune of parrying.
It does.
Or taking 2 runes and a Grudge Rune. So we talked about the Grudge Rune earlier, and 2 runes and a Grudge Rune means you get +1 to hit with the reroll, reroll into wounds. You're that reroll machine again.
Rune of parrying quickly as well, as I don't actually think we've mentioned it.
No.
It just causes enemy models to suffer -1 to their hit rolls against.
So weapon skill 8, -1 to hit, pretty good.
Yeah.
Now I will say this one is probably not best on your Lord, because your Lord does have hatred. If he's your general, that your general,
Yeah.
I mean. So you probably don't want this on your general
Yeah.
because they're getting the hatred. And I mean, you can say, well, it's every round of combat, James. That's fair.
And you know, the hatred might not be against everyone. Might be only against their characters or their general.
Yeah, that's fair. I've got here. This
James
one
has
is
lost
good
his
with
place
Rune
on
of
the
Parrying and 2 runes, or a Grudge rune.
Yep.
The model is basically roll a dice until you get what you want. 2 runes create a consistent hitting character, although again, Master Rune of Snorri is probably about as consistent and is 10 points less.
Yeah.
Because you always hit on a 2.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good. 3 is a reroll, hit on a 2. It's
Yeah.
not much from much in there. 3 runes is a bit overkill, doesn't really help the Lord do any more damage.
I don't think I'd ever take the third tier.
I think 1s and 2s are competitive.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
So Grudge rune now.
Yeah, as we've mentioned quite a lot, it's 25 points, and you nominate, for each Grudge rune in your army, you nominate 1 enemy character or monster at the beginning of the game. The wielder of a weapon engraved with a Grudge rune gains +1 to hit and can reroll failed to win rolls in combat when attacking the nominated model. Multiples of this rune have no further effect.
I've just got here, we've already discussed the myriad of combinations for the Grudge rune. I'm not going to go over it again. It's a good choice.
Yeah, solid.
It's a competitive choice. It works with all those runes we've just discussed really well.
So if you have 2 Grudge runes on 2 different characters,
Yeah.
so you nominate 2 separate characters or monsters,
Mm-hmm.
do both of those characters with the Grudge rune get the effects against both of those models, or do you have to pick this? Say my Dwarf Lord, his Grudge rune is going to pick your Vampire, and the Thane's Grudge rune is going to pick your Terrorgeist.
I think that's how it would be to me, because they grudge the thing.
Yeah,
they hold a
which
grudge
makes sense.
against that specific thing. That's the rune. They sort of hammer it onto their weapon to answer the grudge that they've sort of set, if you like. I quite like that because the idea is they hammer it on when they take the grudge. It might be like 2 decades before they fight that thing. They're still cleaving through other stuff for years, and then they come back to it. That's quite cool. Rune of Parrying.
Yep, so just 1 tier, 25 points, as we just said a little while ago. Weapon engraved with the Rune of Parrying causes all enemy models attempting to attack its wielder in close combat to suffer a -1 penalty to their hit rolls. Multiples have no further effect.
Yeah, so again, I've said we've covered this really. Again, Rune of Striking is the obviously great combo here.
Strike your weapon skill.
I think this one's really good with armour runes as well. Because
Yeah.
you've got to think cross purpose. I've got Master Rune of Gromril, which we'll discuss shortly. Works quite well with this one. 25 points isn't very bad value for it. It's quite competitive, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
And the final one is the Rune of Speed.
Yeah, so 5 points, you get +1 initiative, and each rune adds another point of initiative for 5 points.
We've covered this, guys.
Yeah.
Rune of Burning, Master Rune of Swiftness. Rune of Fire, Master Rune of Swiftness. Key choices.
Yep.
I think stacking it up, though, is a bit of a trap.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I think
go
one's
with like
probably
3.
enough a lot of the time.
Yeah, 1, maybe 2, but probably 1.
But I think it's only competitive with those runes we discussed as well. I don't
Yeah,
think I'd
I
bother
think-
too much with other runes in it.
Yeah, no, not really. Rune Striking. The extra weapon, but if you combine it with ASF, with the Master Rune of Swiftness,
Yeah.
I think it's very good.
Yeah. So we're going to move on now to armour runes.
Would you like me to read the sentence at the top of the
certainly
page? Yeah? The runic armour of the Dwarves is rightfully famed throughout the world. If a model is permitted to take runic armour, he may choose armour runes from the following list and apply them to his Gromril armour.
He certainly will. Now, good news, guys. The biggest section of this is already out of the way. That was the weapons.
Yes.
So we'll move on now to the armour runes. Now, the first one is the Master Rune of Adamant, and this one is 100 points.
A lot of points. A lot of points. A model wearing armour engraved with the Master Rune of Adamant has toughness 10. This rune cannot be combined with any other armour runes.
And that last sentence is the biggest drawback for the item. You
Yeah.
can't combine it beyond its ridiculously high price.
Yeah.
Now, I've just got here, Anvil of Doom is probably the best place for this combo. If you want to take an Anvil of Doom, makes it toughness 10 with 5 wounds and 5 upward save and magic resistance 2.
Yeah.
It's quite a tough quite a tough nut to crack that at toughness
You're not
10.
cannoning that.
Not really.
I mean, I still wouldn't, but you could.
Yeah, I think this is one that I'd avoid on a Dwarf Lord. I think it's a bit of a trap.
Yeah.
It swallows up almost all of its equipment. It's better on a Rune Lord because they've got a 150 point rune allowance.
Yes, they can still get a bit around it.
Yeah, they can get quite a bit around it,
Yeah.
including a 4+ ward save if they want it, which is quite scary. So, I just think for me this is so prescriptive that it's not actually that competitive. It's a bit gimmicky.
You can get a very good armour save with it, because as we discussed, you can get a 1-up armour save from mundane equipment on a Dwarf Lord.
On a Dwarf Lord, yeah.
So it's not like you're sacrificing the save sort of armor save, but you are sacrificing a good ward save.
You're also sacrificing the other magic armors, the other runic armors, sorry, which the combinations are really strong. This is arguably the best section, actually, for combos for the dwarves. So, I think for me, it's a no.
I wouldn't take it in a competitive. I think maybe for fun, I think it'd be hilarious to be like, yeah, this dude on a 25 mil base, yeah, he's 20 mil base, yeah, he's toughness 10.
Yeah.
Deal with that.
So we'll move on. We'll look at the Master Rune of Gromril now for 30 points. This one.
So Armour Engraved with the Master Rune of Gromril grants the wearer a 1-up armor save that can't be improved upon in any way.
So again, we've talked about how easy it is to get 1-up armor saves on the Lords in particular, and that really is the kind of the big drawback. It is worth pointing out that without Shield Bearers, this is the only 1-up armor save in the book. The only way to get one.
Is it?
Yeah, because the Oath Stone doesn't give you anything onto your armor save. So you get Gromril for a 4 and a shield for 3, and you can take a Rune of Stone for a 2.
Yeah, I've just seen the second sentence, which is multiples if this rune have no further effect.
Yeah, you can't bam up the Rune of Stone. So
That's
again,
it's the only way to get 1-up.
Yeah, it's the only way to get a 1-up without the shields. Yeah. So it is, but it is unfortunately Master Rune.
Yeah.
So I can only tell you once, which is frustrating.
I think you can get a 1-up armor save on like a Thane, because it's only Lords that can take Shield Bearers, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you get 1-up armor save
or a rune character. Rune character, yeah. So, so I've got here best combo for this one, in my opinion, is a Rune of Preservation. Stops the killing blow, is what I've got here. So I'll let you read that one out. Sorry, Scott. Jump your thunder.
The Rune of Preservation grants the wearer a 2-up ward save against Killing Blow and Heroic Killing Blow. Multiples have no effect.
Yeah. And again, if you want to take that further, you can look at a Luck Rune, which we'll cover in the Luck Rune, in the Talisman Rune section.
The Luck Rune section has its own section.
Yeah, in the Talismanic Rune section, we'll cover that again. It's also good with 2 runes, or even 3 runes, if you've got the points of Preservation, which are from Talismanic Runes, and each rune gives you an increased ward save from 6 to 4. So, so you can just sort of get a 1-up, 4-up, basically, for 75 points, which is not bad.
Rune of Warding, not Rune of... The Rune of Preservation is the Killing Blow.
Oh, I'm very sorry, guys.
It's Rune of Warding from Talismanic Runes.
Apologies.
I was like, surely they haven't called it the same thing.
Yeah, no,
they did not.
No, they did not. It was me that called it the
same
thing.
So the ward save runes are the Rune of Warding in the Talismanic section. And as James said, they give you 6-up ward, 5-up ward, 4-up ward.
We'll cover them again, but this is a good combo with them.
Yeah.
Great on a Thane.
Yeah.
As well, I've got here.
I'd probably only take this on a Thane. I don't think I'd take it on a Dwarf Lord.
No, I don't see it on the Lord.
No.
There's just no point when you take shields.
Yeah.
But if you don't take shields, it's a really good choice. So yeah, good one. Competitive, yes. Yes, this one. Rune of Fortitude next.
Yeah, so 3 tiers to this one. We're done with the Mastering. There was only a couple there. So we have 35 for 1, which gives you +1 toughness. 50 for 2, which gives you +1 toughness and a 5-up ward save. 75 for 3, which gives you +1 toughness, a 5-up ward save. And if the wearer suffers a wound from an attack that has multiple wounds special roll a d6. On the roll of a 2+, he only suffers 1 wound, regardless of how many wounds would normally be caused. On the roll of 1, he suffers the full number of wounds.
Yeah, so... if I'm honest, I don't think the single rune offers anything of value.
Okay.
35 points for +1 toughness. I just feel like that's too many. I'd pay that for a wound, but I wouldn't pay it for a point of toughness. I wouldn't pay more than about 20 points for that myself.
Okay.
The second level for me is where this one gets its value.
Yeah.
50 points. I'm paying less points than I pay for a 5+ ward save from the Talisman of Warding. The Rune of Warding, sorry. That's 35.
It is.
So effectively, the 15-point increase, I get the point. I'm only paying 15 points for the point of toughness then. I think that's where the value is.
Or you look at it the other way and go, well, a 5-point ward save in, say, the main rulebook or from your Talisman runes is 35 points. So actually, I'm paying 15 points for +1 toughness.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, sorry. So that's it. That's the sweet spot for the value for me for this one. 3 runes, I just don't see a lot of value in it.
No, I mean
there isn't an abundance of multiple wound combat weapons in Warhammer.
No.
And artillery are going to struggle to hit him if he's in a unit.
Yeah.
So how many points is it? 75.
75.
Yeah. So maybe an engineer. Can an engineer take 50 or 75? Sorry, we'll just check that in case it gets sort of like cannonballed or something.
Making me look.
But.
Making me lose my page. It's an absolute nightmare. He can't take 50.
Yeah, so he can't take it. So no, I just not a lot of value in 3 for me.
No. No.
Doesn't have an abundance of other standout combinations either, to me, really. Maybe
no.
one if you want to play overpointed and 2 runes of iron to be really tough, but I'd just leave it, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
We're going to cover Rune of Iron now, so we'll cover that sort of straight away.
Maybe 2 and 1 Rune of Iron.
Yeah. I'm not sold on the competitiveness of Rune of Fortitude. I think it's I think 2's alright, but that's as far as I'd go. Rune of Iron next.
Yes, so 20 points for 1 and it gives you +1 wound. 45 points for 2 and it gives you +1 wound and +1 toughness. 70 points for 3 and it gives you +1 wound, +1 toughness and regen 5+.
So I'm going to be honest, this is the standout armour rune in the book for me. 20 points +1 wound is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, very cheap.
Combines incredibly with shield bearers at that point.
Yeah.
For 6 wound character. Again, it gets better than this as well. I'm getting animated now. That mid-level, +1 wound, +1 toughness, that's 10 points more than the base level for the Rune of Fortitude, which just gave me the toughness.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the 3rd level is also brilliant.
It's also good, yeah, it's good.
So I pay an extra, 25 points to have regen 5+, which I think is really good for that.
Yeah.
And do you know what the best part is? The total is 70 points, which means I can take a Rune of the Furnace from the Talisman section for 5 points, which gives me a 2 world against Flaming.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Give you a 3 wound, toughness 6 Thane? Toughness 5 Thane.
Toughness, a Thane would be toughness 6.
Yeah. 3 wound, toughness 6 Thane, 6 Thane with 5 up regen and 2 up ward against Flaming.
That to me is
that is tough to kill.
That's a combo. That's a real BSB combo right there.
Yeah.
That's a real battle standard combo right there. Really good. I can't be more positive about it.
No.
It does combine with other runes reasonably well in this section. 2 and a Rune of Stone is probably a combination I'd look at. Just pump the armour save up some more. Or if you've got the points, 2 and the Rune of Gromrel, Master Rune of Gromrel.
Yeah.
For toughness 6, 3 wounds,
1 up armour save. Yeah.
That's
to be fair, also good on the Thane. Unlike your BSB. Yeah.
All good stuff there, guys. All good stuff. So, Rune of Shielding comes next.
Yep, 25 points.
Yep.
Armour engraved with this rune grants its wearer a 2+ war save against wounds caused by shooting attacks and all magic missiles. Multiples have no effect.
So, it feels like I want this one on a model that doesn't join units in a conventional sense. Just don't see a lot of competitive value outside of putting it onto an engineer.
Yeah, maybe.
That's it. That's the only conventional value I see in it. Sorry, only competitive value I see in it. Because like my characters are in units, it doesn't apply to my unit, that ward save. It only applies to my character, and it only applies to magic missiles as well.
Shooting a magic whip.
Yeah, which means it doesn't save me from Law of Death.
Nope.
Which is really annoying.
Yeah.
Not so. It's really good against snipers. If you play a sniper heavy meta, which you don't.
You don't. No one does. So that's not the meta anywhere.
No. So I think on that bombshell, it's not very good.
No. So I think we'll move on to the Rune of Preservation.
We certainly will.
So this is 25 points as well, and it gives you a 2+ ward save against the effects of Killing Blow and Heroic Killing Blow. Much better.
Good. Again, good with 2 runes of iron. Because the 2 runes of iron giving me toughness 6 and 3 wounds gets the maximum out of those wounds, but protects me from the killing blow. Excellent with the Master Rune of Gromrel because it helps me to avoid losing my 1-up save easily. Also strong with the Rune of Luck, which we'll discuss. I want to get the Rune of Luck right, which is why I keep saying it, but I'll touch it over again.
Yep. The only thing I would say is there's not a lot of Killing Blow or Heroic Killing Blow that goes around. It's annoying when you do face it, but there isn't really a lot of it.
Not tons. You'll fight it with Dark Elves.
Yeah, you might fight it with vampires.
You probably fight it with Tomb. You definitely fight it with Tomb Kings.
Yeah.
Although they're not sort of meta-ing, are they?
No.
I think it's fair to say that it's not that common, but I also think for 25 points, this is actually quite competitive.
Yeah. I think it's pushing towards a bit too expensive. It's not too expensive.
Is it just Killing Blow, or does it work against...
Killing Blow and Heroic Killing Blow.
In Heroic Killing Blow. So, it's okay. I think it's alright. I think it's just on the cusp, like you say. His biggest problem, which I haven't written here, but his biggest problem is that it costs you another armour rune slot, and we've just looked at how amazing Rune of Iron is in particular, and also Gromril, Master Rune of the Gromril, we've also looked at being good. So we'll move on to the Rune of Impact now.
Yeah, so 10 points, and it grants the wearer impact, it's 1.
Need to charge to feel any benefit is the biggest issue with this one.
Yeah, it's just not very good.
So Runes of Slowness.
Yeah,
Rune of Slowness becomes the immediate must-take combo.
Yeah.
The best use for this, honestly, guys, is to get the same two rune combo from, say, Rune of Iron onto like 3 models.
Yeah.
That's it. That's its best.
Yeah, because it's the second cheapest
Best
armor rune.
use, yeah.
There you go. 2 runes of iron, 2 runes of iron, and a rune of stone. 2 runes of iron and a rune of stone and a rune of impact.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It'd just be Rune of Impact.
Just rune.
And it's that type of thing. That's where you get the use out of it.
Yeah.
Beyond that, it doesn't really have a lot of use.
No, not really.
Yeah, it's cheap, but the opportunity cost of only having 2 armor runes left means that's the crucial element of it. Not that competitive, and by that we mean not really at all.
Not really at all. No.
Finally, we've got the Rune of Stone.
Yeah, so 5 points, adds 1 to your armor save. Multiples of this rune have no effect, but the Rune of Stone is an exception to the rule of pride, meaning several characters can wear Gromril armor engraved with a single rune of stone.
So I've just got here, there aren't really any drawbacks for this one.
Nah.
It's really cheap. Most spammable rune in the book, allows easy access to 2+ armor save on every character.
Yeah, like if your character doesn't have 3 armor runes, give them a Rune of Stone.
Yeah, works with the Rune of Preservation for armor from an armor point of view as well.
Yep.
Because you're sort of building your armor and then not losing it to killing blows.
Yeah.
It's a good choice on a model with a great weapon as well, because it
offsets
no shield, and very good with shield bearers.
Yeah, very good.
That's it.
That is it. That is all of the armor runes.
It is. So we're gonna keep powering through because it's a large section of the video. On to banner runes now, and there are 4 master runes to begin.
There are,
and an exciting sentence about banner runes from the Duke.
These runes can be inscribed on standards and can offer the entire unit protection or special abilities. If a model is permitted to take a runic standard, he may choose banner runes from the following list. And as James said, there are 4 master runes and 7 not master runes.
Others, yeah.
With varying levels as well.
Excellent. So we are going to begin with the master rune of Groth One Eye. This one's 75 points.
That is a lot of points. A standard bearer with bearing the master rune of Groth One Eye confers the stubborn special rule to the bearer's unit and all friendly dwarves within 12.
So yeah, a mixed bag. Cost is a big drawback I've put here. It's only available for a BSB or Hammerers, which can have that 75 point bracket. Now Hammerers are already...
Slayers.
Or Ungrim Slayers, yeah, but they're unbreakable.
That is true.
So, and it's the same problem with the Hammerers are already stubborn. It doesn't really have a lot of great combinations with the other banner runes either, this one, if I'm honest, guys. But, that said, I actually think Hammerers probably is the place it goes.
If you take it, I think you put it on Hammerers because it's like the last Hammerer to die.
Yeah, well, yeah, if you don't take the champ, but
or second to last,
or he gets killed by a challenge. Yeah. But the thing is as much as they're already stubborn, it is that bubbling stubborn on a guy that can't easily be taken out of play. So yeah.
I mean, the fact that you've got another banner rune that gives a unit stubborn, I think is for me what seals the deal for this one. I just don't think I'd ever take it.
Yeah, I've got here, look, if you want to look at combos because you're thinking about your BSB and how you might keep them alive, 2 runes of Sanctuary is probably the best place to go with this one. Now, that's it's a rune. It's a
is it a banner rune?
Yeah. It gives him magic resistance too.
Yes, it does. You're correct.
So that just gives him some protection from those sniper spells, basically.
Yeah.
Best used in an army with lots of combat units.
Yeah.
Ironbreakers, Longbeards, Warriors would be my recommendation.
Yep.
Not sure how we feel about the competitive value on this one.
Maybe if you don't take Hammerers, or if you do, but you just take sort of a lot of combat units, maybe I can see the sort of worth for it. So you don't have to buy the Rune of Stoicism, which just gives you stubborn for like each of those units. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. The bigger the game, the better. Just as long as you can stay within 12 of it, which is another fun element. It's a really difficult one to say definitively whether it's competitive or not, but I think it's probably cost prohibitive.
Yeah, I think the cost lets it down.
So we'll move on. Master Rune of Stormny Redbeard.
Stromny.
Stromny? Oh,
STRO.
sorry. This is my autocorrect helping me out there.
Strongly Redbeard.
Yeah, I've actually got Reedbeard as well. It's really done a number on me. This
Not
one.
done well.
75 points. I knew it was Redbeard, so I wasn't getting caught by that. 75 points for this one again.
A standard bearer in the Master Rune of Stromley Redbeard confers a further +1 bonus to the bearer's unit's combat resolution score and the combat result score of all other friendly dwarf units within 12.
So similar to the last one, it's basically, if you're familiar with the main rulebook, it's basically a war banner for you and all your mates within 12. So again, the Hammerers seem the place I'd want it, if I'm honest, because they're stubborn. They're going to probably have to be killed to the man because they're good leadership regiment. And as a result, I'll be sort of putting that out for as long as possible. I've got here, if you go on a BSB, you could combine it with a Rune of Stoicism to be stubborn. So it has same effects as the Hammerers. But make sure that very expensive combat bonus you paid for doesn't run away. That's the crucial advice that we've got there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think War Banner's overcosted from the rulebook at 35 points.
Yeah.
And I just don't think this is worth it.
You just got to get a lot of units in range, and you've got to be in combat at the same time to really feel the value. I said you could stack with Runes of Battle to keep increasing the combat resolution on someone like a battle standard. But I've got to be honest, I think it becomes overkill and very expensive.
Yes.
So
I would agree.
Again, I think the jury's out on the real competitive value of this one. On to a couple of banners now where the jury isn't out on the competitive value. We can give you some definitive, are they competitive answers. The Master Rune of Valaya at 65 points is next.
Standard bearer in the Master Rune of Valaya confers a +2 bonus upon all attempts to dispel magic by the owning player. Additionally, all remains in play spells are immediately dispelled on a d6 roll of a 3+ at the start of each friendly magic phase. Roll separately for each spell.
So you do see this one competitively.
You do.
It means you get +4 to dispel instead of +2.
Yep.
Because it adds to your natural resistance.
Yep.
Which is excellent. And it also dispels those remains in play, doesn't it? Which we just said. Really strong. Dwarves, it helps them anti-magic, sort of, and we know the power of magic in Warhammer, and certainly armies that are sort of Laura Shadow heavy and stuff like that. Big problem for dwarves, Laura Shadow. This really helps it against that one, but it's good against everything. +4 to dispel is great.
Yes.
Now I've got here obvious good combos for this one is a Rune of Stoicism again. For making the bearer stubborn as well. Or an Ancestor Rune. And that allows you to take one of your leadership tests on a single dice.
Single dice,
So that helps you to make sure you pass that. Certainly if you're BSBing, that's the option. But for me, I really rate this on the Hammerers. This is if I take Hammerers, this is the one that goes on my Hammerers almost always.
It means you've got it basically all the time. Yeah. They're already stubborn, you've got to kill the Hammerers basically to the man to kill it.
Yeah. Also seen this one on the guys that do go for the Slayer thing. If they don't take Banner of the Lost Holds, seen this one a few times on them as well because they're unbreakable. Same effect. Got to get rid of them. Very hard to do. So competitive for you, Scott?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think we like this one.
Yeah, we do. We also like the next one as well. Master Rune of Grugny. Spoilers. 60 points this one.
So this is Battle Standard Bearer only. A standard bearer in the Master Rune of Grugny confers a 4+ ward save to its bearer. Additionally, it confers a 5+ ward save against wounds caused by shooting attacks and all magic missiles to any friendly units within 6 of the bearer.
Certainly does. Now, the biggest drawback here is that it doesn't work against direct damage spells for anyone but the bearer.
Yeah.
Because the bearer just gets a flat 4+ ward. So if you think, you'd pay 45 points for that.
Yeah.
So you're only paying 15 points to give all of the units around the bearer, within 6, a 5+ ward save against magic missiles and shooting attacks. It's really good. It's really good with Slayers again.
Yeah. Because they don't have a save.
Really good with Strollers. Because you're going to cut the distance and you don't want to lose things on the way in. Yeah. But I've got here, combines amazingly with Runes of Sanctuary. Anything up to 2, giving the bearer a 2+ ward save against spells targeted directly at them, and a 3+ ward save against magic missiles for their unit.
Yeah. The one thing I would say about that though is for the Runes of Sanctuary, you can get magic resistance from Runesmith.
You can, and that's why I've got here. Although I'm not sure I'd spend the points on it because I will take Runesmiths. Yeah. But we're trying to give you the if you want the combos.
Yeah.
Probably not worth them in that sense. But like the other Master Runes, Ancestor or Stoicism also combine well because you want to make sure that the BSB doesn't run.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it could also combine well with Rune of Slowness because that's going to keep them out of combat longer, Rune of Slowness.
Yep.
And that means the Master of Grugni means that it's actually hard to shoot them off the table.
Yeah.
So it's what's your easy option there?
Yeah.
I think that's
agree.
quite a nice combination as well.
Yeah, that's
one or two runes
put
of
that down here.
Yeah.
I said unlike the others, this other Master Runes, this one has a lot of value with Strollers. Because I can push the unit. So the Strollers gives me a Vanguard move on the unit, basically. So if I then Vanguard some Gyrocopters up, I've got 5+ ward saves against magic missiles and shooting on my gyros, which again is the thing that they are most likely to be targeted with.
Yeah.
So you can see a picture building up here of the things that it can really bonus. I like this one because it has such a strong in-game bonus.
Yes.
Big
fan.
Very competitive. So we go on now to the Rune of Battle.
Yep, so 1 rune's 35 points, and it confers +1 to the bearer's unit's combat res score. 2 is 70 points, and it gives you +2. 3 is 125 points, and it gives you +2, and confers the fighting extra rank special rule to the bearer's unit.
Yeah, so I've got here, biggest drawback here is the options are very limited for the 2nd and 3rd runes in terms of which models can bear those banners.
Yeah.
I also think 2 runes of battle being 5 points less than the Stromny rune, which was the one that gives all units within 12 +1 combat res. That is odd to me. That doesn't tempt me to take that now at all.
No.
I think I'd just take Stromny instead and be like, well, I'll get lots of combat res spread across my army. Rather than having just 1 unit with 2 points of combat res.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not sure I'd take either, by the way, competitively, but I think that's something to think about if you are looking seriously at the Rune of Battle. I know some guys, Max is a massive fan of the War Banner. And he would probably be a fan of this had he bothered to show up today.
No commitment.
The 3 rune version has a lot of potential, but it's BSB only at that point.
Yeah, it's such a shame.
Hard to keep them alive. And again, it doesn't have those other obvious combos like a lot of the others we talked about.
No. And
maybe stoicism to be stubborn. I know we're like broken record with make yourself stubborn, yourself stubborn, just so you've got the plus. But you should be winning those combats with those plus extra points of res, so you shouldn't be looking to invest extra points in not running. You should be winning.
Yeah. It's a shame it's not 100 points for that 3rd banner, because I think that'd be really good on a big unit of Slayers.
Yeah, it would, but
but it's too many points.
It's just, it's not very good, that one. We maybe the first level is the mileage if you want to go for it, but I think we both think that's probably a little expensive.
Yeah.
If Max was here, he'd be championing that one.
He would.
We're not sold on it, and there's a lot of other really good banners. I think that's the other thing, and that's the problem that it also suffers with.
Yes.
Rune of Slowness now.
Yep, so 1 is 35 points. Any foe's charging unit, including a standard bearing the Rune of Slowness, subtract d6 from their charge distance. You roll this after their charge distance has been determined. If the enemy fails to make contact, all the rules for foul charges apply. 2 is 50 points. A 2nd Rune of Slowness means a foe rolls 2d6 and must choose the highest dice when subtracting from his charge distance. And 3 is 80 points, and the 3rd one maintains the previous effects, and should a foe contact the bearing unit, they have the always strikes last special rule in the first round of combat.
So there's quite a bit to unpack here, guys, and I'm going to try my best to cover everything. This is common in competitive Dwarf armies.
Yes, very.
It is a good choice for your army. The things I want to cover. 2 runes is ace. Is 50 points.
Yep.
Which means that basically anything that can take a magic standard can take it.
Yeah.
That's great. That's really good. We know that it has really strong synergy with the Resolute special rule that we discussed a few hours ago now, which gives you the +1 strength on the charge.
Yeah.
We talked about it touching in with the impact hit magic armour
potentially
as an option there. We also talked about Alaric the Mad when we talked about that rune. Keep trying to arch back to myself. And how getting +1 strength with that no armour save sword is good, or axe is good. So again, that has mileage there. Now, what other things do we have?
I think this banner works really well on a shooting unit, particularly Iron Drakes.
It says here, this really allows you to get charges off more often, more stand and shoot reactions as well, and if you do, take 3 more attacks in combat. I don't really know what that last sentence means. Yeah, obviously not made a lot of sense the last one there, but you're absolutely right. Allows you to charge more regularly. It, like you say, it gives you more stand and shoot reactions. Particularly on Iron Drakes, you see it very commonly because they're quick to fire. They
can take it on the banner, on like their banner.
They can.
They're quick to fire, so
don't care how close you've got on that first foul charge.
And they can also keep moving back.
Yeah.
To make the charges even harder. So they move back like 1.5 inches and then stand and shoot
Very, very harsh, that one.
And if you do take 3 on a BSB...
Oh! And if you do take 3 more attacks in combat, that's what I meant.
If you take 3 runes, you get more attacks.
You get more attacks because they get War Strikes last and you go first. There you go.
We've deciphered James's odd typing.
Sorry, guys.
Like if you do take it on a BSB and go for the Aura Strikes last, it means, you know, your great weapons are definitely getting their attacks in.
I've just got a note here that says, I'm still not over 3 runes being 80 points, which is 5 points more than my Hammerer's banner allowance.
I think that was purposeful.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's very good there.
Because I do think you would just always see 3 runes of slowness on Hammerers.
2 runes of slowness is top tier on Iron Drakes or Iron Breakers. Because you can go with the counter charge on breakers or the extra.
Because they get their 5-up parry
all the time. They don't care.
So you want to charge with them to get the extra
+1
strength.
strength.
So, it's good on them. Anything with iron in the name, is pretty good.
2 runes of slowness is the sweet spot, though. I think.
Yeah,
I think 3 runes is really good, but it's very expensive. It's going to be your Buzba or your Slayers if you take the character, and it's going to be expensive.
I wouldn't bother with on Slayers.
So 2's the one, and we talked about how great it is on those units. Rune of Sanctuary next.
Yep. So these are 15, 30, and 45 points, and they give you magic resistance 1, 2, or 3.
Easy. Biggest issue here is that they are like the first rune of cleaving. My Rune Smiths and Rune Lords give me magic resistance.
Yeah.
So, that said, and this is actually quite important, guys, they are the cheapest banner option available.
Yeah.
And they are absolutely vital to your rune lore building stuff. So we talked earlier about the jealous runes. No, not the jealous runes. Rule of pride. Yes, pride. Where you can't keep having the same combos. And we're going to talk about a couple of runes in a minute, which is Stoicism and Strollers. And both of these combine with a single rune of Sanctuary to provide you with additional combinations on the 50-point magic banner bracket. So this means you can get as many as 4 of those runes in your army. And I'll just quickly touch on that. You have one that's just the 35 Strollers or Stoicism.
Yep.
You have one that's the one with
a Rune of Sanctuary.
A Rune of Sanctuary. Then you can have one on your BSB with a more expensive rune, and again one on your Hammerers with an extra expensive rune if you do it like that.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the most you can do.
Yeah. Because Hammerers are the only unit that can take a 75-point magic save.
They certainly are. Yeah. Yes. So that's where this one comes into its own, and that's why you will see people take it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't see it for the magic resistance 1. You see it for the fact you can take 2 runes of Stoicism or Strollers.
Yeah, each crossover with the Runesmith is really annoying. Is my final point, and it is. But I do think that the taking 1 or 2 is competitive.
Yeah.
So on to that Rune of Stoicism.
Yeah, 35 points gives you stubborn. Nice and simple. Very good.
Biggest issue: it's not easy to spam.
Yeah,
that's what I've got here.
Yeah.
Incredibly strong rune. Fantastic when the unit also contains an Oath Stone, as we talked about earlier. Parrying on all sides, can't be disrupted, so they're getting consistent combat resolution, not dropping wounds. Excellent with Iron Breakers, we discussed that already.
Very good with them.
Not a bad choice. There's not really a bad choice in the book for this rune. Any unit that can take a magic... What I mean by that is almost any unit that can take a magic banner, it's a good choice on.
Only really Iron Drakes, you probably wouldn't bother.
Well, even then, they're quite a lot of points. And they're weapon skill 5, strength 4 in combat. So they're not, like, horrendous.
Maybe.
You've got to charge them with a proper unit.
Yeah.
I think slowness is better.
Yeah.
But I still think it can work on them.
Possibly, yeah. As like you say, Slayers is literally pointless.
Not giving away points is crucial for Dwarves because they grind the wins out. They don't get them
from sort of a few
from a
points.
couple of blasting, from a couple of big blasty charges. So,
keeping all of the points you can is very important.
He's very important because you're gonna and stay sticking around to slowly and steadily get the result is really important too.
Yeah.
The more survivable the option, the better the Rune of Stoicism is.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree.
Sorry, I've got a weird note here at the end. It's also a great choice on a unit with your general in it, particularly if that general has had extra survivability put on it from the armour section we discussed earlier. I'm looking at you, Rune of Iron. Is what I've got written there. So competitive, double thumbs up.
Yes.
Probably the best rune in the single, certainly in a single capacity, and maybe. It's very strong. Very strong.
I can see that argument. Yeah.
Stroller's rune next.
Yep, 35 points, and it gives the unit Vanguard.
Like Stoicism, its big issue is it's hard to spam.
Yeah. And you really need to spam it.
You
I
want
think.
lots of units that do this effect to make this thing work.
Otherwise, you
doesn't.
just give your army to the enemy in bits, which is a lot easier to deal with.
If I was designing this book, or if I was redesigning it, if there's anyone listening who cares from anywhere that could care, old world possibly looking at you, I would do something with strollers that allowed. I would do like a rune of iron type thing with it, a rune of stone thing with it, where it's immune to the rune of pride, or I would say I'd reduce its points, or I'd give it like an option to. I'd do something with it.
Okay.
I just think because it gives you such a different play style for the army. And we have done a strollers list, and we'll talk about it in a bit. And there are things you can do to get around some of the issues here.
Yeah.
But I just think the problem is it's not too bad at 2 or 2,500 points. But when you get to 3 and 4, and I know there are guys that play these games, it kind of just drops out of the ability to actually do anything with it and do that cool list. He's lost. So that's just my sort of 2 pennies worth on it, because I think it's really cool. Otherwise, this one prescribes your army build.
Yeah, I do think it is probably too many points.
It is quite expensive.
Yeah, 35 points. I think for an army or if the army had, better movement, I could see it being 35 points. But
movement 3.
Movement 3, you're still probably not going to charge till turn 2.
Well, what it does is it encourages you to take just one big fat unit and stick it on it, so that you get like maximum value for your points, doesn't it? I've got here, just because I think they're worth pointing out. This prescribes your army build to get the most out of it, which I said a minute ago. It's less about what runes you combine this with, and more about what units you combine it with.
Yeah.
Scott's spot on. Vanguard and gyrocopters are clearly a good choice if you're going to take Stoicism, if you're going to take Strollers. And at least 2 units with this banner is a minimum for me. A Strollers list isn't easy to do, but can offer a really unique playstyle and can be competitive.
Yeah, I think it can. I think I'd possibly. No, maybe I wouldn't. I was going to say maybe I'd combine this with like a sort of combined arms, have some artillery at the back and then the Strollers, but actually that doesn't help because you just get into combat quicker, which means your artillery can't shoot.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing with Strollers is it's a style of play.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not doing the combined arms thing very well, and we've talked about how that's where they do their best, and it's leaving out probably some of your best elements in your sort of or reducing the power of some of your best elements in your artillery. So it's just worth being aware of it.
Yep.
Of what the sort of potential ups and downs of it are, but yeah, I mean, if you'll have to work harder than you will with a cannon.
Yes.
There you go. That's the reality.
Yeah.
You're going to have to do more of the work to get the result, but you can do it, and it's really cool.
Yeah.
So
in a sort of comped environment, though, if generally most comps give you a positive for not taking any war machines. If you go in that list, that sort of way with the comp, you definitely
if you're not
want
taking war machines, I think that's the one.
100%.
Strollers, no war machines, Strollers. War machines, maybe not.
Yeah.
Moving on. Rune of Courage.
Yep, 20 points. Gives the unit immune psychology. No thanks.
Immune psychology is consistent, but you give up a banner allowance for an item you probably don't need. With leadership 9+ in your army.
Yeah. And it's annoyingly too expensive to combine with Stoicism or Strollers.
It combines best on hammers. That's it. That's its one
like
shining
the next
light.
Cheapest one.
But
to be honest, I wouldn't even take it. I'd take the other 20-point one on hammers.
Well, the reason. Well, I wouldn't. I'll tell you why I wouldn't in a minute. The reason I think it works on hammers is because they are the best unit in the book for killing monsters. Monsters normally cause terror or fear, at the very least, and so not having to take the test, I'm probably going to pass it, but not having to take the test is good.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
On a BSB in a unit of warriors, it's worth thinking about with maybe an ancestor rune attached, but I mean, I am clutching, I've got there. I don't think it's very competitive, guys, I'm sorry.
No.
If it was 15 points, you'd see it all the time, though, because it'd tie in nicely with that Stoicism Strollers thing we talked about.
Yeah.
And to finish up then, we'll have a look at our final banner rune, which is the Ancestor rune.
Yeah, so it's 20 points, it's one use only, and multiples have no effect. A standard bearing this rune allows the bearer's unit to take a break test on a single d6 once you use the rune is expended.
Yeah, I've got here, maybe if you want to try and find banner runes to combine this one with, we have discussed it on a few others, so they're probably the best ones to combine it with.
Yeah.
You could look at Sanctuaries to sort of make your opponent have to go into combat more because you've
Do
got
you mean
more.
slowness?
No, sanctuaries, so that they've got the ward save against the magic.
Oh, the magic rest.
So
Sorry,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
sort of have to try and get in to get the kills.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be completely honest, it's actually best employed on its own. This one, or like we said, maybe a tag on.
Yeah.
The trouble is, it's a sort of distant relative to the stubborn, because you're going to pass the stubborn check on 2 dice. There's just no mileage in paying 20 points to roll 1 dice, as well as being stubborn on something.
I think
that's why I wouldn't do it on hammerers, because stubborn leadership 9 or 10 probably.
Yeah, but it just means they're effectively unbreakable for that turn. You absolutely have to have them pass, and if your enemy's got any like leadership dropping effects, like Law of Death, like
that's
vampires,
true.
Things like that, I'd just be like, oh, that's awesome. I'm like -4 leadership. Yeah, that's great. 1d6. I can't fail.
Yeah, that is also strong.
That's why I'd have it on hammerers.
I just don't think it's. I don't think I'd spend 20 points to do that though. But maybe I'm.
That's
being
what
a bit cutthroat there.
If I was going strollers, that's what I'd put on the hammerers strollers banner.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
But I probably wouldn't go on hammerers with anything else.
So that's it. That's your banners.
It is.
Your banner runes 3 categories down.
And 2.
2 to go. But they do get more.
Bit smaller.
More small. Yeah.
More smaller.
More manageable. Is what I was going to say. 3 categories down. So let's take a look now at the talismanic runes, and again we'll get a
lovely little sentence. Talismanic runes can be inscribed upon amulets, belts, crowns, helms, and other ornamental pieces, although they are most often found on rings. Every character is assumed to have the relevant item in his possession.
So this is just a love it on whatever you want.
Every character can take talismanic runes.
Yes, which is cool. First up is the Master Rune of Balance at 50 points.
So this is runesmiths or rune lords only. During the enemy's magic phase, this rune allows the owning player to roll a d6. On a roll of a 4+, he can remove 1 power dice from his opponent's pool and add it to his own dispel pool.
So the biggest drawback here is obviously it only works half the time.
Yeah.
It only works when you roll a 4+.
3 out of 6 turns.
For 50 points, I just don't think it's worth it.
No.
If you're going to go for it, it combines best with the single rune of Spellbreaking on a runesmith for a complete anti-magic figure that basically gives you a dispel scroll and this option to try and steal a dice 50% of the time.
Yeah.
But I just think put those 50 points towards the Master Rune of Valor and find 15 points to make that happen. Because it's just not worth it to me.
I would agree.
I don't think it's competitive, 50 points.
No, not on 4+. If it was 2+, I'd take it. And I think every dwarf would.
So let's just crack on. Master Rune of Spite, 25 points.
Every time a model with a Master Rune of Spite suffers an unsafe wound in close combat, the model that inflicted it suffers a Strength 5 hit.
So I've got here, biggest drawback is you can't have this and a 4+ ward save. There's no way of getting that combination. That's not the end of the world.
No, you have it with a 5 at ward save quite comfortably.
Yeah, I've got here from a talisman point of view, I'd just pair it with 2 runes of warding, which give it a 5 ward save. He's quite a tough boy at that point. He passes the saves, and is it passes the saves? I'm right.
Suffers an unsafe wound.
Unsafe wounds. He's got to fail the saves, but then he dishes those strength 5 hits.
Yeah. I'd take this on a Lord on Shield Bearers. Lots of wounds with a rune of give me an extra wound.
Yeah, I've got here 3 runes of Iron, Master Rune of Spite, and Rune of the Furnace. Could be quite strong.
So that's +1 wound, +1 toughness, 5 up regen, 2 up ward against flaming, and this.
And then when you finally fail those saves, you take strength 5 hits.
Like
That's quite harsh. 105 points though, so that's going on a not a hero. That's going on a lord.
Yeah, I'd put him on shield bearers at that point too.
And I'd probably
the extra wounds.
Yeah, I'd probably give him a great weapon as well.
Yeah,
just be like, I'm only got a 2-up save, but I'm not actually that fast.
I don't care if you wound me because I've got like 6 wounds and I want you to do 5 of them.
Drop some damage back. Yeah, so okay, competitive, prescriptive would be my sort of thought. You're sort of building around and you're sacrificing that extra point of ward save, which is a big call.
I'll tell you what, it's not bad on actually. Character on a Lodestone. Has to accept challenges. That model in the challenge could do some wounds to him. You then take 25 hits back.
Yeah, good shout.
Yeah,
good shout.
Don't mind it there.
So next up we've got the Master Rune of Passage for 10 points.
Yeah, so a model with this Master Rune and any unit he joins automatically pass any dangerous terrain tests.
So there's a couple of big drawbacks here, but the obvious one is that the army's not very manoeuvrable in the first place.
Yeah, it doesn't really take dangerous terrain
Not
tests.
a lot of your units will be taking dangerous terrain tests either because you don't have any cavalry, and that's or chariots, and they're the most common ones for it.
Yeah, nothing that... well, you do have things that fly, but not that he can join.
Not a great deal of obvious synergy with the talismanic rune slot either.
No.
There's not a lot there that really jumps out at you. But this one does pair sort of well with the Stroller's rune we discussed earlier. It allows you to maximise your position without risks. So
Yeah,
certainly
maybe.
if you're looking at certain terrain features that might be considered dangerous, like water, if you're playing on tables with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or certain types of venom thickets, things like that. It's only 10 points. So
It's cheap.
it is cheap, and with the Strollers, because to get the most out of this, you've got to be moving. So you
Yeah.
want to pump them up the table, but...
What it's not bad doing is meaning you can have more runes of spell breaking.
Yes, yeah. And when you... Yeah, spell breaking's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a discussion there.
Because it's like the second cheapest talismanic
It certainly
rune.
is.
So you'd take it for that.
So I've got here... we're going to move on. Runes of Warding.
Yep, so these are 15, 35 and 45 points, and 1 gives you a 6 up ward, 2 gives you a 5 up ward, and 3 gives you a 4 up ward.
Yeah, so I've got here... We've already mentioned with the Master Rune of Spite, its biggest drawback... Its biggest drawback is you probably want 3, meaning you can't combine it with other talismans.
Yeah.
And again, we've also mentioned the options for using this with the Master and the Spite as well, which is what I've got next point.
Yeah, to be honest though, 2 is not bad. You're
No.
probably going to have a very good armour save, so 2 is not terrible.
Realistically, I've got here, he's probably still best employed in 3.
Yeah.
But 2 is still good. I've got here, combines well with Shield Bearers, 2 runes of Iron and a rune of Stone for a 6 wound, 1+ armour save, 4+ ward save, Beast, which you only spent 95 points
Give him
on
a
the
great
equipment achieving. Give him a great weapon.
No one's going to kill him.
Not really.
not easily.
And to be honest, you could still give him a magic weapon if you wanted.
You could,
Because he's still got 30 points to spend,
Yeah.
but I probably wouldn't bother. I'd probably just give him a great weapon and keep him cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree.
So, yeah, very...
Everyone knows how good ward saves are.
yeah.
Don't bother taking
Don't-
1. I
don't.
wouldn't bother with 1.
No, there is a
Two
use
or
for 1,
three.
but 2 or 3 is clearly better.
Yeah.
Rune of Spell Breaking now.
So, runesmiths or rune lords only again, and 1 use only. When a spell, these are 25 and 45 points. There's 2 levels. So the first one, when a spell has been cast, a runesmith or rune lord can use this rune to dispel it automatically without the need to roll a spell dice. This rune cannot stop a spell cast with irresistible force and cannot be used to dispel remaining play spells other than at the moment they are cast. It's a dispel squad.
Congratulations.
Yep. 45 points for 2. A second rune of spell breaking maintains the previous effect. After the spell is dispelled, roll a d6. On a 4+, the enemy spell is lost to the wizard casting it and cannot be cast by him for the rest of the game. A third rune has no further effect.
So, I think the biggest drawback of this is the rune system itself. And I say that because in the previous Dwarf book, these were 2 different runes. You had a rune of spell breaking and a rune of spell eating.
Yeah.
Right?
Because everyone does just call the second level the spell eater rune.
Yeah, and that's because that's what it was. Now, I can't take 2 of the first level rune on the same model.
No.
So to get 2, I have to take 2 models.
Yeah,
and
2
I actually
runesmiths.
want 2. So I think that's the biggest drawback of it, if I'm honest. The best combination for it on its own is probably a second rune of spell breaking to give it the gobbling effect.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. The best element of the rune of spell breaking is its 25 point cost. I've got here, you can come up with a lot of combinations in the talisman section to get plenty of them in your army. I was messing about with it when I wrote the script here, or my cheat sheet rather, and about 12 possible combinations I came up with
For a rune of spell breaking.
for a rune of spell breaking that you could get onto a 75 point runesmith. I think
Nice.
that might have included going more expensive, but I don't think it was.
No, probably not.
There's quite a lot.
6. Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah, so, not bad. You can get plenty of them. Expect to pay comp in comp events.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on to the Rune of Luck now. This one's 15 points.
Yep, 1 use only. A model with a rune of luck can reroll a single to hit roll, to wound roll, armor save, ward save, or characteristic test during the game. Multiples of this rune have no further effect.
So I spoke about this one a few times. I've
Yeah, it's
touched
come
on
up
it.
a lot.
So the biggest drawback for me really is its cost. I think it's probably a 5 to 10 point rune rather than a 15 point rune. But
Yeah.
it really does. It really is flexible.
Yeah.
It's a hit, a wound,
Armor save or ward save.
or a characteristic test. Very good. So I've got...
To be honest, I'd probably try and find the space for it on my lord.
Yes, well, I go really well on that. I wouldn't because he's got a 4 ward. Ignore me.
No!
Alas. So I've got here I think the best combination for this one is actually just with the Rune of Burning that we talked about earlier. Lets me re-roll that wound on a crucial turn to get rid of the regeneration. But it's also very good with Rune of Preservation, that 2+ killing blow. I re-rolled a 1. And actually when you start boiling it down, if you can find the points for this, it's good
for anything.
Loads of stuff.
The reason I think I'd try and find it on a Lord is because he is a good initiative. Dwarves are not, so they are going to get Purple Sun if your enemy has Purple Sun. If you are a bit unlucky and you foul his initiative test, or initiative test, because you can't roll the Lookout Set, but if you foul that initiative test,
if you foul it, you'll take the initiative check.
If you foul that initiative check, you can then re-roll it, and you don't lose the 300 points that you spent on the Dwarf Lord.
I think
that's where I'd try and find the 15 points for it.
It's got mileage.
Yeah,
it's cheap enough as well.
Yeah,
to get it on a wide variety of characters.
And if they don't have Purple Sun or they don't roll it or you aren't too worried about it, then you can re-roll that ward save that might be.
It's that last crucial saving throw that you foul for me that it really stands out. What I like about it is it's not the first; it's any of them.
Yeah,
I think that's good. So I think the Rune of Luck is competitive. I just wish it was 5 points less.
Yeah, I think 5 would be too cheap. But I think 10 is probably the right points for
it. So on to our last talismanic rune, which is the Rune of the Furnace. 5 points.
And a model with the Rune of the Furnace has a 2 war save against all wounds with the Flaming Attack special roll.
I've just got here, it doesn't really have a drawback again.
No, it's Dragonbane Gem, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. Again, lets me do loads of runic combinations with the other runes in this slot. Could talk about that till we fall asleep. But I think its best combination, to keep going back to it, is with those 3 runes of iron. It was iron, wasn't it? I've got stoner in here, but it's not stone.
Iron is,
it is iron. God, so many rune names. 3 runes of iron.
Yeah, so that again is +1 wound, +1 toughness, regen 5+.
So you've got that, really tough regeneration 5+ guy. They're like, I'm going to sort you out, mate. I'm going to go through that regen with my flaming attacks.
Oh, interesting. 2+,
and I'm like 2+ war save, mate. I'm good. So
yeah. And I rolled a 1. I also have a Rune of Luck.
I've got here. I've just got here commonly combined with Rune of Spellbreaking for the cheapest option to get a second one.
Rune of Spellbreaking.
Competitive, very competitive.
Yeah.
Great, good slot for it. It's in a good slot.
It's in the right slot. I think if this was in armour, you would see it a lot less often.
Oh yeah.
But it is a good slot for it.
Yeah. So that's it. We've reached
runes.
the final room in the treasure hold, guys. Yeah. We're in the final chamber of the treasure hold. Let's take a look now at the engineering runes. And once again, I'm going to ask the Duke to give me that top sentence.
So, dwarf war machines can be inscribed with engineering runes. Note that a shot from a war machine with an engineering rune is a magical attack.
High elves rejoice. So we're going to begin with the master runes. There's a couple for the engineering runes, and we've got the master rune of immolation first at 30 points.
One use only. A dwarf player can cause a war machine engraved with the master rune of immolation to explode at the end of any round of combat before determining the combat result. Both the war machine and all its remaining crew are instantly removed from play, and each enemy unit in combat with the war machine suffers 2d6 magical strength 4 flaming hits with a flaming attack special rule. Allocated as for shooting. Any surviving enemy units who charge that turn may make an overrun move as normal. This rune will also be triggered automatically when the war machine loses its last wound in close combat.
That's the best part.
I've killed it.
You don't have to choose to do it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
it just does it if it dies.
So I've got here the biggest drawback is you have to lose the points for the war machine to use this rune.
Yeah.
And also it only hits the unit in combat with it.
Yeah.
I think I'd be happier if it hit like
6-inch range.
6-inch range or something like that, because it's supposed to be a big explosion. But it's amazing against chaff units that hunt war machines. Because it can save your other war machines. So if you've got one that you sort of always put on the end...
If you've got like a bolt thrower that you put on the end because it's the cheapest one and probably the worst one.
Yeah, then this has some mileage there for you.
Potentially.
The fact it's going to die in the process means it's probably best to not pair it with other runes, if I'm being completely honest. Instead, pair it with an engineer is my advice, because the engineer won't be exploded on. He stands next to it. And then can still offer his support to other units around.
Yep.
That's my hot take on that. I don't know if Scott thinks I've missed anything there.
No, I think that's all pretty fair.
Yeah. Overall, I'm not particularly sold on it competitively.
No, I think it's too many points.
I'm not sold on it, so it's probably a no from us. Next up is the Master Rune of Disguise, 25 points.
Yep, so a war machine engraved with this Master Rune always counts as being in hard cover.
Yeah, so the biggest drawback here is that most weapons that target war machines at range don't use ballistic skill.
No.
It's
they're
usually
toughness 7 when they get shot,
Yeah.
so they don't really bother.
It's usually spells or other artillery, so it's
Yeah.
alright against bolt throwers, which are wounding you on a 5 anyway.
Yeah.
I see.
Or like organ guns and stuff like that. And volley guns.
But you're just not going to shoot them at it. They're
No.
60s to wound it in the first place.
And they're also probably going to be out of range of it.
Yeah, and the dwarf next to it gets absolutely bombarded at strength
it
5
does,
armor
yeah.
piercing.
It does.
So yeah, it's not great.
No,
it
not
doesn't
really.
have obvious synergy with other engineering runes either.
No.
So I'd probably look at, if I was going to use this one, I'd look at using it as a bolt-on to another runic combo that I liked in a pair on a 100-point rune artillery piece.
Yeah.
Grudge Thrower, bolt thrower cannon, basically.
Yeah.
And that's if I needed an additional
Another
combo,
one. Yeah.
not as a primary choice. I don't think it's
Yeah.
very competitive.
No, I would agree.
So moving on to the rune of penetrating.
So 2 levels for this. So a war machine engraved with a single rune of penetration increases the strength of its shots by 1 to a maximum of 10. Oh, sorry, the points. 40 points for 1, 50 points for 2.
Cool.
So increase the strength of its shots by 1 to a maximum of 10. A war machine engraved with 2 increases the strength of its shots by 1 to a maximum of 10, and allows the user to reroll a single fail to wound roll during the course of the battle. A third rune has no effect. Note that in the case of Grudge Thrower, this bonus increases the strength of both strength values in its profile. So it goes up to
Not 10 and 4.
4.
Yeah. So I've got your biggest drawback really is that the first rune is 40 points. I wish
Yeah.
it was 30 points.
Yeah.
It probably is worth 40 points,
Yeah.
but I wish it was 30 points.
Yeah.
Now this is really good on all the non-cannon war machines, if I'm honest, in one way or another. But the Grudge Thrower is its absolute
Yeah.
kingmaker because it ups the strength of the whole template.
And the Grudge Thrower's got enough allowance to combine it with other runes. So I think
Yes.
it's really good on an organ gun.
Yes.
But it's like, you then can't get accuracy.
If you put it on an organ gun, you've got to put an engineer by it.
Yes.
I think. And the second level is not really worth anything on an organ gun.
No.
And that's another thing. The second rune is
Very
worth
good
a
on a
lot
Grudge
more on a
Thrower.
Grudge Thrower because if you get that direct hit at that strength
And
10
you
and
roll a
roll a
1.
1,
Yeah.
you hate to see it. It's
Yeah.
really strong then. That's
Big
it
fan
really.
on a Grudge Thrower. I
I've-
probably wouldn't bother on anything else though, if I'm honest. I
I've
think it's
got-
good on an organ gun, but you lose out on too much.
I've got it's great standalone and combines well with the rune of forging as well to re-roll the artillery dice
Yeah.
we talked about earlier. If I was going to take that, I'd go 2 runes of penetrating, rune of forging would be the
Yeah.
the maximum combination. But for me, I like it cheap, 40, 50 points. One with 1 and one with maybe 2. If I was taking a pair of Grudge Throwers. It's competitive, it's a good choice. It makes that Grudge Thrower a threat against pretty much anything on the table.
Mm.
So, on to the Stalwart rune next.
Yep, so it's 15 or 30 points. A war machine engraved with a stalwart rune confers +1 bonus to its crew's combat results. If you have 2, you could get the +1 to your crew's combat results, and the crew is unbreakable. A third has no effect.
So I've got here the biggest drawback really for the Stalwart rune is that investing these points is still unlikely to save your war machine from being destroyed.
Yeah.
So you've invested points which are unlikely to preserve the actual base cost of the machine, so you're just giving more points away.
Yeah, and all your war machine crews are stubborn anyway, so if they don't get killed in one round of combat, which most war machine crews do, you're probably going to stick around anyway.
I've got here, don't get me wrong, it does help, but as all war machines are stubborn already,
There's just no point.
it's not bringing you very much.
No.
If you do go for it, I probably would just take 2. I don't think 1 really has any mileage to me. I think at least make yourself unbreakable.
Yeah.
Just to get the most out of his
Yeah,
points.
okay.
That way, if you're charged on like turn 5 or 6 and they don't kill you, you might survive.
Yeah.
You might be able to get out of trouble. But
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think there's any need for it.
No, I don't think there's
For me,
any-
it's not a competitive choice.
No, I would agree. Take like 4 more dwarves. Or 2 more hammerers.
Onwards we go to the rune of accuracy for
Yep.
25 points.
A war machine engraved with a rune of accuracy has +1 bonus to hit. If it does not use ballistic skill to hit, it can instead re-roll the scatter dice. If the scatter dice is re-rolled, you must accept the result of the second roll. Multiples have no further effect.
So the biggest drawback with this one is rune law. It is
Yeah.
the rules that say you can't just spam it and
Yep.
spam it to death. That's his biggest weakness. It combines incredibly well on organ guns with the rune of forging, which we touched on earlier, but we will touch on properly in a minute.
Yep.
And is also good with Flaxen's rune of seeking on a bolt thrower, which
Yep.
we'll also touch on in a minute. So I'm not going to overburden
Yep.
you for a moment But this is a good for its value.
Yeah, it's very good.
Don't take it on a cannon.
Yeah, don't take it on a cannon.
It's even good on the grudge thrower because it lets you reroll
it's really
scatter.
good.
So
if you wanted to go and all out on the grudge thrower, 2 runes of penetrating, a rune of accuracy, rune of forging.
Can only have 3. Remember, the second rune of penetrating counts, but you could go with one of each flavour for 90 points, which is strong. It means it's very accurate and very strong, which is great.
Yeah.
So. And on that note, we will move on to the rune of forging for 25 points.
So, War Machine engraved with the rune of forging can reroll the artillery dice whenever a misfire result is rolled. However, you must accept the result of the second roll. Multiples have no effect.
So again, its biggest drawback is the rules for rune law. Because I want to combine it with accuracy for +1 to hit, re-rolling the artillery dice, or re-rolling the artillery dice, re-rolling the scatter dice. Yeah. Very, very, very strong.
And you don't have to re-roll both as well, because they're obviously separate runes.
Yeah.
If you get a hit on the scatter but a misfire, just re-roll the misfire.
That is correct.
If you get anything that isn't a misfire on the artillery and a scatter, re-roll the scatter.
It's very competitive on its own on a cannon as well.
Yeah.
25 points means you re-roll the artillery dice.
Yeah.
Almost a third of the cost of an engineer. Very, very good.
Yeah, big fan.
So I've got it here.
Them all the time.
Works best with accuracy. It's amazing standalone. Very competitive.
Yep.
So on to Flaxen's Rune of Seeking. We've talked about it a couple of times.
Yeah.
We've kept you in suspense. This one's 15 points.
So this is bolt throwers only. A War Machine engraved with Flaxen's Rune of Seeking gains +1 to hit against any units with the Flyer special rule. Multiples have no further effect.
So I've got here, biggest drawback is it's bolt thrower only. This would be ace on organ guns.
It really would, yeah.
So it's good because the flying units, flying regiments, Pegasus Knights, Fargeists, are -1 to hit because they're skirmish, so it offsets that.
Yep.
But generally, with your not so great weapon skill, ballistic skill, 15 points for +1 to hit against things that fly, which are the things that are most likely to affect your war machines fastest. Is good.
Yeah.
And like I was saying earlier, 70 points for a bolt thrower. Equip with one of these.
Yeah.
Not a bad investment.
No.
Take accuracy as well.
Yeah.
For 95 points, and shooting flyers, you're effectively ballistic skill 5.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Yeah. Yeah, big fan. It's just a shame that it's bolt throwers only.
Yeah. I've said bolt throwers aren't great, but this is a very good value item to improve them.
Yeah.
Combo wise, we've discussed the pairings already here. Not bad for Rune of Penetration either.
Yeah,
because that makes bolt thrower strength 7.
7, yep. Yeah.
Not too sad, that.
Yeah.
Makes it a threat against other war machines, I suppose. Suddenly that Master Rune of Disguise looks good. And then finally is the Rune of Burning, that iconic 5.1 that we've said several times when we meant Rune of Fire for the weapon.
Yeah. All shooting attacks from a war machine equipped with a Rune of Burning have the Flame and Attack special rule. Multiples have no further effect.
Yeah, the biggest drawback here is Dragonbane items.
Yeah.
Dragonbane, Helm or Gem.
Yeah.
You can't shoot a Demon Prince with this.
Not really.
As
you can. You shoot him first to get rid of his Charm Shield.
Yeah, but
you shoot him first with this one.
Still good. Oh, with this one. Yeah, good
You
shot.
shoot him first with this one to get rid of the Charm Shield, and then you shoot him with a non-flaming one to kill it.
I've got it. This one is great with any combo to add flaming attacks and to get more out of the same combinations of other runes in your army as well.
You want 2 runes of accuracy? Yeah, the second one's just going to cost you 30 points and it's flaming.
If I take 2 cannons, it's a Rune of Forging, and the second one has a Rune of Forging and Burning. Yeah, obviously very good.
Yeah, very good.
It's also, again, good on that Grudge Thrower. I keep going back to that Grudge Thrower because it's so versatile, because the template's so large.
Hits a lot of stuff.
It hits a lot of stuff. Now, if you can get 2 runes of penetrating and a rune of burning on it, suddenly things like trolls, there's very unlikely you're not going to strip the regen.
Yeah, because some part of the template's probably going to hit it.
Yeah, and you're not taking the risk in an overall kind of tournament setting of having that on your organ gun that you want to pump into, say, that Demon Prince or those Dragon Princes of Kelador, which are very scary.
But no one takes.
Well, yeah, that was all right. That's it.
Yeah, that is it. We are done with runes. We are through the runes.
We've completed the runic item section of the deep dive, and that just leaves us with our final section, the army lists. So I hope you are ready, guys, to strap yourself in to the final short conclusion for the Dwarf deep dive. Okay. So we're going to finish up with some sample army lists for your dwarves in your games of Warhammer. And we've got 3 2,500 point lists, as you'd normally come to expect from us at this junction in the video. We've got a completely uncomped air fleet of Zufbar list, which he is.
Slightly represented on the table
slightly
there.
So that's in short what one of us would take if there was no restrictions on your list building. And then we've got 2 lists using the standard Triple Crown Wargaming comp.
Yep.
One is a combined arms list. Point to the cannon, that's combined arms. That's combined arms, right?
It's more just shooting, to be honest.
And one is strollers.
Yeah.
So there we go. I made it about that, about the display. So we're going to start with our uncomped air fleet list, and this is based around the heavy use of the double fleet mechanic, which we've done some 20-0 tactics stuff on at points as well. So this one is led by Runesmith as your general. So you'll see no lord,
no lord at all.
Pure hyper sort of points for dirt ratio. I've got a rune of iron on him, a rune of stone, a rune of speed, 2 runes of spell breaking, and a shield.
Okay.
So he's my 2-up arm save, and he's got 3 wounds.
Yeah.
The rune of speed, I had 5 spare points.
Why not?
Second runesmith there, I've got a rune of fire, a rune of fury, so that's an extra attack
and
with
flaming.
flaming, and then a rune of spell breaking and a shield. And then I've got a Thane, who's been upgraded to be my battle standard bearer, with the Master Rune of Valia and a shield.
Okay.
So, decent save. Now, the 3 of them are going to buddy up together, actually, in a unit of 47 Longbeards with great weapons, full command, and a Rune of Star System.
Hear me out. Do you think you've got enough Longbeards?
I would have liked 50, but I think
it makes 50 with the characters.
47 is enough because the character's going in there, so I felt like I'd made a fair compromise there.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure, I would have maybe taken a few more, but no.
Then I've got a cannon with a rune of forging, I've got a second cannon with a rune of forging and a rune of burning, I've got a grudge thrower with a rune of penetration, I've got 2 gyrocopters with steam guns, I've got a further 2 gyrocopters with steam guns, but these ones also have vanguard. I have 2 gyro bombers, I have an organ gun with a rune of accuracy and a rune of forging, and I have another organ gun with the rune of accuracy. So this is going to work basically by castling up your artillery and your sort of blocks, and then your gyros are going to go out and effectively place themselves in little 3-man teams, if you like. So probably you want a bomber and 2 copters. And the copters will pop on the front corners of units to put their templates across, and the bomber will sit then behind by a couple of inches.
In the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of in front. And that will drop on, drop its template, and then drop off again. Simple enough. Then as you declare a charge on my first gyro, he'll flee. You do it my second one, he'll also flee. And then that leaves you staggered because you can only go as far.
You can only redirect once.
Yep, and you can only go as far forward as 1 inch from my bomber. And if I do that sensibly and try and only control 1 unit at a time like that, I'll be able to do that every turn to that 1 unit. It's really strong. If the unit's frenzied, I can pull them off to wild directions, and it might even be worth sacrificing one of my 6 flying units to pull a frenzied unit right out of position. It can drop 9 templates a turn without the organ gun damage or the cannon damage.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot. A lot of templates, a lot of damage it can do. We talked earlier about the Grudgebuster bombs and also the bombing run from the regular gyrocopters on top of those steam templates. And we know how good those organ guns are. They're going to dish a lot of damage. So
and the grudge thrower as well with that rune of penetrating, strength 10, strength 4.
So when this all kind of does its thing, and if you finally get through the defences of the air fleet, if you like, and you start to cut your way through, you've not actually scored a lot of points either, by the way, because all of the grudge throwers combined, all of the gyrocopters combined are sort of sub 600 points, which is absolutely insane. You then get countercharged effectively by that really large unit of Longbeards, which are stubborn, which you're going to have to grind to death. And because that's late game that's happening, it's really unlikely you'll have time
to actually
get through
let alone the models to get through them, because you're also being hit by all the artillery in the world at this point. Yeah,
you are. There's 5 pieces of artillery too. So if you've got big stuff or single models like chariots and things like that, they're dead from the cannons.
Yep.
If you've got ranked up units, organ guns and grudge throwers, can offer some options there. If you've got your own artillery, we can see the trade there too. It's also got exceptionally good magic defense as well.
Yeah.
It's got 1 scroll that eats a spell, it's got another scroll,
normal scroll,
and then it's got Valia for +4 to dispel and eating up those remains in play spells, which all in all makes it really hard to break down.
Yeah.
So if this was comp for Triple Crown, it would be -12.
-12. Only minus 12.
Honestly, it was like a tick box of the stuff that incurs hard points. I was just like,
yep, got that one, oh, and that one.
That's really, really powerful. Now,
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, we were playing around with something similar. I've not included it here. Looking at the Triple Crown comp not too long ago, and me and you, weren't we? And it was honestly like a -2, -1. It wasn't a big minus. So you can do a version of this list that
just avoid some of the comp points.
You know, you drop a cannon, that's huge. Dropping one cannon saves you 3 comp points.
Yeah.
You make that unit of Longbeards 2 smaller units.
Yeah.
You know, you save 3 or 4 comp points there. So I mean, already we've halved our comp deficit. So it's just about being sensible and making that work for yourselves. But that's that's the uncomp one. I think that's the biggest negative comp score we've put together on
Probably, yeah.
So we'll take a look now at the kind of Triple Crown compact lists. The first one is a classic combined arms, which is basically very similar to the one that we put together for our Buying for Beginners video. This is a good all-round, sort of competitive GTing list.
Yeah.
And I'm in the process of painting enough stuff to play
sort of that list.
This list.
Yeah.
Probably this is probably the one you'll see appearing soon. So it's led by Belagar Ironhammer because he's stubborn and a plus. And we've got a runesmith in there with a shield, a rune of spell breaking, and a rune of stone. Just gives him that 2-up armor save.
Yeah.
We've got a second runesmith with a shield, a rune of spell breaking, a rune of the furnace, a rune of stone because you can spam that.
Yes.
A rune of speed and a rune of fire. Drop my papers. We have a Thane who is mounted on an oath stone with a great weapon. Is upgraded to battle standard bearer and has the master rune of Grugni.
Okay.
Which is the wall save one.
Save one.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've got 26 Longbeards with full command and great weapons.
More normal number.
Yeah, and Belagar will drop into there along with the runesmith with flaming attacks.
Yep.
That allows me the regen stripping we talked about and makes them stubborn. 10 Quarrelers with a standard bearer and shields. 10 Thunderers with a standard bearer and shields. Now this is just very much having those banners for banner orientated missions. So I've built my fortitude up. Cannon with a rune of burning and a rune of forging. Grudge thrower with a rune of penetrating. Allows me to duck comp. 2 gyrocopters with steam guns. 23 iron breakers with full command and a rune of stoicism. And my other runesmith and my BSB will go in there, which is where that oath stone really sings again.
Yeah, massively.
And then I've got 2 organ guns. Both have got a rune of accuracy and one also has a rune of forging. So this one is 2498. I didn't tell you the points of the first one. I think it's 2496, but we're good. 2498 and has a comp score of -1.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not huge. It's gonna keep what it earns.
Yeah. Yeah. What was your reasoning for taking 1 unit of Quarrelers and 1 unit of Thunderers as opposed to 2 of one of them?
Well, because performance-wise, it's you could go 2 units of Quarrelers to have the consistent extra range, or you could go 2 units of Thunderers to
have the sort of consistent armor piercing.
Basically. So I didn't really want to have to make a decision.
Okay.
So I just went for one of each. But it's not always a bad choice to do that.
No.
Because performance-wise, in the kind of mid-range, if you like, they're very similar.
Yeah.
But it's just being able to go, actually, they're slightly better armoured, so these guys will do me a bit more of a favour. They're slightly, they're further away. Or they're going to try and stand off me more. So these guys do me a bit of a favour. So it's just about trying to maximise my options. Yeah. You could just have opted for 2 of the same.
Yeah. Okay.
That's literally the thinking behind that, to be honest. So this one does quite a bit of damage at range.
Yeah.
It's got its small arms fire, its Quarrelers and its Thunderers for basically targeting enemy chaff.
Yeah.
The steam guns are great chaff, and on those gyrocopters, the steam guns, flying steam guns, the gyrocopters are great chaff. But they also whittle units on the way in very well.
Yeah, they're also good at dealing with chaff as well.
Yeah, they really are. I've still got Grudge and a cannon for trying to deal with bigger threats.
Yep.
I've still got 2 organ guns for dealing with just about anything that they point themselves at.
Yeah.
And then again, I've got a unit of iron breakers whose job in this list is really just to go in and grind for the win.
Sit there.
Hold something important out of my face. Don't die, and get me the result. And if they can kill a couple of characters or steal points that way, very good.
Big win. Yeah.
And then I've got that big unit of Longbeards with Belagar. To try and put that one final counter push in and do some damage and score me points there. Like a lot of dwarf lists, where it's going to struggle is really scoring massive points.
Big wins.
Yeah, the same with the first list even. It doesn't lose very easily. It doesn't concede a lot of points. Will probably get good results.
Probably sort of 13s, 14s.
Yeah, both those lists are going to excel at that type of thing. The first list maybe even a little more, to be honest. Maybe
depending
16s.
on how many sort of like single entity units you have, like how many chariots or monsters you come up against.
Yeah.
With that many war machines.
With that first list, to be honest, you kind of want them to. You want like a Warriors of Chaos type army where they've got 2 big blocks and the rest of it's just. Sort of
you say big blocks of like 20-ish models.
Yeah. But even then, like you want lists that are sort of going to have a few blocks, even like high elves. To be fair, a couple of blocks and some monsters, you know, and support with maybe chariots or fast cav. You'll eat that for breakfast.
Yeah,
because you
just flee away from the white lions. Because every competitive high elf list has white lions. You just flee away from them and shoot everything else off.
Whereas if you look at this list against that type of thing, you target the monsters early doors with the shooting. You know the white line's going to be difficult, so you simply concede that you're not going to get them.
Yeah.
You just don't try and get them, really. If you really want, you can try the Iron Breakers to get them, but you'll struggle.
Yeah.
If you could get both units in at once, you might get them.
Maybe.
You might get them, but
with one of them in the flank, probably.
If you've watched the battle report between Vampire Counts and High Elves, where you played the Elves and I played the Vamps, that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You want to peel off all the external kind of elements and leave them alive. I know we've just got onto High Elves quietly there, all the dwarves are like cursing at home, but it's just the point of a good illustration of what it does against other types of competitive armies. And this is very similar against those. It's got that beautiful ability to focus fire from all those directions into one, or it can spread its fan and counter charge.
Yeah,
it's a good list. It's capable.
Yeah, it's very solid.
2 stubborn units as well. I mean, you got to kill me to the man.
Yes,
that's hard work.
Yeah, it is. And what was the comp score on that?
-1.
Yeah, okay.
So it basically keeps what it kills. It doesn't lose too much. It keeps what it kills.
I mean, you can literally offset that with 1 cannon shot.
Yeah. Not even difficult to offset it with 1 cannon shot, is it? Let's be real.
Not really, no.
So this will perform well, and the reason we talked about Chaos and High Elves and some stuff there is because those are the lists that top out the meta. Those are the
you're going to find those sort of lists in the top sort of 5 tables of events.
So the fact both those lists we discussed can deal with it, rapidly different comp scores.
Yeah.
But, you know, that they can both deal with it just in different ways is a good shine on the fact that Dwarves are a great all-round faction. I really like my Dwarves.
Yeah.
I just need to find time to paint them. Now, the final list we're going to look at today is a Strollers list. We talked about this in the video earlier.
We did.
This one is a lot more mobile for Dwarves, and he's very combat focused.
Okay.
So we've stepped away from our combined arms, and I know we've said all along that we think that's the best route for Dwarves.
But we did say, to be fair, if you do go down the Strollers route, you basically want to forget the Dwarf shooting. For a couple of units, you want to forget the Dwarf shooting.
And this one's quite different, and it will play different, and I think that's really exciting as Dwarf players. And if you're playing a Triple Crown event, this list is a +6.
Big plus.
Now, normally I say this at the end when we've gone through it, but I'm going to say at the beginning because I want you to bear that in mind, that you're effectively getting like 1.5 TPs from a 5...
Every game.
Every game in a 5-game event for taking 1.2 sorry, TPs in every game, so you're kind of getting a 200-point bump right to begin with, which is great. That's what you want. So this one's led by Joseph Bugman, actually, who we said earlier was not a bad general, a little bit of a risky general, but not a bad one. We've got a runesmith with a shield, a rune of spellbreaking, a rune of the furnace, and a rune of stone.
Because they're 5 points.
Not shocking, because there's 10 points of runes that make it different. A second runesmith with a rune of spellbreaking, a rune of stone, a rune of fury, and a rune of fire. So it's that same extra attack, flaming again, works really well. We've got a Thane with a great weapon. He's upgraded to battle standard bearer with the master rune of Grugni again, and a stroller's rune.
Okay.
We've got 28 Longbeards then, with great weapons, musician, standard, and a rune of stoicism. So I didn't take the champion on these because I wanted to keep them under the 450 point cost.
Right, okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
So then we put our Thane into there.
Yep.
Along with that runesmith with the flaming attacks again.
Yeah.
And because the Thane's in there, they can vanguard.
You've got you've got the strollers and stubborn in one place.
2 units of 10 quarrelers, and that's just because we want the longer range shooting, because we're going to try and keep them back. We're not going to give away their points, and we just want to keep them pumping. They've got no upgrades. They're just really bargain basement, just to try and shoot a little bit of enemy chaff and just to hold their points at the back.
Yep.
We've got 2 gyrocopters with steam guns again, because they're excellent.
Yeah. Not a lot else to say really on that.
Then we get into some interesting stuff. We've got 24 miners with full command and a steam drill.
Okay.
So we talked about this earlier, that allows them to pop up on the backfield, sort of turn 2.
Ambush them in.
Good chance they will do it on a 3+ with a reroll as well. Then we've got 24 Slayers. We've got a Giant Slayer, one's upgraded too.
Yep.
We've got a Musician and a Standard Bearer with the Stroller's Rune.
Yep, nice.
And then we finish this one off with 23 Bugman's Rangers with full command.
Yeah, very nice.
So we've got very few static elements in this list, it's worth saying.
Yeah, it's really the 2 units of Quarrelers.
Which most enemy chaff will struggle to get the points for.
Yeah.
They'll come barreling over and they'll probably lose the combats.
Yeah.
Because they'll get shot as well on the way, which is not very good for them. Which is good for you. You want to entice that chaff to do that.
Yeah.
But what we're going to park on the centre line at the beginning with our Stroller's Rune is an Unbreakable unit and a Stubborn unit. That's hard.
A Stubborn Leadership 10 with a reroll because it's got a Feign in it.
Yes. And then we're going to have scouted up to the side or behind that big unit of Rangers with Bugman.
Yep.
They're upgraded, so now we're looking and going, right, I've got 2 weapon skill 5, strength 6 units in combat with my Rangers and my Longbeards. I've got my Slayers that always win on a 4+, can use the great weapons, do death blows, great. And then I've got these Miners popping up, which have also got great weapons.
Yeah.
And they're only strength 5, but they've got great weapons too.
And they're probably going to be behind or in the side of enemy units, so great for getting in there. Yeah, disrupting enemy units, getting rid of that rank bonus.
Now, if it was me, I'd try and deny flank quite hard with this list as well.
You don't want to spread out too much, I don't think, with this list.
No, but the beauty of doing that is that it means that I can scout into a position where I hold my flank, and I can also then bring my ambushers on from that flank or from that back, and I'm keeping all my stuff tight. I'm keeping it in the best chance of all benefiting from the leadership and all benefiting from the overlapping bubbles. And when it combines together and fights in one option, this becomes quite hard to deal with.
Yeah, there's a lot of dwarves there. You know,
don't forget as well, Bugman's Rangers will likely be stubborn too.
Yeah,
because of
probably.
the tankard.
Yeah.
So again, we're like, right, so that's another stubborn unit.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's really hard to see how you easily break those units down. And whilst you're doing it, you're getting hit at strength 6. And it's very different.
Yeah, very different.
And you'll still score points from the enemy chaff. You'll still be able to get war machines with your gyros.
Yeah.
And things like that. You've still got that little bit of extra protection from the Grugni rune as well. Interesting.
Yeah, I like that. It's, like you said, it's very different. A different sort of dwarf build. And a big plus.
Yeah, big plus. You'd be happy to take that plus, wouldn't you? I think.
Yes.
I've got 4 decent combat units there.
Yeah, I've got probably 2 stubborn units and unbreakable
Two
unit.
are really good. 2 are really good with the 2 strength 6 units. I've got 1 that's decent with the Slayers. It's difficult for my opponent, and I've got another one that's coming on that's still alright.
An annoyance.
Yeah, still alright though.
Yeah.
Like you say, it's very difficult to break that down. So there you go. 3 quite different
Very
lists,
different, yeah.
all
very
playing
styles
in
of
different
lists.
ways as well, which I think's awesome. That's it.
We've made it.
We've gone from Beardling to Ironbreaker, ladies and gentlemen. And we have finished the Dwarf Deep Dive. Now, I think you'll be able to see that Dwarfs are dependable and consistent. Pretty much everything in this book fell between 12 and sort of 17,
18.
really.
Yeah.
So there wasn't any really horrendously bad choices. I think the worst score was 11.
Yeah, nothing dropped into single figures, which is very rare for the army books we've done so far.
And I think it's the only book that's not had that. And the best score was 20.
Yeah.
So that it shows they don't have that obvious world-beating power either. They've just got this really great core of consistent, dependable units.
Yeah.
But, you know, as an army, that's their kind of their obvious issue. They don't have that undercosted or overpowered unit, if you like, that mark out the most competitive factions that you see at tournaments. That said, I think you can see that those few bad choices available to you as a dwarf player mean that you're quite hard to beat.
Yeah.
There's not anything that's easy to get the points for, particularly. No. And in the hands of a skillful player, you can really deliver results, especially in a win-loss-draw scoring system.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very good for that. Like we say, you know, pick off a monster with a cannon. Dwarves are very good at not dying. So you're probably going to win that game. You know, turn 1 or 2, you kill a big monster or a chariot or something.
Personally, I know we're running the Derby Deathmatch event well, it's coming up for us, but it depends when you watch this video. We run an event called Derby Deathmatch. You can find the event pack on our website. And that type of event is where I think Dwarves are a really, really strong faction to choose. I think they've become one of the best factions in the game at that type of event. Now, I hope we've inspired you to dig out your stunties and enjoy their wide range of miniatures on the tabletop, because I think they've got a lot of good models, and as you've seen from the army lists, we've used almost all of them. I think I just ducked out some Dwarf Warriors. I had a list that had them in, but you sort of narrow it down to the 3 you're going to put in, didn't you?
I do want to say, though, before you carry on, I don't think you should play your Dwarves, because your name is going to be in the Book of Grudges so many times for these awful puns. They are not going to perform for you.
Doesn't matter.
You're going to roll on the Ancestral Grudge, you're going to get Hatred you.
Hatred me.
You're going to roll a 0 somehow on a d6 and get Hatred you.
It's alright, if my performance of Orcs and Goblins anything to go by, it's because I'm a natural dwarf at heart and I'm meant to lose those games. As always, guys, feel free to give us your feedback on our social media feeds, share your lists and ask us any questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for joining me and Scott today, and head back to the Night of the Realm Mustering Ground where you can check out all of our other exclusive content. Remember to tag your friends and like, subscribe and share. Then head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and become a Knight of the Realm today.
What are you doing, mate?
You alright?
Do it for Warhammer!